the keys are to the glory days at the stick. From who's got it better than us to brick by brick. It's always the 49ers way, from off-season to game day. Yeah, we talk back. It's the 49ers cutback.
It's 49ers Cutback Podcast time. Welcome to the show, everyone. We're day 3 of the NFL Draft, and this one's going to be a lot of fun. And welcome to everyone in comments. Everyone, this has been an amazing weekend, the draft party for 2 days, and now live streaming day 3. I'm trying to catch up. I'm, of course, a little bit behind. 49ers are coming up in the next 5 picks. But, yeah, some names are going off the board, and I see that in the chat as we see some guys that the 49ers probably would have been interested in this range, especially some of the running backs as people see Cam Scatterbo go off. Of course, my guy Michelle Tootin goes off to the Jacksonville Jaguars. The speed, explosiveness. Chimere DK went off the board first in this round. Craig Woodson from Cal goes to New England. Jack Kaiser. And now Dante Thornton goes to the Raiders. So you're starting to see some of the speed, athleticism, guys that are going to, be doing some big things out there. And welcome everyone that's in chat. I really appreciate everyone in here. I'm going to try to run through these real quick. Celestial Scripture says, "What's up, Ant? Time to crush day 3." Yeah, it's going to be fun. This is going to be a long process. I'm going to be here, throughout it. We're just going to have a lot of fun. Lots of interaction because that's how it is. Brad, what's up, Brad? I haven't seen Brad Jones in a long time. He said, "Ant, my man, long time. But who needs sleep, my brother? 2 a.m. here, down under, ready for another defensive tackle at 113. And what's up, Brad? All the way from Australia. So how's that going? Yeah, we got people looking for offensive line, defensive line coming up. And I think, that makes a lot of sense. Then you got right here from Jan says, "I'd like a running back. I don't trust Correndo if CMC goes down." So, yeah, I think running back could be a potential day 3 pick. I do trust Isaac Correndo a little bit more. I like him a lot. I want to know how much better he's going to get with his vision. The inside zone was really good. I wonder what the outside zone is going to look like. The draft is going to move pretty quickly. And what's up to my guy, Mosquito Killer? So great to meet you at the draft party. That was a lot of fun. So, yeah, what's up, Sean? How's it going? Always good to have you around. And Joel says, hashtag TCC. Mosquito Killer, hashtag TCC. Welcome, everyone, into the chat. So this is going to be a really good one. And, hey, I got to say this. My guy, Jay Ellie, what's up, man? Here we go again. Another day 3. David Morazzo in the house. What's up, David Morazzo? Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. So this is going to be one of those situations. People are saying, hey, is it going to be running back? Is this going to be offensive line? Is this going to be defensive line? It's going to be interesting. And what's up from Arizona? Vidal here in the house. Glad you came in. I think it's still going to be defensive line, offensive line. I think this next one might be a trench pick. There could be a wide receiver if Alec Ayo-Maynor doesn't go off the board. I think he's a potential pick as well for the 49ers. So that's something that could happen. The Bills are going to make their selection right now. They went Deion Walker, a big defensive tackle from Kentucky. So that's a huge one. It's, that dude is monstrous. 6'7", 331 pounds. Are you kidding me? What's up, Siggy? How's it going? Welcome to the chat. And so the 49ers definitely could have went Deion Walker. I think after going Alfred Collins, that wouldn't have made sense. So when you're looking at the board of which guys are available, when you're talking defensive tackle, there's still some really good ones. Now, this is where it gets interesting because it doesn't really matter where these guys were supposed to go. They could go pretty much anywhere in this draft. But some of the guys that are kind of towards the top of my board that are still available when it comes to defensive tackle, Joshua Farmer sits amongst the tops. You got a guy like CJ West. I still like him a lot. When you look at offensive line, Cameron Williams from Texas has had a historic fall from the draft process. A lot of people thought he was going to be a second-round pick. Now, here we are in day 3, and he's still there. There are question marks with him, but I think he could develop into a solid player. Miles Frazier, the offensive guard from LSU, 49ers met with him. I think he's potential as well. Chase Lunt, the offensive tackle from UConn, fits the 49ers scheme to a T. So I think he would make some sense here. Running back is a little bit more interesting, but you do have guys like DJ Giddens, who I think they could be interested in. And, he's still on the board. So, I mean, they could go running back. I would rather they didn't. Another name to bring up that I didn't mention for defensive tackle, Aeneas Peebles. I think Aeneas Peebles is another guy, because of his pass rush skills, that could be absolutely fantastic. So if you're watching, please like and subscribe to the channel. I've appreciated all the subscriptions over the weekend. It's been great. If you're listening to audio platform, it's 49ers Cutback on Believe Network. Please leave it a 5-star rating. And I got to pay the bills here real quick. If you're going to bet with Bet Online. Bet Online is the world's most trusted betting platform and your number one source for all your sports betting action. Baseball season's in full swing, and we're into the home stretch for NBA and NHL playoffs. Bet Online has more ways to stay in on the action with the latest odds, news, and scores, even live in-game betting while the games are being played. The large selection of odds on everything from Major League Baseball, NHL, and UFC, Bet Online remains the number one online source for all your sports wagering info. In between games, head on over to the Bet Online casino with all the top Vegas-style games, including poker and live casino. Bet Online, the game starts here. So now it's pure draft all the time, and I'm liking some of these comments, that we're going with, because I think there's some interesting topics here. Woody with this one right here, Wood says, we don't need Joshua Farmer. We have Jordan Elliott at home. That is an interesting perspective, because if you see Jordan Elliott as a 3-tech, then you're right. If he's going to be the penetrator, you might not need a Joshua Farmer. You got him and Kevin Givens. And if the 49ers see it that way, they're probably more content than a lot of us think at defensive line. You've got Alfred Collins, and then you have Evan Anderson at the 1-tech. You have Jordan Elliott, Kevin Givens at the 3-tech, with Kalia Davis as, potentially another 1-tech who hasn't really proven to be the 3-tech they were hoping he would be, the penetrator, the guy that could get in there and make plays. He's probably more of a 3-tech, but really hasn't developed. So I think that's interesting perspective. And if you see Jordan Elliott as that, then you're not wrong. So I think that's a good idea and perspective if you see it. What's up, Rusty? Also great meeting Rusty this weekend. One of the great ones says, good morning, Ant-Man. Glad you're home safe and got some sleep. I did. And to be honest with you, when that alarm hit this morning, it was tough to get up. But you know what? Just like Upton Stout, I'm a dog. I'm a dog, and I'm here. And I'm here for the whole thing. I'm a dog coach. If you guys haven't heard that, it's hilarious. Go listen to Upton Stout. Get his call. It's freaking great. And Jay Ellie, another Seminoles fan in the house, says, let's go get some Knowles today. And I think there's a couple of guys out there they could get. Joshua Farmer, one. Fatrell Cypress, another guy potentially they could target later on in this draft if you're looking for doubling up at cornerback. So those are all good options, and there'll be other guys as well that we kind of go through as this process happens. So let's see what's happened. The New York Jets are on the board right now. This could be a spot where they go CJ West. We'll see what happens. But talented players still in. Jalen Royal still on the board as well, which is kind of interesting. So we'll see. David Morazzo says maybe they go cornerback at 113. Yeah, if you wanted to get somebody to play outside. I mean, I think Kyle Shanahan's comments about Upton Stout playing on the inside, being 5'8", I think it makes the most sense to go get another boundary corner. And so, yeah, you got guys like Kobe Bryant. He would make a lot of sense for the 49ers. They had been, kind of flirting around Quincy Riley. I'm not sure that happens now because you already went Upton Stout. You don't really need the same kind of player. But I think, yeah, Kobe Bryant, somebody like that that's a little bit bigger and longer, a Dorian Strong. I know they were pretty high on him as well. Those guys make some sense as well. So, it's really a good idea to double up at some positions. Defensive line for sure. They need to address offensive line still at some point. And I think that's one of the keys. JLE says, don't forget David Walker. He says, and David Walker. Yeah, David Walker's still available. If the 49ers double up on edge, I think that would be interesting to see the 49ers double up when it comes to edge rusher after going Mykel Williams in the first round and I mean, getting a dynamite fit. So Atomic in the house says, first-time subscriber, heard you from 49ers Rush Day 1 and 2, loved your input and expertise in the draft and player hits with the Niners. Great Niner content. I appreciate that so much, Atomic. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it, getting to work with John, getting to work with Charles yesterday and Terrell. It was a lot of fun, really great people. And, it's always fun to get into the draft and dig deep. And that's where you find out who are the crazy, fans when it comes to getting in the draft. A lot of people are telling me that they just got into the draft the last couple years. And I think that once you do, you realize this is a kind of a really fun thing, that just the gift that never stops giving, because you have so many prospects. But it also eventually helps your NFL viewing experience, because you're going to know all the players on all the teams because they've all been drafted really quick. So we're getting close. The Philadelphia Eagles pick is in. We're just waiting for them to announce it. The New York Jets went with Arian Smith, wide receiver from Georgia. So Arian Smith, wide receiver from Georgia, is all about speed. 4.3 guy. He can absolutely cook when it comes to distance. I think, this is one of those ones where you're going off elite traits. And he definitely has some elite traits. And that's what you're going to see in some of these. And, right here, Terry says, Miles Frazier still available for guard. He is absolutely still available. What's up, David V? David V in the house is hashtag TCC. Breaking 80 says, big fan of you, Ant. Passion plus knowledge plus insights. Farmer, Bowman, Swinson, Ivy, Roberts. And thank you so much, Breaking 80. Yeah, real fan. I'm excited about it. And JLE says, real talk and thoughts on our new linebacker. I like Nick Martin. He was definitely a scheme fit when you look at the athleticism, his ability to run, his chase, sideline to sideline ability. That was something that definitely jumped off the screen for him. I think what everyone is a little surprised is that it happened in round 3 and not potentially in round 4, round 5, where I think it would have made more sense to people that are evaluating. But when you're looking at traits, they jump off. And if you're afraid that you're not going to be able to draft him in the 4th round, you go ahead and you get him. So I don't really have a problem with the draft pick. I think it probably happened a little bit earlier than a lot of people think. But that same thing happened last year with a guy like Ricky Pearsall, or them trading up for Isaac Garendo. So you just go up and get your guy. You hope it works out. And, I'm a fan of him. So I think he could be doing some things. Ty Robinson goes to the Eagles at pick 111. The New Orleans Saints are on the clock, and then it will be the 49ers. And I got to keep updating the board. It's going to be a mission to keep up with today, but there are still a lot of really good football players and a lot of guys that I still have 3rd round grades on that are still available. And that's good. We're going to start seeing guys go from, like I said, all over the place, because, this is where it's the eye of the beholder. It's the fit. Where are these guys going to be? But yeah, Jared Ivey is still available as of right now. We'll see if he ends up going right here. But we're seeing the players go off the board. I mean, I'm looking at my board, and they are all over the place. I love day 3. It's so much fun because you get guys, people will have different opinions on players all throughout the draft. Like Deion Walker wasn't one of my favorites, but I got a text from Horst yesterday. He loves Deion Walker. And so I think that, it's really what you're looking for in a certain type of player. And I think that's what makes this thing kind of fun, is just finding out those guys. So we're going to keep this thing updated as we go through. We're going to wait for the 49ers pick. The 49ers are on the clock. The Saints pick is in. So now we got the decision to make. What do you guys think it's going to be for the 49ers? Which pick are they going to get? That's one of the things I'm interested in seeing is what pick the 49ers are going to decide to go. So looking at my big board, we talked about this a second ago. If they're going defensive line, I do think that Joshua Farmer makes a lot of sense. And, I respect the opinion that we had in chat of not needing a 3-tech because we already have Jordan Elliott. I think that if you have that view, then you might not go there. But that doesn't change the fact the 49ers could go with a guy like Aeneas Peebles as well. I'm seeing in chat, George said that, let's see, O-line or receiver. So I think that those are possibility as well. Jalen Royals is still available. Alec Ayo-Maynor is still available. I think those are 2 targets. O-line, Cameron Williams, the tackle from Texas, because I think he can move inside and play offensive guard. I think he's got the anchor for it. I think he would make sense. Miles Frazier, who they met with a few times, he's available. So I think that he's a possibility as well. So, I mean, there are still some guys right here at the top. I'm looking to see who else could be available. Chase Lunt, could be another guy that they end up going with when you're talking offensive line. Logan Brown, offensive tackle. So the Saints selection is going to be announced here, and then the 49ers will officially pick will be made. Interesting that, I'm looking at a few different things, and people are saying the 49ers should go edge here. Interesting because Jack Sawyer, Jared Ivey, and Braden Swinson are all on the board. So Danny Stutzman, who, if you've been listening to the channel for a long time, one of my favorite linebackers when stopping the run. So, they got a guy that can absolutely stop the run there. Any good centers available? There are, Jordan Monheim, I think, would be the number one target for me for the 49ers. He's going to be available, but I think you can get him a little bit later in round 5. I don't think you have to wait for it or, get it right then. So I think that is a opportunity to kind of wait on a player like that, but he's a good one. So, and thanks everyone for, coming through, becoming members. I really appreciate it. I'm going to try to get to everything that I can get to, but we've got the man, K in the Yard. I know he changed his name. Congratulations on becoming an uncle, but member for 43 months. That is huge. Thanks so much. I hope they make my dreams come true and draft Ty Robinson, my favorite Nebraska defensive line since Sue. Ty Robinson is a freak, so that would be a good one. And of course, Nebraska fan for KNDR, aka Uncle Leb. That would be a great pick when you're talking the physicality, the dominance. He's got some ability. William Roberts says Frazier or Ty Robinson, right? So both of those dudes are absolute studs and would make a lot of sense if you're going to play. Both of them are trench guys, and I think a lot of people are looking at trench. Breaking 80 says Farmer, Bo, Royals, Logan Brown would be sweet, right? That's what's nice is there's so many different guys that are still available. And so that's the fun part is they're going to get a really good player at 113. And I'm so curious who it ends up being here. I'm trying to watch to see who it is. And we got David Morales said, I'm going Logan Brown, 113. It would be a good pick. It would be a really good pick for the 49ers if they went Logan Brown at 113. I think I've been calling for offensive line since round 2. And so I think that would make a lot of sense if they went, with an offensive lineman in round 2. And they go CJ West, guys. So they get CJ West. That's going to make a lot of people so excited about the San Francisco 49ers. So they double up on big dudes. And CJ West is one of the funniest guys. He was a guy I still had a 3rd round grade on. So they're getting a player that is, we talked about maybe they went a little early on their other 2 picks. Well, with CJ West, that's not the case, right? This is a situation where you're getting somebody that's an absolute monster. And so I'm a huge fan of this pick of CJ West. And now you got Alfred Collins and CJ West. Are you kidding me? This is a crazy, crazy pick when you're talking a big man that can move fast. And I do think there's a chance you could see him out there with CJ West and with Alfred Collins together, which is insane when you're talking about these guys that are going to play together. West moved up very heavily during the draft process out of Indiana. Really good player. Man, this is an interesting pick. I asked John yesterday, what he thought about potentially them going with CJ West, if CJ West was going to be a player they could even consider at the time. And he we were kind of in the same category where it's like, well, maybe not because they need a 3 tech, but maybe they're right in chat earlier and they're looking at it differently. So let's go ahead and let's break down CJ West. I'm going to get my breakdown out here and talk about a player out of Indiana, 6'1", 316 pounds. He ran a 4.9 40. The size, the athleticism off the charts. He had 2 sacks. You're not drafting him for his sack production. That's not what he does, right? I guarantee you Chris Kasarik is going to say this guy reminds him of DJ Jones, right? This is just that type of player. But the size, the ability to play against a double team is there. He does have upside when it comes to being a pass rusher. I think he could easily get to 5 sacks. I don't think he's ever going to be a great sack production guy, but this is going to be a very good one for the 49ers. Sacks 2. He had 42 tackles last year, 14 of them solo. Really good job. So the athletic profile, like I said, freak athlete, 4'9", 540, 33-inch vertical. You're talking a 10-yard split of 173. He gets off the ball quickly, 28 bench press reps. So he's got that. You look at the run defense grade, a 95 percentile, really, really good for an interior defensive lineman. So you wanted to change your run defense. Everyone called for the change of the run defense. Mikael Williams in round 1, Alfred Collins in round 2, Nick Martin in round 3. Then when you get to round 4, CJ West, and Upton Stout is going to be a nickel corner who's going to have to help on the run as well. There is a definite plan for the 49ers when it comes to defense, and it's going to be stop the run early. And CJ West, I just didn't think they were going to do it after Alfred Collins, but I am super excited about it. You're talking about a guy that plays with crazy good leverage because he's 6'1". He plays underneath low pad level. That's a Chris Kacerek staple. Good first step. He's got major speed. He's got chase down speed, so he can stick with different teams that run the outside zone. This guy can move, violent hands, is able to disengage well. Crazy. I mean, this is a dynamite pick, and I see a lot of these chats. I'm gonna get to these because there's a lot of really good stuff in the chat, and yeah, it's crazy. As Siggy says, all of a sudden we have depth, right? From no defensive line depth to crazy defensive line depth. The 49ers are making sure they do it right. Eric Schmidt says we need O-line next. Yeah, we do. I do think they need to go O-line. We knew they had to fix defense, and they've done it. Every single pick has been defense for Robert Saleh. Every one of them. It's phenomenal. Yeah, right here we got Jan saying DJ Jones body type. Absolutely. I guarantee it. Chris Kacerek's going to say he reminds me of DJ Jones. And I think it's important. Here we go. David Campbell says, where's the beef? On the 49ers defensive line. That's where, right? You go. That's perfect line. I remember the Wendy's commercials from back in the day. They've got it, right? They're huge now up front. Even if you are playing Jordan Elliott at 3-tech, that's a big 3-tech. Then you've got the two guys that are going to play 1-tech, potentially Alfred Collins and CJ West. And I'm guessing they see CJ West as even more than that because of his athletic profile. If they line those two guys up together, how are you running? Are you going to double duo those guys? Good luck. Fred Warner, D. Winters, Nick Martin, Tatum Bethune, they are some of the most excited people in the entire league right now because they are not going to have offensive linemen just disengaging and coming after them off combo blocks. You're dealing with Alfred Collins, CJ West, Jordan Elliott now. Phenomenal. I mean, the 49ers made their moves to make sure they got guys, and that's not even including getting Mikael Williams that's going to set a hard edge on the outside. And the fact that they got Williams and they talked about his versatility, that's one of the things they liked about Yetur Gross-Matos as well. So now you just take Gross-Matos and you can move him inside sometimes or Mikael Williams inside. It's pretty dynamic. So would they go a third defensive tackle and get Aeneas Peebles at some point? I think that would be interesting for the 49ers. Boy, is this fun to see what the 49ers are doing. We got right here. This is a good one. Upton equals Shark 2.0 from him Stouffer. Yeah, I mean, Upton Stark basically profile reminds you so much of that. He's a shorter, but gives me DJ Reed vibes. And that's why I think the 49ers definitely did that as well. Mark Graves says, what about the offense? Jesus, nothing yet. Maybe a tight end later, a move tight end. Jalen Conyers still potentially available. You could go get him to play tight end. They still need to address offensive guard. You are completely right. They need to address offensive line. And so they have put the focus on defense. And I think we were feeling that could be the case. I didn't think it was going to be the first 5 picks or first 4 picks were going to be defense. I thought maybe 3 to 1, but I'm absolutely loving that. Brad Jones says, so we need another edge, Ant. Who you thinking? If they need another, Cody Simon goes to the Cardinals. They have a great draft, by the way. So bravo to them. But I think if you're looking at edge, there are some names that are still available that are pretty fun. Would the 49ers consider going at edge again? That would be interesting. If they did, Jared Ivey definitely has to be one of those guys. He's very Arden Key-esque. I think that he is, one of those guys you could think of. But there are other guys, and I got to find them on my board here because I know that I'm missing someone. Jack Sawyer, for instance. Jack Sawyer just finds ways to win. Braden Swinson, same thing. I think those would be the top guys. But I got to mark. I didn't even take the time to mark that CJ West was a San Francisco 49er, and I absolutely love it. It was not a pick I was expecting because of what happened yesterday, but it's fun. It's a lot of fun. So guys that I still have third round grades on: Braden Swinson still available, Kyle Kennard from South Carolina, tight end Gunnar Helm. So if the 49ers were looking to go tight end, Gunnar Helm could still be a player they're potentially interested in. Chris Paul Jr. from Ole Miss is linebacker. We talked about Miles Frazier, Jack Sawyer. Those are some guys. Dorian Strong, the corner. Those are guys still available that I like on the board. But, the 49ers are just making a focus on getting guys. Trevor Etienne went. I missed that one. That's a little bit higher than I was expecting. He went ahead of some running backs that I thought were really, really talented. So that's an interesting one. I do like Etienne, but I thought that's an interesting pick for Carolina. I thought they've had a pretty good draft so far. So pretty interesting. We've got a super chat in the house, so appreciate it. Coming from David. What's up, David? Thank you so much for the super chat. Love meeting you in Chapman event. David had a great time. Great meeting you. It was a lot of fun, and I'm glad you stopped by. Thanks so much for the super chat. It means a lot. But yeah, that was the funnest part. I got to say this. I got to make a plug for Chapman events. The funnest part is getting to interact with everyone there. Lots of football knowledge, great conversation. So thank you so much, David. I had a good time conversing with you. So thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. And I had a wonderful time meeting you at the draft party. It was a lot of fun. Jay Ellie says Conyers, Gadsden. Yeah, Gadsden is another player, right? Aronde Gadsden could be an interesting prospect. There is no upside when it comes to blocking, but if you're looking for a big move tight end that can catch the ball and kind of make some problems for linebackers and safeties, then Aronde Gadsden's that guy. Conyers, he's got some ability to block. Not as good of an athlete as Gadsden. At least that's what it looks like on the film, and I like to go off the film. So that's pretty interesting. So yeah, this is funny. Himster says, no offense. Shanny must be losing his mind. What's interesting is I think Shanahan might really love this, because one of the things that an offensive coach loves, and I know this from experience, is I love when my defense stops people so I get the ball back. And so I think that there's parts of Kyle Shanahan that are probably really enjoying this because he wants to get the ball back for his team. So I think that'll make a long, time where you can get something going. Mark says this is the first time in a long time where every draft pick is solid, right? It reminds me of last year where there were question marks. Maybe they drafted a guy too high, but it was but he's a good player, right? We drafted Ricky Pearsall maybe a little bit too high, but he's a solid player. If we'd have picked him 10 picks later, everyone would have been, that's a great pick. Renardo Green, great pick. Dominic Pooney, great pick. It was just boom, boom. And that's how it feels this year. They are making sure that they hit on players that are going to be very consistent for their football team. And then they have upside still, right? All these guys can still get better. None of these guys are topped out. And I think that's one of the keys. Brad Jones has got a really good one here. Peebles or Pegius at Ant. What's crazy is they've already went 2 defensive linemen. I think if they went 3rd defensive lineman, Aeneas Peebles would make sense because of the type of defensive lineman he is. He is a designated pass rusher. If you're going to play CJ West and Alfred Collins together, you need designated pass rushers that can come in and get it done. You have one extra edge, right? You could easily go with one of those guys. You still have, Okawanu. They moved him inside sometimes, but you have Mikael Williams now. You have Etor Gross-Matos. Those guys can play inside in the Arden Key, Charles Omenihu role. But if you could get a guy that could be your Javon Hargrave pass rusher, not your Javon Hargrave run stopper, that's not what he does well, but the pass rusher. Aeneas Peebles is that guy. He's a Javon Hargrave style pass rusher. And so I think that he would make a lot of sense later on. I just don't know. Are you going to put that much draft capital in a defensive line when you got some other needs? I think there's some spots you could go as Woody Marks goes off the board at 116 to the Houston Texans. I think that is a very good pick for them. That's a very balanced running back. We're seeing, just like last year, round 4, a run on running backs. And so it's what happens in the NFL. You get these runs, and that's why the 49ers last year had to jump up to get Isaac Rendo, because of the run on running backs. Justin says, Oklahoma State fan here. Stillwater loves Nick Martin. 49ers got a gamer if he stays healthy. Absolutely. You watch him on film, and it's funny. I always love to go back and watch the draft picks. Like, what I'll do is I want to get that quick introduction right back into who they are. So I'll take a look at the highlights, then I go to the film. So I got to watch a little bit last night. Should have been sleeping, wasn't. Was looking at some of the guys, and Nick Martin, I put him back on, and it's just, when you start envisioning what he could do in the San Francisco 49ers defense, you understand what they're trying to do. They're trying to get a player, that can run sideline to sideline, that has upside when it comes to, playing against the pass. So being in zone coverage and handling that, and then still having the opportunity, though, to be a good run stopper. And I think that is something that I like about his game. He's able to find those windows. Now, does he pull the trigger a little slow sometimes in stopping the run? Absolutely. But I think for the most part, this dude is a developmental guy. And the funny part is, and I don't want to make the direct comparison to Dre Greenlaw, because I think that, that's unfair to Nick Martin. But the things that they said about Dre Greenlaw in that 2019 draft, you go look at the draft profile, is that he was too short at 5'11", and that he pulled the trigger a little too slow when he read things. That was not a problem for Dre Greenlaw in the NFL once he started working with Johnny Hollins and with Robert Saleh and D'Amico Ryans, because then he understood what his reads are. So I don't think that that's going to be a problem for him. That's why I kind of like this pick. I think there's a lot of things, that could happen. And James with a great one. Are you surprised there haven't been any trades as of yet? I'm a little surprised that the 49ers haven't been involved in any trades, because I thought there was a couple of opportunities for them to either come up or go back. And I thought they wanted to walk away with at least 10 picks, but I thought they had 1 or 2 maybe they would play with. And kind of moving back and then moving back up is something they've done. But because of the players they selected, it seems like they feel very comfortable just being right there. So, yeah, I think that they're okay, but I am surprised there hasn't been any movement from the 49ers. And I'm surprised, honestly, that I've looked at the board so far and Shedeur Sanders is still there. Like, this is crazy. I don't know what to say about that, but Shedeur Sanders is going to struggle a little bit with this. He's getting humbled a little bit. Hopefully he'll come out and play well. I always root for all the guys. D. Will says, a great defense is the best upgrade for the offense. 100%. If that defense can get you off the field, that's going to be big. So that's one of the keys. And I'm a little bit behind on the comments, guys, but excited about, what they could do. And Breaking 80 says, want beef. Niners draft Thor in round 7 for a triple patty big burger. That's where you can find some more big dudes, right? There's some more guys back there where you can get some real talent. And that's what I'm looking at when you're looking at the draft, is just the players that are still coming up, that are still available. And that's what David Morazzo says right here. So many good prospects available still. Love it. There are. I mean, you look at Billy Bowman just went off the board to the Atlanta Falcons. Bowman was an interesting prospect. A couple quick things about him. The short arms, 5'10", short arms, 192 pounds, but absolute playmaker. So he's one of those interesting guys. And Tommy Adams in the house says Shedeur will go to Dallas. Does seem like that would make a lot of sense for them. So there's a lot of guys still on the board. I'm going to try to keep it as updated as possible as we go through this thing. So if I say somebody that got drafted, let me know so that way I could take them off the board. But, Alec Ayo-Maynor, a lot of people thought he was going to be a second-round pick. I didn't have a second-round grade on him, but that's where a lot of people thought he was going to go. He's still available. Jalen Royals, a lot of people, including myself, thought he would be off the board right now. Those guys are still available as wide receiver targets if the 49ers decide to go there at 138. At some point, they might. You're looking at the top cornerback prospects, and you still got a guy like Dorian Strong if you wanted to get an outside corner that could come in and help. You got interior offensive linemen still available. Cameron Williams from Texas, Miles Frazier from LSU. Those guys are still available. You got Aeneas Peebles if you're looking for a defensive tackle. There are, running back DJ Giddens, cornerback Quincy Riley, and Denzel Burke from Ohio State. Like, there's just so many dudes that are still available. It is crazy, the talent that's still on the board. And, the 49ers are going to be up here in just a little while. We've got about 20 picks until they're available. And so we'll see what happens. And thanks so much for the super chat. Demonic Angel Gaming says, glad to see you still holding it down, Ant. Salute to you, brah. #CC. I appreciate that, Demonic Angel, for coming through, giving the super chat. It means a lot when you guys come through and show love, and I appreciate it. Barrett Carter goes to the Cincinnati Bengals, so a linebacker off the board, probably a pretty good selection for them as they need to focus on defense. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun to come through. Everyone gets on here and chat, and we all just interact and have a really good time. And I enjoy it. And so thanks so much for coming through and showing some love. I appreciate it so much. It means a lot. And we've got, a little bit of time until the 49ers pick again, but we've got some really good comments that I'm going to keep, looking at in the chat, because I do think they bring up some good points about what the 49ers have done. And Mark says this right here: duo attacking our defensive line in the run game will not work so easily anymore. That has been one of the key weaknesses for the 49ers. And for those of you who are watching that don't know what we're talking about, when teams go duo, they are going to double team. And a lot of teams double duo us, which means they double team both defensive tackles, and they're trying to get a vertical push. That's what duo means. They're going to get a vertical push, and they're just going to try to drive you off the ball and create some space for the running back to be able to run. This has been a problem for the 49ers because of the construction of the defensive line in the past, because the way it's built normally, you have the wide nine, so you have those defensive ends way outside of the outside offensive line or tight end. They get a wide stance. The 9 is the alignment. And then you get these inside guys, 1A, 1 tech, and the 1 tech is going to be inside shade of the guard on the strong side, and then you're going to get the 3 tech who's going to be on the outside. So you've got guys that are going to line up in different techniques. They've been taking advantage of those 3 techs that are built on penetration and size, and they have been blowing them up. And so you've got some big holes that are created. So that's what's going on with that. That's why drafting CJ West, drafting Alfred Collins makes it so it's a lot more difficult for that to happen. Those guys are going to hold up in the run game, and I think that is so huge. So big fans of the move so far. I was surprised they went CJ West, but I love the fact that they were willing to double up, and let's see what they do. Let's see if they have some other guys that they could potentially go with in the draft again. Could they go defensive tackle? We've seen it get brought up a little bit. Gunnar Helm goes off the board to the Tennessee Titans. So Gunnar Helm, tight end prospect who would have been the top tight end prospect that I had available. I had a 3rd round grade on him. A lot of people were concerned that Gunnar Helm didn't have the speed because of what he did at the combine. A lot of us know that he's faster than that. He was just dealing with a sprained ankle, but it definitely scared off some people. So he comes off the board as the top tight end available. 49ers still have plenty of tight end prospects that they could go to as they're looking for tight end 3. And I think that there's some good ones that they could go with. I know Jalen Conyers is still going to be somebody that's high on their list. Earlier it got brought up about Aronde Gadsden. I think he would be another guy potentially interested in. And I have him right here coming up. So he's going to be a player that they're looking for. Him and Conyers, I have 5th round grades on. And so I think that those guys could be 49ers potential picks. Once you get to 138, 147, 160, those make a little bit more sense for tight end. And so there's still those guys. Would they double up on linebacker? That's another possibility. They could do that. So I think that that's going to be interesting coming up as well. Here's one from Breaking 80. To fill deep safety hole, who do you like, Mickens, Reed, or Moore? What's interesting? I like Mickens. I've kind of come around to Mickens a lot. I do like Reed as well. I think that both of those guys would make a lot of sense, but Mickens, the fact that his dad played in the NFL, he's got that pedigree. He's just got a different feel when he's on the field. And so I like the way that he plays and the game as David Walker goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So a lot of people's favorite edge rusher and David Walker goes off the board to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But yeah, I think safety is something the 49ers could address. My question is, will they address it with the fact that there are 7 safeties on the roster right now? But they do need a guy that could be that deep third guy. So that makes a lot of sense when you're talking about potentially going safety, is finding one of those guys that fits that area. Now, David Walker going off the board, he was one of the highest edges I had left on the board. And this is, prime pick for Tampa Bay. They need edge rush help. So he is the guy. And I think they did a very good job of, finding a player that fits their scheme. And now Carolina Panthers are on the clock. In fact, their pick is in. We'll see what they end up doing as we're working towards 138 and the 49ers picking again. And my big board still has a lot of really talented players. And I do think it's interesting that Jack Sawyer is still on the board. There was talk coming out of the playoffs, right, that he was going to be a second-round pick, and here we are in day 3, and he's still here. And I think that more goes to athleticism less than the tape, because the dude can absolutely play. But I'm sure a lot of people are a little question mark for that. Atomics, this is a great one right here. Goal line stops. Can't wait for teams to try running on 4th and goal. You're right. You put those big bodies in there, it's going to be a little bit tougher to be able to run the football in the red zone or to get 3rd and 1. And you did struggle mightily last year getting off the field on 3rd down. This is going to help immensely. Brad Jones, Ant, we have 6 picks left. Ideally, how would you want them to split? 2 more defense, add 4 for the offense, or something else? I don't think it has to be 4 for the offense, but they do need to address offensive line. I think that there's still some guys that they should address an O-line with, whether that is Miles Frazier or Chase Lunt or my guy Jack Nelson. I think that they need to address offensive line. I think that's a key. I think tight end, they need to move tight end. I don't like the players that they have right now to be that position. So I think tight end has to be. And then I think they should draft a wide receiver. I don't think running back is as critical. I think that running back could be addressed with an undrafted free agent. I think there's going to be a plethora of talent still available that they could address it with. Plus, I'm kind of high on Israel Abanikanda. And so that's part of my thinking. I'm thinking the 49ers are probably high on him as well. And we'll have an idea. Robert Saleh drafted him. So I think it could be 3-3. And there's still some talented guys to go out there and get on defense. And they have the opportunity to double up at corner. And I think they probably need to double up at corner. But if they decide to go running back, I'm not going to hate it. I just think that there's a little bit more value in some other positions they could potentially go with. Mark says, who's the best interior offensive line fit left for the 49ers? I think it's Miles Frazier, offensive guard from LSU. I think he's just a guard prospect. So that's one thing to remember. He's not going to have upside when playing tackle. If you're looking for a guy that might have upside playing tackle, that's where Cameron Williams from Texas comes in. And a lot of people hate his tape because he's a waist bender. Sometimes he looks like he's not as athletic as he should be. He's well over 330 pounds. I think he moves well enough to move inside and be a very consistent guard that could have a little bit of upside when playing tackle. But that's more of a question mark. I think those 2 guys are the first 2 guys up. After that, you got Chase Lunt, who is one of the best move tackles in this draft. In fact, that I'm just saying move because he can move out in space and block in space. He's a space eater. So he does a very good job doing that. And then after that, I'm looking at my guy, Jack Nelson, who has been a tackle at Wisconsin. When you're talking wide base anchor, vice grips for hands, he's a guy that I'm looking at later on. So those are some of the names that I've kind of identified, and a lot of people are talking about Frazier in chat, and I think he is really good. So he's there. And Jay Ellie brings up Logan Brown, and I'm sorry, I did omit Logan Brown. He would also be a nice potential prospect as well. And Logan Brown's former teammate, I'm going blank on the name right now. I know I have him ranked here in the 5th round. I'm gonna find him. We just broke him down the other day because I was taking a look at him, and Bryce Cabledew is also a guard that would fit the 49ers. So a couple of Kansas guys for sure that you could address. Cabledew. Thank you, David Morazzo in the chat, always helping out. Yeah, Cabledew was the guy that we brought down, and his name definitely escaped me. So I appreciate the help. And the Steelers got Jack Sawyer, huh? Wow. So Jack Sawyer goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. That is a very Pittsburgh Steeler pick, and it's a good pick. This is a guy that just gets after it. He just plays football hard. He's a tough guy. He's a tough player. I think that's a great pick. So the last 4 picks off the board: Gunnar Helm to the Tennessee Titans at 120. David Walker, the edge to David Walker, the edge to Tampa Bay. Then Carolina took Lathan Ransom, safety, Ohio State. That's a very good pick. Talk about a great box safety and a good tackler. And then Jack Sawyer, edge, Ohio State, goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers at pick 123. So we're starting to see some of those names of guys that were probably should have been off the board, starting to go off the board as teams are finding great value for players, that they really liked. A guy like Jack Sawyer, this was tremendous talent and tremendous, production that he had in college. So he's no longer on the board. And he was the number 1 edge I had left on the board, and he's gone. So that was a great pick for them. As I go through and I kind of update my big board as the best I can, because I love day 3 because it's rapid fire players coming off the board, pretty quickly. And we're getting to the point where, guys like, Lathan Ransom and some of those guys that I had in round 4, they're starting to go off the board. So it's still a lot of talented players available for the 49ers, which I love. They're going to get a really good player when they get into the next pick. And the next pick is just going to be coming up pretty soon. And the Green Bay Packers pick is in, so that'll be announced here pretty soon. And then it will be the Chargers who will be on the clock and potentially, getting the next big player for their team. Let's see what we got in the chat so I don't miss anything. Brad Jones says, Ant, does Frazier fit our scheme? Yeah, he does. The 49ers met with a lot of big dudes. So 49ers, when they did their top 30 visit, they met with Kelvin Banks, right? And Banks ended up getting drafted earlier at number 9 with the Saints, which helped the 49ers get Mikael Williams. But huge, right? Big body individual. They met with Arianti Ursary, another 330-pound big individual. They met with Anthony Belton, right? Nickname Escalade, another big, huge, 6'6", 330-pound offensive lineman. They met with Miles Frazier, another really big offensive lineman. It was all about getting somebody that was really big because I think they now value anchor at the interior offensive line because they don't want to push that's going to get to Brock Purdy's feet. They want him to be able to step up, and it's important for this interior offensive lineman to have anchor. So that's why Miles Frazier makes sense. You have to somewhat project how he's going to play in the zone scheme and what he's going to do getting to the second level consistently, but I think he could do it. I do believe after watching him that he would fit the scheme and do a pretty good job. JLE says Vincent at guard. Maybe, that's an interesting prospect later on in this draft as well that we'll take a look at and see as we get closer to where he would go. I think he would make sense potentially for the 49ers as Barron Sorrell, edge from Texas, goes off the board to the Green Bay Packers at 124. So they were probably targeting Jack Sawyer, and then Jack Sawyer goes, and so they have to make the next move. And that's what's important. JLE says, what about Jackson Slater? Yeah, I think Jackson Slater is probably in play when you get to, 147, 160. I think those are potential targets the 49ers could be interested in. This one from Rusty. Everybody seems to be having a good draft except Falcons. Makes you feel bad for their fans. They were good folks when visited there. It's interesting. They have kind of been all over the place with how they've moved around, what they've done, who they've selected. It's interesting. I'm curious what they do. They definitely have a certain type of plan that they're trying to take advantage of, but that was pretty interesting. Joe Carmack says, do they pick up a tackle now or more defense? I think the way the board is playing out, the way that they focus so much on defense already, I think they should probably go offense. Now, the question is, what offensive player? I think we are all looking for them to go offensive line. When you got guys like Logan Brown, and you got guys like Miles Frazier, and you got Cameron Williams, it seems like it's going to make too much sense for the 49ers to go O-line. But you still have a need at wide receiver to a point. Jalen Royals, unless I've missed it, is still on the board. So, I don't know why he's fallen this far, but he has. You still got Alec Ayomaner, and I think the 49ers are probably higher on him than anybody. And he's still available. So I don't think it's out of the question the 49ers could go wide receiver as well. And there's plenty of other wide receivers, Andrew Armstrong, some of those guys that are still available later that could go earlier. So I think wide receiver makes sense. I think offensive line makes sense. I think the next pick goes O-line or wide receiver. I think after that, it might go right back to defense. I think pick, 147 could be a defensive player. 160 could be a defensive player. They are just looking to build this defense with some of the most talent. Now, I will say this. One of the next 3 picks, if they are going to address tight end, probably should be a tight end. So we are going to see an offensive player at some point in the next 3 picks, because I do think that they probably need to draft a move tight end to help this team. But, they could address corner, O-line. I think that those are all possibilities, and I wouldn't throw out D-line again with Aeneas Peebles still on the board. Could be pretty interesting to see, what happens there. So Barron Sorrell goes at edge. So, I had him a little bit lower on my board than where he went. But, that's perfectly fine, right? This is kind of Jared Ivey still on the board, which is interesting. You had Tyler Barron still on the board, talented guy. Breaking 80. Thanks so much. Breaking 80 said with the super chat. I appreciate this so much. Says, appreciate you, sir. Hope we go O-line next couple of picks. Would love to have interior offensive line, Frazier, Bow, Slater, and 1 offensive tackle, Brown, Lunt, Travis, Nelson. Wouldn't hate Kendall in 7th. Thoughts? You're right. And you just brought up a lot of really good offensive linemen. And I forgot Bow was even there, because on my breakdown or on my chart, he's not even on the board. Like I've scrolled down so far that he's not even there. So that is another one that's interesting. We were talking about this last night. I think Bow to me is a better center prospect than a guard prospect. So he wouldn't be the finished product for guard. I don't know if he has enough anchor, but I think for a center prospect, he'd be fantastic. And even a swing tackle, he'd be good, because I do think they need to address that. And, you're right. Looking at a guy like Drew Kendall later in this draft, I think there's a potential there. So, yeah, you brought up Brown, Lunt, Travis, Nelson. Those are all guys that I really like a lot. Frazier, Slater. There's a plenty of interior offensive line talent, and maybe that's what they're looking at. Maybe that's what they're looking at, Breaking 80, is they're looking at there's so many guys left. We can keep addressing other positions, and then the offensive line is still going to be there. And I think that's a good way to look at it. So, yes, I think that there's a potential for them to go offensive line in one of the next picks. H says offensive line in 6th round, please. The 49ers traded their 6th round pick. So the closest they have is 160. But you're right. They need to go offensive line sooner rather than later. And so I do think it'll be one of the next 3 picks. And I think that's what we're starting to figure out is the 49ers need to go offensive line at one of those picks. They probably need to go tight end at one of those picks. So then you just have to decide what the other pick is. Is it a cornerback? It's kind of interesting. But they need to go it sooner rather than later. 160 would be the closest to the 6th round they could go. JL, he says, and is there a swing tackle out there you like, or is Burford filling that role? I think Marcus Bow could be a swing tackle. I think he's got potential to do it. I think Jack Nelson could be a swing tackle. Logan Brown could definitely be a swing tackle. Those guys all have the capabilities to do so. I think the 49ers have looked at some guys real late in this draft as well. A guy like Caleb Etienne, I think they looked at him, the big body. There's some guys really late, right? There's some guys that you could develop. We earlier in the chat, the Carson Vinson, maybe he would be able to do it. So I do think there's some swing tackle guys available. I'm also not against them going with Austin Pleasance, and they might already feel comfortable with Austin Pleasance being their swing tackle, him and Spencer Burford battling. So they might not need to address it, but I do think they need to address offensive line at some point here, and it's probably going to come sooner rather than later. So it's going to be interesting. And what's up to my guy, Luke Luna, who says CJ West, solid. Yeah, and I think that's the key to the 49ers draft. I think if you were going to say one thing about the San Francisco 49ers draft is it's solid. And I think that's what we were kind of asking for, is we're asking for them to hit, because free agency wasn't what we thought free agency was going to be initially. So now you got to go out there and make solid picks. The 49ers didn't address defensive line. In fact, they let most of their defensive linemen walk in free agency. Well, the reason was this was going to be a great defensive line draft, and they've addressed it. 3 defensive linemen, Mikael Williams, Alfred Collins, and CJ West. It has been a really good draft for the 49ers when it comes to defensive line. But they didn't stop there. They also drafted Nick Martin as well. They are making a concerted effort to stop the run. And that's what you're asking for them to do, and they've answered. And there's going to be question marks about where they took Nick Martin or the fact that they took, a guy like Upton Stout. But Upton Stout is an absolute dog. And it was funny. I said last night on the live stream, I said he's a DAWG dog. And then I listened to his call with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and Jed York, and he's just, oh, you got a dog. It's so funny. That dude that's exactly what he is. The guy is a dog. He flies around. He makes plays. He had really good Senior Bowl practices. Upton Stout is a good player. So that was pretty fun. I like that, ultimately he came through and got into the spot where we could get a different nickel, and Deommodore Lenoir could potentially stay outside. That's going to be something to watch in training camp, how quickly he develops. David says, Ant, you are the man. Day 3. I remember your Bo Richter pull last year. He's now with the Vikings at the Vikings 53. It's fun. It's always fun to kind of go through and find guys. I love watching guys that are later in the draft, or finding guys that maybe no one's talking about. So I enjoy it. I try to do as much as I can to watch everyone. Kyle Kennard goes off the board to the Chargers. So the Chargers get a good player, but it's so hard to watch everyone. And it's always crazy when we get into like round 6, round 7, and people start talking about players, and I'm like, man, how did I not get to that guy? But there's just so many prospects. But yeah, I love being able to hit on some of those guys. Dylan Sampson to the Cleveland Browns. So they get a running back, a talented guy. That's a speed guy right there. I think he was a great pick here in the 4th round. So the 49ers are 11 picks away from making their next selection at the end of the 4th round. And we know that they still need some guys, and there's a lot of really, some guys in certain positions. You need offensive line. You still could address cornerback with a second one. You haven't addressed wide receiver or tight end. I think those are a couple of needs. So there's a possibility. And this is an interesting one here from Jan as well. We may already have 4 starters out of 5 picks, right? I mean, yeah, you're talking first round Mikael Williams. He may start day 1. We'll see what happens. Usually you're expecting pick 11 to step right in. He's going to compete with Yetur Gross-Matos, and I think they should make everyone compete. But he could probably take that spot. Alfred Collins is a for sure starter at the 1 tech. CJ West could potentially start, even though it looks like it's probably going to be Jordan Elliott. CJ West will rotate. But Nick Martin has a chance to start at least Sam Backer, maybe even Will. And Jalen Travis, one of the offensive linemen we would have been interested in, just went to the Colts. 6'8", 339 pounds out of Iowa State. He was one of the guys I started talking up about 3 weeks ago, and now he's all the way up here, and he goes. I mean, this is a really good pick, but there are some good guys still available. And I love this from Eric Schmidt. We need a guard. Absolutely. I think so too. I think that they are determined to get a guard too. John Lynch said it. We need to address guard. And I think that that's something that he's been able to do, is address the needs. And I do think guard is one of those, because I don't think you can just go into the season and think that you're going to get good enough play out of Ben Barch or Nick Sakel. I think you need to press it. You need to make it so it's a competition and get one of those guys. I think it's going to be interesting. Rusty says that he just saw Kansas City holds the last pick. If he's a betting man, he'd say they take Sanders with it. That would be interesting for sure. And JLE says, yeah, the Colts got a good one. They did. That was a good pick, Jalen Travis. Jalen Lane, another fast wide receiver off the board, this time to the Washington Commanders. So this is a field stretcher. And guess what? You need field stretchers if you are going to have Deebo Samuel as a wide receiver. This is going to open up the middle of the field for Jaden Daniels and Deebo Samuel and give some opportunities to that wide receiver group. Scary Terry. This is a really good pick with a speed guy. This is the 4-3 guy, Jalen Lane. Very interesting pick. What's up, Coach Mike? Coach Mike in the house says, now that we're seeing an emphasis on getting great linemen, especially O-line, when are traditional fullbacks making a comeback in the schemes? I think that there's an opportunity for still a hybrid style fullback, but with the way so many teams are trying to take advantage of nickel, as soon as a fullback gets on the field, right, unless they're a hybrid style fullback, teams aren't going to nickel. So maybe once you got linebackers, like they are, they're smaller and they're faster, you could in base sets go with the traditional fullback. I think there's like one or two in the league right now, right, with Patrick McCard probably being the best traditional fullback, because Kyle Juszczyk is more of a hybrid. He don't block like that. It would be fun to see those fullbacks come back and start getting a lot of wham blocking and some of those, ISO looks with some of the bigger fullbacks. There's always a chance it trends in that direction. My question is, with the way that athletes are getting so dynamic, when are we going to get the guys that are the Mike Allstotts again, who are still crazy impactful when it comes to playing as a receiver, but also great blockers? It will take bigger individuals, guys who don't decide to play D-line and don't decide to play defensive end. Maybe that's it. Maybe there's some defensive ends that weren't going to make it that could eventually turn into fullbacks. I think that's an interesting thought process of when the traditional fullback comes back. The run game is definitely back. So thanks so much, Coach Mike, for the super chat. I really appreciate it. That's a great question. And it could happen at some point. They could actually bring these big bodies back. That would be fun to see those guys come back and just light some people up in the hole. Nothing wrong with a nice big fullback in your system. Luke says, healthy play from Ben at left guard if he's the guy they choose to start. Yeah, so Ben Bartch seems to be the most likely right now, to go ahead and play the left guard spot. I think that he's the most balanced of the offensive linemen they have to play on the interior. I think Spencer Burford, if he's not playing swing tackle, could be in the mix because he did so good at guard before. But Nick Sakella is the best anchor of all those players playing guard. He just got to get better at run blocking. And so that's the key. Who's going to get better at what? It's going to be a fun competition to see what happens there. And Coach Mike says, love you, Ant. I love you too, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for everything. Always good when you come through. So thanks so much. And, we're still sitting here at 129. The Ravens pick is in. And so the 49ers are going to be, 8 picks away. We got some guys, some teams that could go with players the 49ers would be interested in, right? The New York Jets, they're a team that could steal, the Niners guys. Seattle Seahawks, the same thing, because the Seahawks are playing a similar offense now. So we could see some of those fits go off. But I think that everyone is pretty much, from what I'm seeing in chat, looking for the 49ers to go offense, and especially offensive line. And the offensive, line on the big board is still pretty good. There's still some guys that are available, that I think they're interested in. And, depending on how you feel about Cameron Williams, right, he might not be one of those guys. I am a fan of Cameron Williams. I think this would be a great spot for him. Miles Frazier, the offensive guard from LSU. I know I keep bringing him up, but I think that he's in the mix as well if you're looking to go offensive line. Chase Lunt. And Chase Lunt could easily be a swing tackle. I don't see him as a guard prospect. I think he's a pure offensive tackle prospect. You got Logan Brown. He is a guard or tackle prospect. I think he's got plenty of anchor to play on the inside. I think he could be your swing tackle. He's still available. I think that could be a nice pick potentially for the 49ers, and he's there. Jalen Travis went off the board. That one hurt a little bit. That's a guy that I was definitely fond of, was his size and athleticism, the way that he moved. Jack Nelson, he's still available. So those are the top guys that I have. And then after that, you get to like a guy that's a pure guard like Bryce Cable do. Even though he did play tackle in college, I think he's a guard in the NFL. Then you finally get to my center prospect, the top center prospect that I have remaining on the board that's not named Marcus Bow, and that is Jonah Monheim, who played center at USC. So Teddy Buchanan goes off the board to the Baltimore Ravens, and I know that's going to make a lot of people upset. Teddy's a fun player, and the athleticism there, he's really good. So the Jets ended up trading up to pick 130. So they traded. We'll end up seeing what happens there. So the Jets felt like they needed to go up and get their guy. Teddy Buchanan goes off the board. Does this mean Jeffrey Boss is going off? Is there going to be a move with linebackers right now, potentially getting guys off the board at that position? but there are still so many really good players available. There is a depth. And, that was one of the things that John Lynch stated, was that there was so much depth in this draft that you were going to be able to get a really consistent player in the mid rounds. And I think that's what we're looking at. And I think that's what, I kind of enjoying this draft right now with the depth and some of the guys that we can talk about, because we know that they're still going to get, some really good players available in this draft. And, a lot of people talking about Teddy, not Teddy. Teddy Buchanan was a fun one. I think that Teddy Buchanan, for me, had moved, up the board pretty significantly over the last month, where I felt like his film was really good. I thought him and Jeffrey Bossa I thought Bossa was ahead of him, and then I thought Teddy Buchanan recently overtook him and kind of jumped up my board. So I think that was a good one. This is a good comment from David Morazzo. Cam Williams is essentially the same size as Alfred Collins, more beef. That's it. And you're looking for big guys. Is my voice. Just 1 second, guys. I'm going to take a drink because my voice just decided it was going to try to die. But that's what I loved about Cameron Williams, is he was a right tackle at Texas. And did he have struggles? Absolutely. But he also was very good at times. And I thought you saw enough projection there. And I just saw a guy that when moving inside would make a ton of sense, right? You move him inside, and then you're feeling really comfortable about him playing at guard. A good enough anchor, the body type. He's a mover. He can move people off the ball. And when he gets his hands on you, he does a pretty good job. His struggles are speed rushers off the edge, guys with elite athleticism, the strength power combination. You move him inside, you kind of neutralize that a little bit. So that's something to remember as well. And, we got this Malachi Moore gone. So I'm going to have to take him off my board as well. So Malachi Moore goes off. And Coach Mike with the Super Chat says, do you think the depth of players in this draft is a byproduct of a successful transfer portal in college? I think it does have something to do with that. I think now more players are able to kind of move themselves around. And it's an interesting dynamic with the NIL, is the fact that, players are going to big markets and big teams, but it's giving freedom with the transfer portal for players who are probably going to be stuck. And I get loyalty is a real thing, but stuck behind players they weren't going to get to play very much. They get to go to another conference, another team, and they get to show out. You get guys going from the SEC, go to the ACC, and they play really well. And then all of a sudden their draft stock goes up. So I think it is important. And what that does is, instead of a guy just being a backup, now you've got to see tape on him. And now you've got a lot of players and a lot of depth. I also believe that because of the pandemic, you had a lot of guys that stayed in school longer. So you got a lot of 5th and 6th year seniors that are still available. It's starting to kind of end, right? But there's a lot more depth because of that as well. But I do think the portal has played into that. I think that's a great point, because now you just have the ability to go play at some other schools and get opportunities you wouldn't have had, where you would have had to sit out a year, if you would have transferred before. So I do like it. I've seen guys that moved around a lot, and I think it's helped them. For some cases it doesn't. For other cases it does. And like John Lynch said, you used to, when someone transferred, there was a negative. Like, what happened? Why did we do that? Now they don't think about that. So I think that's a good one. And thanks for the super chat. That was a great question, Coach Mike. And David Morazzo says, I think Cam Williams has the biggest hands of all time. His hands are huge. When you're talking about guys that get their hands on people and don't let go, he is one of those guys. And Quincy Riley goes off the board. And even though I knew the 49ers weren't going to take Quincy Riley, I got to say, Quincy Riley was one of those dudes that's a dog for me. I love that pick for New Orleans. And Brandon Staley, gets a really good player. So, man, he goes, I hate seeing what those guys get. And Himstopher says, shout out to Ant holding it down for all of us draft nerds, right? I mean, this is the special time. The draft only comes around in, it's always interesting. After day 3, I'm always exhausted, right? I mean, because you do day 1, you do day 2, you do day 3. And after day 3, I'm always exhausted. And I'm always like, I don't know, can I do this next year? And then I get fired up about the draft again. You get a guy like David Morazzo hits me up, hey, Ant, you're going live day 3 again, right? And you're like, oh, yeah, I got to go live day 3 again. So, yeah, hey, thanks for everyone coming through. I appreciate it. Himstopher so much, coming through and holding it down with me. We're in this together. That's what I love about day 3 of the draft. Everyone just talks, everyone updates everyone with what's going on. We have good conversation. We're in this together. It's just a fun time to all be talking, about the 49ers and the guys that they're going to get, but also just all these great draft picks that are landing in different times. And Isaiah Kiros in the house says, I don't know, maybe you can get him later, but I want Jackson Slater here bad, right? Jackson Slater is a fun player that has a lot of ability to play on the interior part of the offensive line. So you potentially have a center or guard prospect. The anchor is good enough, not great, it's good enough. He's got the physical profile of a zone offensive lineman, athleticism to get to the second level, pretty good hips to be able to kind of sink when he needs to and anchor down. I think he's a solid prospect on the interior. The question is, are the 49ers ready to take an interior offensive lineman that's just an interior offensive lineman? Or are they still looking for those versatile players that they could play at tackle or guard? That's the question about Jackson Slater, because he's not one of those guys. That's why I say Miles Frazier. Well, if they're only looking guard. If they're looking for a guy that can play tackle too, well, that's when Cameron Williams is in the mix. That's when Logan Brown's in the mix. That's when Jack Nelson's in the mix. So it depends on the type of prospect. But Jackson Slater would be a great prospect for the 49ers. I think he would be solid on the inside. I would love this pick. The question is, can he beat out everyone? That would be a good question. That'd be fun. But Stingers up, the Sac State Stingers up. I live in the area, so I kind of, know about the whole Stingers up, all that stuff. But it's kind of funny to me, honestly, the Stingers up. It's a weird thing. But I'm going to do it for Jackson Slater. Give him some, honor him and give him some love. But that was a good question. And, Jackson Slater's a good player. So I get it for sure. 49er Gal, any idea what the strength of next year's draft is? There's a lot of really good offensive linemen next year. If you're looking out, looking at the draft next year, you're looking offensive tackle. And that might be why the 49ers are focusing. This is a very heavy defensive line as Ruben Hippolyte goes off. Ruben Hippolyte is funny. A lot of people are talking about Kane Medrano being the fastest linebacker. Ruben Hippolyte they said he ran a 4.42 depending on stopwatch. There's some people that had him at a 4.38. The dude is an absolute speed demon. But yeah, offensive tackle. So that's why sometimes you look at the draft ahead and maybe you don't spend as much capital here. If you don't have to, you can wait until next year where a draft is strong. Last year, 49ers didn't go defensive line. They knew this was going to be an extremely deep defensive line draft. So now they spend their draft capital on D-line here. So sometimes that works, having a projection of who's coming out. That's where your scouts come in. That's where your scouting department puts together plans for years in advance, and that's what they're doing. So it's a lot of fun. And Draw says, hey, thank you for being our day 3 draft hero. Mad props, Ant. I appreciate it. Thanks so much for coming through. Having a lot of fun so far. And, we're just getting started, right? 49ers are going to be up here in a little bit. And they're going to have a pick. But yeah, we're just getting started. This is going to be fun. I'm going to be here all day long. We'll see if I have to take any break at some point. Hopefully I don't, because I just enjoy it. So just to update everyone, if you missed it, the last few picks, Teddy Buchanan, linebacker from Cal, went to the Baltimore Ravens. Malachi Moore, the safety, went to Alabama. Quincy Riley, cornerback, Louisville, goes 136 to the Saints. That one hurt me a little bit. I love Quincy Riley. I thought he was a dynamite pick. In fact, I mocked him to the 49ers in my last mock, thinking he would be the guy. It ends up being Upton Stout, and Upton Stout is a very fun player as well. And then Ruben Hippolyte goes to the Chicago Bears, hyper athleticism, and a guy that I thought was going to go late in this draft. But when you look at the physical traits, right, the speed, the ability to run, I'm sure that they saw a big athlete that could run and thought, so do we want to get on our team? So very solid for them getting Hippolyte. So continuing to update my board, there's still a lot of, some of these players that are going off the board, you just don't have ranked in this area. And so there's some really good players still available that I think are 49er fits. And that's one thing I always realize about my board is it's very 49ers centric as far as, if there's guys that don't fit the scheme, I kind of move them down a little bit. So that's why when players go off the board, it's kind of all over the place. I'm like, oh yeah, I get it. It doesn't really bother me where they're at. But it's interesting how many good players are still available that I think are dynamite fits for the 49ers. And I'm curious how this thing is going to end up working out, because they have guys they still, guys they met with, a guy like Elijah Roberts, he's still available. I know they could potentially be interested in him. We talked Jackson Slater a second ago. I think the 49ers could be interested potentially in Jackson Slater. They have other guys they met with, a guy like Tommy Hill, the cornerback out of Nebraska. I think he is also a target for the 49ers. And we got another super chat coming through from Jason Perez. What's up, Jason? Says, if they go edge at 138, who's the pick? Okay, let's go. Let's look at the edges real quick. I think Jared Ivey would make a lot of sense. Now, one thing with Jared Ivey, this dude is long. If you want a comp from me, it's Arden Key. He's not going to win with speed, but you're talking athleticism, length. He's got it. This is a big dude. This is a typical, 5-tech defensive end. I think that he would be a solid pick for the 49ers, but he would be a little bit more of a guy that you would probably want to move in a lot of times to rush from the inside. I think he's a guy right off the bat you look at. And Anton Powell-Ryland, the edge rusher from Virginia Tech, would be another guy I'm high on. I actually have him ranked above Jared Ivey because he was so much more productive last year in the ACC. He had 16 sacks last year, and he doesn't have all the physical traits you're looking for, right? He's not got the ideal size, speed. He just wins. He's got good technical skills with his hands. I think he's a guy that could go with as well. Braden Swinson, still from LSU, still on the board. He's another guy that's really fun. I'm actually surprised he's still here. And then one more, Tyler Barron. So those are the top guys still here, maybe a Fidel Diggs as well. So those are some guys that are potentially available as Jalen Royals goes off the board to the Kansas City Chiefs. So Jalen Royals finally goes off the board, and I can close out, a guy I thought was going to go in day 2. He goes now. So the Chiefs get a guy there. And we got a member here. So thank you so much, DJ, for your 7 months of membership. Thank you so much for that. Says, is there a point where you just take Shedeur as a backup? A lot of people have been saying this. I think the problem is what comes with Shedeur, and especially now, is, what kind of entourage, what kind of criticism. The first time Brock Purdy plays bad, are they going to say, hey, you should play, Shedeur? I think that's one of the reasons that this is not a culture fit for the 49ers. You just don't want that. I think the same thing kind of followed Colin Kaepernick. It was, let's throw his politics out, but just what came with it, the attention and all of that. So I think that's why Shedeur Sanders is probably less enticing to a lot of teams right now, is that. And I think that's a good question, but I don't think the 49ers would touch him. And I don't know how many other teams would as well. Right now, we're seeing him just continue to tumble. One of the most epic falls I think I've ever seen in the draft. It's crazy. Mark says, great work and very cool hat. Thanks, Ant. I appreciate it, Mark. Thanks so much. Yeah, I like this hat too. It's one of my favorites. Wanted to go into it a little bit. I was sporting the 49ers cutback crew shirt today, so I thought, hey, I'm going to get the hat that just matches it up. I always have to match the shirt with the hat, get it together. But I appreciate the super chat. It means a lot. Thanks for coming through. Because I couldn't do it without you guys. So I'm glad you guys are here. 49ers are getting close here. We're 4 picks away. Las Vegas is going to be on the clock next, and then Baltimore, Seattle, and San Francisco. That will round out round 4, and then it won't be too much longer. The 49ers will make their first pick of the 5th round, which we all know 49ers and 5th round picks. It's great. Uncle Leb says Tommy Hill was a dog, played most of last year on a bum foot. Yeah, I mean, Tommy Hill is a fun cornerback, and I think he would be a good boundary corner for the 49ers potentially if they could go out and, get him. I think he's going to be available. As I check my phone, who knows? You might get some inside information. But yeah, I think Tommy Hill's a fun one. And there was some Nebraska players that I really liked this year. So it was good. And I like this from Celestial Scripture. Don't let him anywhere near this team. He's talking about Sanders, Shedeur Sanders. Yeah. Right now it's not it, right? Like, that doesn't make sense for the 49ers at all. But I do think somebody should grab Shedeur Sanders at some point. Like, the talent is going to outweigh the wildness, but I think that is what's making everybody feel a little bit nervous, and I think we're getting kind of, here's one. I think this is interesting. The Real J Diggs says, I think we should grab Sanders. So, I'm not going to fault anyone on their opinion. I think if you're looking at the player itself, you're 100% right, Jay Diggs. I think you're 100% right that, if you're looking at talent-wise, like that's a lot of talent to potentially be passing up on. The problem is just everything that comes with it. And can you deal with it? I think the 49ers would have the locker room to handle it the best. But, it's the criticism part. How many people want to deal with the criticism that's going to come with him just not playing? That's going to be tough. And I get what you're saying, though, with the talent. So I think it's going to be fun. Q Robinson just went off the board to the Denver Broncos. And so that was a really good, a really good pick there as I navigate through. So Q Robinson, speed rusher from Alabama, he goes off the board. I'm looking to see what I missed. I don't see the draft trade earlier. I'll have to wait and see what that ended up being. Q Robinson, edge from Alabama, 6'4", 243 pounds. Would have been a target for the 49ers when it came to speed at some point because there's just so much speed there potentially for them to be able to hit. The Raiders are on the board now at 135. David Campbell says Q Robinson is gone. And that's right. I mean, and he's a really good player. And, I respect the comments. I was going to see right here, Real J Diggs. The talent is just too good. I want Sanders. And I think that's a legit, statement, right? You get players and you get at some point, you're like, the talent's just too good. We can't pass up on this guy. And, for you, it's Sanders. I have been kind of against taking a third quarterback in this draft because I think you have so many other needs. You could potentially address it somewhere else. But I don't hate on an opinion that's differing from mine because there's credence to that, right? I mean, you could draft him and you've got a potential future, stud there, or at least a tradable piece if he did, played well. So there's value in doing that. And Rusty says the Denver D is going to be insane this season, right? They just keep adding, right? More speed to that already impressive pass rush. This is what they do. And Jason says too much drama and we need potential starter more than a second backup quarterback. That's the question, right? You got so much talent in Shedeur Sanders, but you have needs still. And when would Shedeur Sanders help your football team? Would it be this year? Well, you got Mac Jones for 2 years. He probably, there's argument he's better than Mac Jones. Mac Jones did go 15 overall, but, I think that's probably one of the things to consider. I am wondering why teams like the Pittsburgh Steelers and some of them haven't went Shedeur Sanders when they really don't have anybody there. So we're getting really close. Tonka Hemingway goes off the board to Las Vegas Raiders. So we got Baltimore, Seattle, and then the San Francisco 49ers will be picking. So the Ravens are on the clock right now. We are just a couple of picks away from the 49ers being able to locate another player. So who's it going to be? I see Atomic is saying, Marcus Bow or Frazier if they go offensive guard. I think those are good possibilities as you're looking for offensive linemen. Breaking 80 says Bow, please. So, that's it. Start filling up the chat with who you guys really want to be this pick. Who do you want the 49ers to be able to grab in this situation? And, Coach Mike with the comment right here, he would sell jerseys when talking about Shedeur Sanders. He would definitely do that. And so, he's got that. Brad Jones says Peebles. I like that, right? Aeneas Peebles at this spot. That'd be crazy. The fact that they would have taken 3 defensive linemen already. And I think that's the question is where do they go when it comes to, offensive line? I think it got brought up in chat pretty well. They still have Joshua Farmer. He's fallen a little bit as people aren't as high on his potential traits. Alec A.O. Maynor is still on the board. If you're looking wide receiver, he's the number 1 wide receiver I have on my board. They met with Chris Paul, right? The linebacker. He's still on the board. Potentially, he could be a pick. Dorian Strong, cornerback, Virginia Tech. There's a lot of solid players in this area. If we're going offensive line, though, for me, it's Cameron Williams. So Tonka Hemingway, Tennessee Titans pick is in, and then we're going to go Seattle. Seattle's on the clock, and then it's going to be potentially the 49ers. It's interesting. I'm looking at Seattle right here, and it says best fit for Seattle. Offensive tackle Logan Brown, offensive tackle Cameron Williams. And that's kind of where we're at right with the 49ers is, one of those guys, as David Campbell says, my gut says A.O. Maynor is next. That would be a solid one. And so I think that A.O. Maynor is definitely on the list. If I was putting together, a three-man list, I think A.O. Maynor would probably be on that list because they do need to address wide receiver. And then also after that, it's got to be like Cameron Williams and Logan Brown and Miles. I just went blank on his name, Miles Frazier. And I think those guys would be potentials as well. But I would not be mad if they went with Aeneas Peebles. That would be so much fun. But a lot of people in chat are saying, hey, this needs to be interior offensive line, please. Himster says interior offensive line. Yeah, I think that's a possibility that interior offensive line is the pick here. We would all be very excited about that as the Tennessee Titans pick is going to be coming in. I'm curious what it is. I'm waiting for the update. If you guys see it before I do. Isaiah Bond, Texas wideout. Is that what the selection was? No, Alec A.O. Maynor just went off the board ahead of the 49ers. So A.O. Maynor gone. So that's not going to happen. So potentially the 49ers miss out on getting Alec A.O. Maynor. And so with that being said, my number one wide receiver left on the board is off the board. And I'm not sure if this is a spot now for wide receiver. So for all of you that really wanted interior offensive line, it might put more of a focus on offensive line because now the top guys on the board are offensive linemen that the 49ers could potentially be interested in. So there's some good ones in this area that they could go with. The Cameron Williams, the Miles Frazier, right? Chase Lunt, he's available. Logan Brown, interior offensive lineman seems to be the most likely right now. And saying that, they will probably choose somebody else. So the Titans actually traded up to get Alec A.O. Maynor. And yeah, I'm sure that broke some people's hearts. John Lynch, maybe. I saw this comment here from Himster. John's heart just broke. There's a possibility. There's a possibility that happened. You jump up there and you get your guy. And we'll see now the Seattle Seahawks just traded out. So the New England Patriots traded up. A lot of the details of these trades, we don't know, but they traded up to get a guy. They traded up in front of the 49ers. And so the 49ers are going to be on the clock. We're waiting to see what the pick is from the Patriots. Their pick is in, and then they're going to be making a move. So New England felt like they needed to jump up ahead of the 49ers potentially. So we'll see what's going on. As 49er gal says, other teams keep trading up in front of us. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, when you know what a team's needs are, they're not real worried about, they're not worried because they know what you need. They're going to jump in front of you and get the guys that you want. Your boy, little Mike says, I like Joshua Farmer too. I like Joshua Farmer as well, especially at pick 138. That would be tremendous value, but that would mean you took 3 defensive tackles already. Is that too rich? Or are you okay with that? I mean, I wouldn't hate it. As we see the trade come through, the Patriots got the 4th round pick, and the Seattle Seahawks got a 5th round pick, pick 144, and a 7th round pick, pick 238. So they didn't move back that far and picked up an extra pick. That's a solid move. And H says, hey, tight end, right? Could this be Jalen Conyers? We've been talking offensive line, but maybe they're looking for a tight end, and that would make a lot of sense. So I don't think that's a bad way to look at it either. Jayway says they need a running back to replace Mason, right? So DJ Giddens, right? He's on the board. We know that he's available. They could go there. I think that they think Isaac Guerrero is a replacement for Mason, and they might not value running back as high right now as they continue to build this team, but I wouldn't put it against them to go ahead and take a guy. Eric Schmidt hoping for an offensive guard. And then George Shuttlewood says, any chance we go DB again? I think there is. You still have Kobe Bryant on the board, and I think he would make a lot of sense as a outside corner. And one of the things about Kobe Bryant that even though he was a kind of a slim 180 pounds, he was one of the best run-stopping corners in the league. He had a very good run grade, a 92 run grade. So very talented. So, yeah, I do think they could go defensive back. I think he's one of those guys. They met with Bilal Cohn. I think he could be another guy they potentially go with. We talked about Tommy Hill earlier. I think he's a possibility. My highest ranked corner is Dorian Strong. He's still on the board as well. So, yeah, they could definitely go cornerback. I think those guys are all potential targets for the 49ers. And Rusty says, we got to remember Mason was undrafted. Draft team believes they can replicate that. Yeah, I think so. I think they do think they could do that. Plus, they got Israel Abanikanda that they picked up last year. I think they're pretty comfortable, with their running back room right now. But you always add, if you can get it, and I think DJ Giddens is a really good player. I do. I just don't know. Like we talked about, they need interior offensive line. They could use a second corner. They could potentially use a pass rush defensive tackle. Joshua Farmer just went off the board. So if they might have thought the 49ers were going to triple up on defensive tackle because Joshua Farmer just went off the board to the New England Patriots, that's a great pick for the Patriots. You're talking about upside, 35-inch arms, lots of length. So that was a solid pick. And I think that they got a good one. And maybe they were afraid the 49ers were going to go Farmer and just continue to add defensive linemen. Crazy. Craig Woodson, I seen David Morazzo said Craig Woodson. Craig Woodson went earlier in the fourth round. And so he's off the board. So we're getting to where almost all of the guys I had rated in the third round are gone. And here we're at the end of the fourth round. So some guys fell. And so this board has been really fun today. It's been all over the place as we just continue to mark those guys off. But the 49ers are up. And I haven't seen the pick is in yet. So we're waiting. Interior offensive lineman is probably the most likely. I think go offensive line, potentially tight end here, maybe with a Jalen Conyers, or a Rondé Gadsden. Those are two guys potentially. So the last two picks, just to get everyone updated, would have been two 49ers potential targets. Number one, Alec Aomaner, as the draft pick is in. And number two, Joshua Farmer. So people knew the 49ers liked Aomaner and liked Joshua Farmer, and they're like, nope. So yeah, the pick is in as soon as I see it. And of course, you guys are probably going to see it before me. I think I'm on like a 17-second delay, something like that from YouTube. So I will try to get it out there in real time. But if you guys see it, I don't care. Put it in there. I'm not one that worries about it being spoiled on day 3. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. But they did make a pick, so it's interesting. And Rusty said, I think New England panicked. We're going to go, we weren't going to go 3 times with that. Maybe. And H is trying to scare us all and said, and it's a kicker. Thanks a lot, H. No kicker. Definitely no kicker. As the 49ers were waiting for this to come through, I'm so curious about what it is. The last pick of the 4th round, the pick is in, and I'm hoping it's an interior offensive lineman. I would have kind of leaned towards Alec Aomaner if he was still on the board, because I know they were looking for that kind of wide receiver. But I am definitely hoping for an interior offensive lineman. But sneakily, I still love me some Kobe Bryant, and I still love me some Aeneas Peebles. If it was either one of them, I wouldn't be upset either. But I'm hoping for offensive line. A guy like Logan Brown would make a lot of sense for them. Miles Frazier. I think there's a lot of talented offensive linemen, and they do have to address interior offensive line. And it's Jordan Watkins, wide receiver, Memphis. So here you go. You're getting a big wide receiver. The 49ers go Jordan Watkins from Memphis, and that's how the 4th round ends. This is going to be fun to talk about. So 5'11 and a half, 196 from Ole Miss. Woo! Okay, so 49ers did go wide receiver. Maybe they were interested in getting Alec Aomaner, and they switched. But how about that? 9 touchdowns in 2024. Had just a great season. 49 catches for 906 yards, 9 touchdowns. Dude was a player last year for Ole Miss and did a pretty good job at playing there with some really talented players. And so the 49ers do go wide receiver. It's not anyone that was big. A lot of people were expecting a big body. I'm curious what everyone's going to say in chat about Jordan Watkins because I think he's an interesting prospect for the 49ers to go with here. I think there was a lot of people that would have been looking at him, higher up on the board. But I want to go through a little bit of a look at Jordan Watkins here. 4.37 guy. So when you're talking speed, this dude can absolutely move. The 9 touchdowns is impressive. 18.5 yards per reception last year in college. The 4.37 40, 36.5-inch vertical leap. 196. So he's not tiny. So we talked about Jacob Cowing last year was really undersized. He's not undersized. 5'11", 196. He can move. And he's got a 10-yard split of 1.53, which is pretty good as well. Fun guy. Pretty good hands. How about this? Quarterback rating when he's targeted, 140.4. 140.4. Like, that is next level right there. He's got the ability to stretch the field. He does an average job blocking, right? This is one of those guys that's a Bo Melton type player. So really fun guy. I think that this dude runs good routes. He's got pretty good hands. He catches the football ideally away from his body. Interesting pick, but 49ers finally go offense. And, right here, Lindog says he's a deep threat to open up the offense. And you need deep threats. And you needed somebody that could help Jawan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall be able to operate underneath. It also helps George Kittle. This is a pick too that I think is probably on Jacob Cowing. You better get it in order, right? I mean, you're getting a guy that's a little bit bigger, a better blocker, still a really good route runner, and as a deep threat. This is a dynamite pick, for the 49ers when you're looking at what they need. They needed a guy to go out there and play. And thanks so much for the super sticker here from Thomas. I really appreciate it. Thomas Brown with the super sticker. I really appreciate it so much. Thank you for giving that. It means a lot. And you've got now a wide receiver for the first time the 49ers go offense. It's been defense. And 138 is not the Deebo Samuel draft pick that you acquired. 146 is, but you're getting a guy now that helps your wide receiver room. So Brandon Ayuk is going to probably be out to start the season a little bit. Now you've got Jordan Watkins that could step in and play X if he can get up to speed. You got Jawan Jennings. You got Ricky Pearsall. You got Jacob Cowing. And you've got Robinson. And Robinson is going to be suspended probably the first 3 games. So it's just like, right here, they needed a game breaker. And I think Jay Way is right. They needed somebody that could press the issue down the field. That was going to make it difficult to pack the box and make it difficult for McCaffrey to run the football. And so now they get that guy that can stretch the field vertically consistently. But he's also a good enough route runner that he can win over the middle of the field. And he's got a pretty good feel for his own. And so there are some things he's going to have to do and develop. But they needed a game breaker, absolutely. And they got a guy with 4.3 speed that can absolutely go down the field and make plays. And you needed to add talent to your wide receiver room. And I think that they've done that, and now the wide receiver room is interesting because we talked about some of the injuries. We know we're going to have Jawan early. We're not going to have Ricky Pearsall early, Jacob Cowing. You got a guy like, Isaiah Higgins that you brought in. You got him. You've got, Russell Gage potentially. But now you've added a explosive playmaker off the outside with Jordan Watkins. I like this pick. The fact he was so productive last year with 9 touchdowns. What did you struggle with last year? A lot of red zone. So you need to get a guy that can make touchdowns, that can make plays, and he's going to be able to do that. And one of the best ways to do that is not even have to worry about being in the red zone, but scoring before you ever even get there. So I like that. And this is an interesting one here from Jason. The last 2 speed guys they drafted never played. Should have went line, in my opinion. And I think that's a valid argument and a valid complaint. So you're right. They went Danny Gray in round 3. Never worked out, right? They drafted Jacob Cowing. So far, return has been very minimal. And I think there's a lot of concern about, what he's going to provide this offense. Right now, he handles punt return, kick return, mainly punt return. But I think there's credence to that, right? They should have went interior offensive line. The thing is, as Cam Jackson just went to the Carolina Panthers, the 49ers are going to pick again here in a second. And there were still multiple offensive linemen on the board they liked. So maybe they were afraid of missing out on their guy, and they feel like they could still go interior offensive lineman at 140. I'm sorry. I think it's 146. I just went blank on where they're picking, and I haven't forgot at all the entire time. But all of a sudden, I got into this conversation and forgot. They pick again at 147. So that's where they're going to be. I didn't think it was 147. Did they trade? Did I miss a trade for the 49ers trade back? I think I missed something there. So we'll have to see what happened there, because I thought they picked 146. So let me know if you guys see anything in the chat or on TV that I missed. But they're coming up here in a second. And I think maybe 147 was the trade they got for Debo. It's been a long weekend. And then they got 160 they got for Jordan Mason. So yeah, 147, 160. They got picks coming up. They can go offensive line. So the first two picks of the 5th round are Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins, the defensive lineman from Georgia. And then you got Cam Jackson from Carolina. Baltimore's pick is in. Then you're going Minnesota. Minnesota could go offensive line, of course. But I think there's still a lot of really good names on the board. So, and Atomic says, don't forget, Hurd and Pettis too. When it comes to wide receivers, yeah, they've missed on some. I will say this about Hurd. Hurd was a miss because of injury. Hurd was not a miss because of talent. And that is something that, stinks. When it came to Pettis, it didn't work out, right? He just didn't play well. But Hurd, it was the injuries. I think everyone believes he could have been a really good football player if that wouldn't happen. Yeah, Rusty, I think it's just because they got that pick for Debo that they're showing trade. So I think that's what it is. I think I missed it, but and here's another interesting topic from Jay Diggs. Says, thank you. Why go speed guy if Purdy won't have the time to get it there? We got to go O-line. Then please get Sanders to back up Purdy. Mac is not the move. And so it all depends on how these next several picks go. If you got your wide receiver and the next several picks go and all those offensive linemen are still on the board, no harm, no foul. And maybe they knew that, right? Maybe they wanted Alec Ayomainer and he went. And so they had to go to, number 2, and they didn't want to miss out on getting Jordan Watkins. And when you don't want to miss out on getting someone, sometimes you'll draft them a little early, but that's the exact spot, right, where they were willing to go Jacob Cowing last year. And so they did that. And here we go from J-Way. We needed someone that could be a constant threat to keep opposing safeties honest. That is 100% accurate. You do need somebody, that can do that. You need somebody that can stretch the field vertically. It's a big part of Kyle Shanahan's offense is to get somebody that can stretch it vertically. As Carson Benson goes off the board, the tackle from Alabama A&M, interesting prospect. He goes to the Baltimore Ravens. I think that's a good pick. Is you just got to make sure you're finding guys with extreme talent. And thank you so much, Jason. Jason says, thank you for holding it down on day 3 and loving all this. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun too. And I got to say, the comments in the chat have been next level today. Just the questions, the comments, it has been phenomenal. A really good insight from everybody that's in chat. You guys are doing fantastic. So I'm enjoying it because I think that it keeps it going. And Austin Prep says Sam Howell traded to Vikings. So that's interesting. I had heard they were going to trade him. So the Vikings potentially get their backup for J.J. McCarthy and Sam Howell. I think that's a pretty good one for them. I think that's a great selection as the Seattle Seahawks pick is in. So we'll see what that ends up being. And we'll see what's going on here. Rusty says, you're right. The Vikings move. We gave up a 6 this year and a 6 next year. Okay. So we're getting on it. Thanks, Rusty, for getting into that and looking things up. I really appreciate it. Nick says it's always been 147. Yeah, it's 147. 147 came in the Deebo Samuel trade. Yeah, so that was me. I messed up. I kept thinking 146, so you are correct. And then 160 came in the Jordan Mason trade, where we flipped picks with the Minnesota Vikings. So that is true. And that's the thing right now is are there going to be other deals as we see the Vikings making a trade for a backup quarterback? Are there going to be other deals that come up as this thing goes? Now we got 2 offensive type fits that are coming up where the 49ers could lose potential targets, actually 3 in a row here. So the Seattle Seahawks, the Miami Dolphins, and the Seattle Seahawks, again, all play similar offenses. So guys that are going to be players they're looking for, especially Seattle, could be offensive linemen like Logan Brown or Cameron Williams. So if you're looking to get those type of guys, they could be going off the board in the next couple of picks. So we'll keep an eye on it, because right now, right, the conversation in chat has been pretty significant to the fact of, hey, why did we take the wide receiver right now when we could have easily have taken an offensive lineman? And I think that's, there's legitimacy to that. So something to remember. Seattle's pick is about to be announced, and then we'll see where they go. And they go Riley Mills, defensive lineman, Notre Dame. So it wasn't a guy the 49ers were targeting, so that pick works out. They got to make it through a few more guys potentially to get one of those offensive linemen we're looking for. And now we're getting closer and closer to that pick, right? So they're at pick 143. Miami Dolphins are on the clock, and the 49ers are going to pick at 147. What position are they going? Are we all dead set that the 49ers are going interior offensive line? I think that now they went wide receiver. Wide receiver is now off the board. There's no reason for the 49ers to go wide receiver at all. I do believe interior offensive line now feels like the biggest need with cornerback. And so we've talked extensively about the offensive linemen that are on the board that are still available. But cornerback, we haven't spent as much time on. Dorian Strong, right? Big corner out of Virginia Tech, a very good zone corner. He's available. I think he's a potential target. Denzel Burke, cornerback from Ohio State, possibility. Zy Alexander, cornerback, he's a possibility. Kobe Bryant, they met with him. They had a 30 visit with him. He's still available. I brought him up earlier because his run grade is so significant. A 92 run grade, even though he's 180 pounds, could be a boundary corner. It just is a question marks about, his overall size. So Tommy says, could they take free safety? They could take free safety. There's always a possibility. When you look at the safeties that are kind of in this range, Jalen Reed, the safety from Penn State, he is still available. RJ Mickens out of Clemson, he's available. So those would be the top 2 safeties. I don't know. Atomic right here is all over it. Says, have to get an O-lineman this round. And I think that we're all screaming for it. Jordan Phillips, defensive tackle from Maryland, just went off the board. So this was another guy, right, that was kind of in that CJ West, Alfred Collins mold. This was a less productive CJ West. So a good spot for him to be able to go, is I'm going to have to mark him off my board as well. But yeah, I think that offensive line makes the most sense. But so far, the 49ers have not addressed O-line. And maybe they're going to. Maybe they're finally going to address offensive line, and we're going to get that guy. Could it be one of those guys we've already talked about, a Jackson Slater? Would he make sense? Could they go Jack Nelson and make my heart flutter because of, the abilities that I believe he has to play interior offensive line? I think so. I think it's a possibility. So let's see what else we got here. Cleveland just jumped up to 144, right? I thought so. Seattle was supposed to pick. So Cleveland just jumped up. So it's going to go Cleveland, Philadelphia, and Cleveland does run a similar offense. And David with the super chat. Thanks so much, David. Says, how about tackle Cameron Williams, Texas next? Yes, I would love this pick. In fact, looking at my board right now, I believe I have him ranked as the number 1 offensive lineman on my board. I do. I think Cameron Williams was an into the third round pick. I think the 49ers could definitely go that way. I think he's got upside to play guard in the NFL and eventually could play tackle. I do think he's still got some tackle upside. He's just got some things he needs to work on. He's a little bit of a waist bender. You don't see as much of, the lateral quickness that you love for a tackle. But I think at guard, he could make a lot of sense with that anchor that he's got to be able to hold up against those big defensive tackles. That'd be a lot of fun watching him practice against Alfred Collins every day, right? So I do think he's a possibility. He played in the zone scheme. He operates pretty well in space. He can block on the second level. I think Cameron Williams would be a good one. I think that's a good one, David. Thanks for the super chat. Cameron Williams would be a fun target. So Dolphins took Jordan Phillips. That was a good pick for them. And what's up to Jess in the chat? How's it going? I hope you're having a good time today. Jess in the chat again says, hey, TCC. Good to see you, Jess. So the 49ers got so much stuff going on with potential picks, and there's so many good players available. It's fun. It's fun to see what people are saying. I love this from Terry. Shake my head. Who makes our picks? I don't mind who they pick, but they belong in the 7th round. This is why I picked your comment, Terry. And you know, it's how we feel when we see somebody potentially overdrafted. Is everyone's board is so crazy that the consensus boards for, like, you know, a lot of the big mock draft simulators, or even for like ESPN or NFL Network, there's always players that some guys have like ranked 4th round and some guys ranked 7th round. When you get to day 3, it's all over the place. And it's so crazy because you're right. When you look at the guys the 49ers have drafted, and Upton Stout, right, probably could have been it looks like he could have been a 5th round pick, or a Nick Martin, or now Jordan Watkins. You're like, wow, these guys could have been, you know, somebody else. I get it, but let's see what happens. And the 49ers board has always been a little bit different. And I seen in chat, the pick is in, and I seen this in chat. Brad Jones says Browns taking Sanders. Let's see, you know, are they finally going to take Sanders? I'm not like watching, you know, I'm watching like the TV, but I also have like the live, you know, up-to-date thing, so I could try to keep up because the TV's always behind usually. So if they're talking about it being Sanders, that would be interesting. You know, and Jay-Way says this. They've upgraded on every position. They've lost on defense, definitely. Yeah, they've been going with that. You know, and I think it's always interesting when you're evaluating picks as they happen. And a lot of times I'll say, hey, I like this pick. And it's because I like the player. I really can't take too much consideration into where they pick them, because it will. And, you know, that got said in chat. It will take a little bit of time to see how these players work out. And so I think it's interesting, you know, how we feel after these picks. And I get it. You know, like, you're like, hey, man, we took these guys early. We could have got somebody else. So I do think it's interesting. And Jay Ellie says Jared Ivey. That'd be a fun pick. You know what I mean? That would be a really fun pick if the 49ers went with Jared Ivey. It's fun. And I love this from Peanut Jeff. What's up, Peanut Jeff? Says day 3 is when you have to trust your scouting department and remember they have been watching these players for years, and this is their job. And the thing about our scouting department in San Francisco, they have been phenomenal, especially in this range, right? You're talking about those guys in the 5th round, you know, Trey Greenlaw, Diameter Lenore, Talanoa Hufanga. They have just been hitting. DJ Reed. You just trust them. So it's really a lot of fun. And Shedeur Sanders does go. Brad was so right in chat. Shedeur Sanders goes off, and Jason said, Browns on Hard Knocks. Let's go. And it got to the point where the value of the player was just too much. And yeah, we got some good comments coming through right now. It's yeah, like this draft grades before seeing them in your system is diabolical from Himstifer. You're right. It is. So Shedeur Sanders saga is over. He's off the board. He is a 5th round pick. How about that? I don't think anyone foreseen this happening per se. But there you go. I mean, now he's off the board. And the 49ers, now we can turn our full attention to the 49ers because they are 2 picks away. The Philadelphia Eagles are going to pick, and then the New England Patriots. And guys, as of right now, all those offensive linemen we talked about are still available. So we questioned going wide receiver, right? A lot of people didn't like the fact the 49ers went Jordan Watkins, wide receiver from Ole Miss, at pick 138. We need interior offensive line. But now you look, and the interior offensive line is still the same. And I love the comments that are coming through. I like this one from JD. I got to put it up. He says, oh, okay, thank God it's over with. Right? Because if you guys are watching, I don't know how it is because I don't have the volume up. You guys are probably hearing a ton about Shedeur Sanders, like all throughout the draft. So yeah, it's interesting. So offensive line is probably going to be the pick, and they were able to wait. And you know what, Luke Luna, you are spot on. The Cleveland Browns took Dylan Gabriel already earlier. So they have taken Dylan Gabriel and they've taken Shedeur Sanders. Yeah, and they got what? Deshaun Watson's going to be out for the year. This is going to be crazy. Anthony says, hey, let's draft a center. That's the Achilles heel to us. Good. Jordan Monheim, right? If you're going to draft a center, Marcus Bow, he would translate from tackle. If you want a pure center, you're looking towards Monheim. You could also go Jackson Slater. I think that he would be another guard fit. The Philadelphia Eagles just went Mac McWilliams, cornerback, UCF. Pretty good prospect, good spot for him to go. So 49ers are getting really close, and all those guys are still available. And now that we think Kyle has stepped in, and I've seen Jake Majors come in the chat, the center from Texas, Eric Schmidt said Jake Majors. That's another good one. Now that Kyle Shanahan has went wide receiver, do we think Kyle Shanahan looks and says, you know what, we need a running back? I'm just going to throw that out there just in case. But I'm hoping for offensive line. You know, I'm hoping for offensive line to come off the board. There's still some really talented guys that are available. You know, I mean, guys that they were high on. There's still defensive tackle Aeneas Peebles. There's still the cornerbacks. All the cornerbacks we've talked about are still available. Offensive line seems to be the position that I think everyone, the consensus in chat wants. Once the Patriots make their pick, and they're still on the clock right now, then the 49ers will go in there, you know, and I think when you're looking at needs, it has to be O-line first. And then after that, you know, probably cornerback or tight end. This could be a tight end pick. I don't want to ignore tight end either, because you do need to move tight end. And thank you so much for subscribing. I really appreciate it. That's huge. And yeah, if you guys subscribe, you know, I really appreciate all the subscriptions I've got this weekend. It means a lot. It doesn't cost you anything, but it goes a long way to helping the channel. And everyone has been so great today. This has been a fun one. And Mr. Jit says, hey, is Giddens gone? No, he's still available. So there are guys still out there. And Peanut Jeff says, this is a spot for O-line. If we're going to take one in the draft, Logan Brown is my choice. And Logan Brown would be a good choice. He would be a very solid choice. Played with Dominic Pooney last year. Was very solid at right tackle. He has the potential to move inside. So this is a guy that's versatile. If you just want to swing tackle, Logan Brown can do that. If you want a guy that can potentially move into interior offensive line and start at guard, he can do that as well. So yeah, I mean, this is from Jed York. If a future Hall of Fame running back likes you, seems good enough for me. There you go. And Luke Luna saying, hey, thankfully it's over. Everyone's happy about that being gone. I am excited that we can move through the draft and kind of just keep moving through this thing and get to the 49ers picks. We have pick 147. The pick is in for New England. The 49ers are now on the clock. Pick 147. Thanks for the subscription, Chris. I really appreciate it. And you're going to have pick 160, which is the draft swap that you got for Jordan Mason. So 49ers have, two picks here in the next 13. They're going to need to grab a couple of guys. I think interior offensive line has to be one of those. I would say cornerback could be one of those targets they potentially go with, but also tight end. So it's interesting now that we've gotten to this area where we've got 2 picks and we've got 3 potential needs. Which one can you wait to 227? And I don't think you can wait on offensive line. As Himsifer says, hey, hit the like button. And I appreciate that. Everyone hit the like button. Goes a long way to help with the algorithm as well. Braden Swinson, the edge rusher, goes to the New England Patriots. And so I think that we finally get Braden Swinson off the board. And now the 49ers are on the clock. Everyone fill up chat with who you think it's going to be. We're seeing Conyers. We're seeing Giddens. We're seeing, guys in there. So Braden Swinson goes off. And now the 49ers didn't lose not one single target on the offensive line that they were probably considering. So it seems like they made the right choice. If they go offensive line here, they made the right choice. Now, some guys that are outliers still on the board, a guy like Chris Paul Jr., would they double up at linebacker? He's still on the board. I'm so curious. Thanks for the super chat. The subscription. We just keep getting subscriptions in here. You guys get to see Kittle spikes when you see it. So it's great. So thanks so much for the subscription. I really appreciate it. So, here we go. 49ers. The pick is in. So they're making a selection. And, so, we're getting Jed said, if a future Hall of Fame running back likes you, seems good enough for me. So is it going to be running back? That is very interesting. I'm curious to see what it's going to be. I love all the comments. And then Anthony comes through with, hey, get a 6th rounder, trade back. If someone was willing to come up, you could have traded back. You did not. You're picking in front of the Rams here. You've got potential best fits for the 49ers, according to CBS, being Jared Ivey, the edge from Ole Miss, Logan Brown, offensive tackle out of Kansas, and Cameron Williams, offensive tackle, Texas. And these are all guys that we have been talking about. And 49ers gal is probably spot on. It will probably be somebody no one mentioned. That's it. The way the 49ers draft, it's just, whatever they like at the time. And I think their draft board probably looks way different than everybody else's. And they get Jordan James, running back, Oregon. So they did go running back, and they get running back Jordan James. So Kyle Shanahan goes wide receiver. Now he goes running back. Jed York gives it away. And Jordan James was somebody that I had heard people talking about pretty extensively recently, and they were huge fans of him and thought that he could be a dynamite player, the running back out of Oregon. And he's got great vision and he's got great feel. And I think that's one of the keys to getting, a solid running back. And I'm going to bring up my profile on Jordan James because he's 5'10", 205 from Oregon. He ran a 4.55 40, so you're not getting a speed burner. And thanks so much, Coach Ralph, for becoming a new member. Really appreciate that. So Jordan James is not going to be a burner, but he is a guy that reads the holes well. So he had 1,267 yards last year running for the Oregon Ducks, a 5.4 average yards per carry. He had 15 rushing TDs playing for Oregon last year, 26 catches for 209 yards, showing that he has the ability to catch the ball in the backfield. He's just 21 years old, 4.55. Nothing when you're talking about athletic profile is going to impress you. His vertical was only 32. His arm length's only 23. His broad jump was only 117. His 10-yard split's only 162. This is a complete film pick. And that's what I like about it. You're talking about a dude that runs the ball well. He has a 92% run grade, which is phenomenal. And so he's got to get better in a lot of categories, pass blocking being one of those. So this is a guy that they're going to have to work with. But they are adding to the running back room with a guy that can break tackles, who has pretty good vision. Now, I think that there were guys that that other people liked better, right? That are on the board when it comes to running back. But the 49ers go with the running back here with Jordan James. And I get that we don't enjoy where you're getting running back in the draft. I was one of the firm ones that said it couldn't be before day 3, and I probably wouldn't even draft one. But if you're going to draft one, this is kind of the range you do it. Now, you need interior offensive line. You need a move tight end. There are still a lot of needs for this 49ers team. So if you are disappointed that they drafted him in this spot, I think you are valid. Now we've got to hope that they, take care of one of those situations at 160. 160 is going to be coming up. So, I think that he is fun, and we got this. Christopher Wong, this is a great point. Gore ran a 4.67. That's plenty fast. It's not so much speed as it is feel when you're playing in the outside zone. So you want to be able to press it really hard, and speed helps you with that. 4.57 is plenty fast enough to press it, right? Jordan Mason wasn't extremely fast, but to be able to press it to the outside and put fear into those guys, so that way they will, the flow will overcommit, and then you can potentially cut back, or if they stay behind the ball, you can get ahead of them. So he's definitely got enough speed. It's not the speed that's going to be a problem. This guy has what looks like exceptional burst when he locates a hole. So when I was watching him, it was he's running, and then when he locates the hole, he explodes through it. That's one thing that I'm sure they really like about Jordan James is the ability to explode through the hole, which allows him to make something out of nothing. He's a guy that breaks tackles and can make what looks like a negative play, it looks like you're cut off, turn into a positive play. So those are some of the elements I like. So I want to say this to people. I know we don't like running back at this pick, but we do like the running back, right? He's a good player. And I think that's something to remember when we're talking about this is he makes plays. Also, we have been talking about getting players that are going to help us in the red zone. That is something he does. He plays very physical. He's able to fall forward and make plays, and he is elite when it comes to red zone. 31 career touchdowns in the red zone because of his instincts and his ability to find creases. So you see the value that they're looking for when you're talking about a running back. So I understand if you are disappointed that they went running back with this pick, and thanks so much for the subscription, Drew. But I think we got to like the running back. And that's where I'm sitting. Did I have Jordan James in this spot? I did not. Did I want them to go running back this high? I did not. But I do get the player. And I get that there's going to be a lot of people disappointed with this. And, and JD says, hey, TDP. And the only thing I could say that's better about this was a 5th round pick and not a 3rd round pick. So the 49ers waited and then got their guy later on. And, Rusty says, at this point, I got to think O-line is going to be snatched up in free agency when we don't have to pay compensation picks. Yeah, maybe they're going to wait. They have talked about not being done as Jaden Blue just went to the Dallas Cowboys. So there is potential they could still address some guys. And, Jay Way is saying, hey, now they got to add a center and a right tackle. I think they still have to add move tight end as well. So you're getting to the point now, right, where they still have needs they got to address. And, Mr. Chit has a good question here. What is going to be his role in the offense early on? Well, I think that early on, he's going to have to battle to get playing time because one of the things the 49ers definitely always have to have is a guy that can pass block. So right now, he's got to get better at it. Jordan James, and what's interesting, the 49ers went Jordan Watkins, Jordan James. The Jordans are definitely making their way onto the 49ers team, but he's got to get better at pass blocking if he's going to be a 3-down running back. You've got Christian McCaffrey. You've got Isaac Guerendo. I think you're feeling comfortable with it, with them. But Guerendo is, even though he's got the explosive speed and has that ability to be a game breaker, his vision is still developing. He's still developing a feel for playing in the 49ers scheme. So Jordan James, that's not what his issue is. He's got great vision. He just doesn't have the home run shot ability when it comes to getting touchdowns. But I think he could be a part of this rotation, and he helps insulate the running back room in case you have an injury to one of your top guys, whether that's Guerendo or to Christian McCaffrey. And then after that, you've got Patrick Taylor, who's a good special teamer and also a support, and you got Israel Bandicanda. So you got a really good stout running back room. I don't know how much he plays early. I'm guessing they get him in part of the rotation, but 49ers normally carry 3 running backs as far as on their game day roster. So one of these guys is going to be inactive. It's going to be a battle to see who makes it up there. David Morazzo says Dane Brugler loves Jordan James. And there was a lot of guys. I know Field Yates ended up liking him. I heard Todd McShay talk about him a little bit. So there were guys who were definitely in on Jordan James. And just like with all guys, the testing and stuff like that, there's some weaknesses. I will say this about Jordan James, because I've seen, people talking about Trey Sermon in the chat. I will say this. I was not a Trey Sermon fan the time he was drafted in Ohio State. I didn't think he was a fit at all. I believe Jordan James is more of a fit than Trey Sermon. So with that being said, I will say he is a scheme fit. And I think that should help. But yeah, I think a lot of people are disappointed the 49ers have an interior offensive line. And, this is one of those things that, I talked about with some of the people at the draft party is, as Jason Marshall just went to the Miami Dolphins, the cornerback from Florida. the 49ers are a lot higher on their offensive line than I think pretty much anybody else. And so we were kind of coming to grips with the fact that this is the way they see it. And they've continued to prove that in this draft. They just have not been willing to go offensive line early on. And that is frustrating because we all know that there's a need at left guard. And do we think that Ben Barch is the solid guard at starter? That I don't know. So this is just an interesting dynamic to the 49ers, the way they build the team, that they feel like their offensive line is just good enough the way it is and haven't been willing to address it. And maybe they still think they can get a guy at 160 or potentially in the 7th round. I don't think they can get a 7th round offensive lineman. This is just, being honest, that can make this football team, because I think you have a lot of guys that would beat out that 7th round offensive lineman. So I think if it doesn't happen in this next pick at 160, the guy they get is more developmental, who might end up being on the practice squad. So we are, 9 picks away, as the Colts pick just came in, from the 49ers making a decision here. And will it be offensive line? I think it's interesting. It's going to be crazy. A lot of people very upset in the chat. I think, I think it's interesting. We got this from Atomic. We did need a running back. Just want to feel better about O-line first. And I think that's kind of the consensus in chat right now, as everyone's been talking about that. And, is the fact that, we needed a running back at some point. I was the one that said, hey, undrafted free agent guy. So Mark says, how can you watch the tape and defend Brendel? Serious question. What are they seeing if they think he's good? Once in a while, he gets to the second level. Okay. And this is a fair criticism of, I think everyone watches Jake Brendel and sees the problems that he has. The anchor's not there, right? He gives up push. When he has somebody over him, it's a struggle for him. And that is something that definitely befalls Jake Brendel. He does get to the second level consistently. He does not hold those blocks. I think where they're seeing his value is the fact that he can call the offensive line calls pretty well. But we all know this should be an upgrade at some point. They've got to find an upgrade at center at some point that's going to help. And right now they just, I honestly didn't expect them to address center yet. That's just not what they do. And this is not what, like I said, this isn't what I would do. This isn't what a lot of people would do, but this is what they do. I think it's a valid criticism. They like Jake Brendel probably more than anyone. And I think that he has some valid concerns. So, it's interesting. So it's, 406 to Rice says we still got a lot of good O-linemen left. There is. DJ Giddens just went. So this is one that I think, people were kind of expecting DJ Giddens, Jaden Blue to be the pick. But there's still a lot of O-linemen left. When we were looking at our board just a second ago, there were all those guys we were talking about were still available. Cameron Williams, Miles Frazier, and maybe that's what the 49ers are looking at. Hey, all these guys are still available. We can get them at 160. Chase Lunt still on the board. Logan Brown. None of those guys have been taken. And so you have the potential to wait a little bit. Now they have to do it at 160 if they're going to do it, because how many of those guys do we think are going to make it to 227? Or are they going to be willing to make a trade up, and maybe they don't want to make 2 picks at the end of the draft. Maybe they want to use those, kind of put those together with 227 and move up and take another player. That's something that they could do as well. And David Campbell says, Jed's tweet game is his shtick during the draft. It is. He kind of gives things away a little bit on what they're going to do. So we're at pick 152. Shamar James, the linebacker from Florida, just went off the board to the Dallas Cowboys. And so we're inching closer to the 49ers making their pick. They're about 7 picks away. It's interesting, that I have grades on this as I'm tracking, and CBS gave the Jordan James pick a C-. So they're having a lot of problems with him being a low-level athlete, and they're worried about him not having natural elusiveness, which was something that people talked about with Jordan Mason. Now, the difference was Jordan James is a 5th-round pick, and Jordan Mason was undrafted free agent. But just keeping those things into categories. So updated a little bit. The Rams went with Ty Hamilton, the defensive lineman, Ohio State. Very good pick. I like that one. Jadon Blue went to the Dallas Cowboys at pick 149. Jason Marshall, the cornerback from Florida, goes to the Miami Dolphins at 150. DJ Giddens to the Indianapolis Colts at 151. Shamar James, linebacker, Florida, to the Dallas Cowboys at 152. So we got the Cincinnati Bengals, whose pick is in, then the New York Giants, Miami Dolphins, Steelers, Buccaneers, Chargers, Packers, and then the 49ers. And then 49ers go on a little bit of a hiatus where they wait and see what's going on. So, yeah, pretty good so far. This draft has been going okay. I think the last, whatever we have to say about the 49ers, the last couple of picks have definitely been interesting. But I think that's been kind of a theory and kind of the method of the 49ers madness in this draft. I think Nick Martin yesterday, pick 75, was a little interesting, caught people off guard earlier than people expected. Upton Stout at 100. That surprised people a little bit. CJ West surprised me, not because of the player, because of the fact they doubled up at one tech. But we love that pick. But then after that, I think it got surprising again. You got Jordan Watkins, wide receiver out of Ole Miss. And I think a lot of people were looking other directions. And then really surprising with Jordan James, running back. It wasn't surprising that running back finally went, because I did kind of say, hey, this might be a Kyle Shanahan. He did wide receiver, now running back. But I think the running back that it was, you know what I mean? I think that's something to remember as well. And, we got in the chat, here we go. Cognizant says, trade up for Logan Brown. The question is, do they need to trade up? Miami is picking at 155. Jalen Rivers, the interior offensive lineman from Miami, just went off the board. And so, you could, right? New York Giants, they need offensive line. Dolphins could go there. You might need to trade up. Potentially Green Bay, they could use an offensive lineman. They might want Logan Brown. So, would you go up and get him? Maybe, potentially. And, that's something to consider now. I don't know if they're going to do it. What's up to Spiting Danger in the house? Spiting Danger, one of the greats. Running back Jordan James really reminds me of Jordan Mason. His play looks like 49ers bread and butter plays. Finger red number 1. So, yeah, I think that he's got a lot of good play. I think he's a good running back. And, Atomic says he's a Niner fan, or he's a Niner now, so we support him. And we do. And that's the thing. It's, right, we don't hold it against the player. It's not his fault that he was drafted there. But with every pick, right, you're going to have either people love it or people have criticism of it, and both are valid because everyone has different evaluations of these players. And I think more so people have more of a problem with it being a running back than it being this running back. And I think that's something to remember, and it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be interesting when we get out to camp and see how he matches up and competes against the guys they already have in the room. Because there's some very talented guys in that running back room still. So the New York Giants pick is in. We're just waiting to hear what the announcement is, and then we'll be able to get right to it. As we just got a super chat come in, so I appreciate that. Monkey Boy, how's it going, Monkey Boy? Says, I absolutely love the picks to help rebuild the defense, but I really want to see what Purdy can do behind a top 15 O-line. Running back was not really a need, but Kyle gonna Kyle. Keep up the great work, and you know what? It's funny because at some point you knew they were going to go offensive at some point. It was just, what was it going to be? Marcus Bow just went off the board to the New York Giants at pick 154. So he would have been somebody the 49ers would have been interested in. Sorry, I had to say that. But yes, I get it. The offensive line does need to get better. I advocated for O-line in round 2. I wanted Arianti Ursary. I thought that he would have been a dynamite selection who could have played left guard and eventually took over one of the tackle positions. The 49ers did not do that, did not value that. And they got a really good player in Alfred Collins. I'm not going to hate on Alfred Collins. I think that was a dynamite pick. But we have been starting to say O-line. And, it's interesting is that the run on O-line could be happening right now. Miami Dolphins could go O-line next. And thank you so much, Monkey Boy, for the super chat. It's great. And Kyle is going to Kyle. And they feel like they always add running back almost every single year. And if this is the point where there's a run on O-line, then the 49ers, who are they going to have left to get? We still got, right as of right now, Logan Brown is still on the board, right? So Marcus Bow goes, Logan Brown's still on the board. He's probably the number one guy that most people are talking about right now, potentially. Miles Frazier, he's available. He's a guard prospect. Chase Lunt, I have him as an offensive tackle prospect. I think, he would be a good selection as well. He's available. Those are kind of the guys that I see in this range. It doesn't mean those will be the guys, though, because the 49ers have been picking, kind of all over the place, right? So Bryce Cable, offensive guard there. He's a potential, target for the 49ers. They could go Jackson Slater. I think that would make a lot of people excited as well. And then, of course, we still have my center prospect in Jonah Monheim, who they also met with. So he could be a potential player that they go with. They could still go tight end. Now, that's a question I would love for people in the chat to be able to talk about is, would you rather go offensive line or would you rather go tight end with a guy like Jalen Conyers? Because offensive line, there are several guys. Even in chat, I seen Cam Williams come up. He's got there Jack Nelson, Ajani Cornelius, or Ajani Cornelius. Those guys are still available. Like, offensive line in this range is pretty stacked and loaded. And there are still a lot of talent, but my top two offensive linemen on the board are Cameron Williams. I had him ranked as the end of the third round, and Miles Frazier, who I had ranked right behind him. So those are some guys that I think are still available. And most people in chat are saying, hey, we want O-line, O-line over tight end from Mark here. Lots of O-lines from Jason O-line, Atomic O-line, David Morazzo O-line. It's a consensus in the chat that we want O-line over Jalen Conyers. So it's just who's it going to be, and I think the 49ers do need to address offensive line. I just am not guaranteed they're going to do it at this point. The Dolphins pick is in, and then Pittsburgh will be on the clock, and then we'll go Tampa, the Chargers, Green Bay. So even the way it looks right now, the Dolphins pick is in, the Chiefs are on the clock. Even the way it looks right now, the 49ers are going to have a really good offensive lineman available. So that's something to remember. Randy Taylor says O-line. Luke says, I said running back, tight end, O-line. Maybe they flipped the last two. Yeah. The question is, right at 227, which tight end could you get, right? I think that is the biggest question mark, is who's going to be there at tight end later? Do we think that a guy like Jalen Conyers or a Rondé Gadsden are going to fall? Maybe one of those guys would fall, and you could go ahead and wait on tight end. Right now, tight end hasn't exactly been moving off the board very fast. Those to me are some fifth-round guys that are available. Other tight ends like Jackson Hawes, we know that they were high on Jackson Hawes. Could they wait until 227 for Jackson Hawes potentially? Yeah, I think that there's a possibility that they could. So I think that there's still a good chance that they could wait on tight end. So, yeah, offensive line seems to be the best, potential. Another guy to throw in there, O-line wise, while I'm looking at my board, is Luke Condra as well from Cincinnati. I did a pretty big breakdown of him, and he's still available as well. So I'm going through and I'm kind of noticing that there's some guys all throughout this that I have ranked that I haven't marked off yet because they were like a little bit later in the draft. So I'm trying to do some of that along the way. But you still have Jalen Conyers. You still have Benjamin Urasek. Those guys are still available too. You could go later in the draft. So, yeah, tight end doesn't seem like the most logical. Pretty much everyone in chat is saying O-line. So, I think that's where we'll keep our focus at, looking at O-line. So then the question is, which one do you prefer? I've seen some Cameron Williams in the chat. I've seen, Logan Brown a lot. And what kind of player are we looking for? Are we looking for an interior offensive line / tackle guy, or are we looking for a guy that's just a plug-and-play interior lineman? Are we looking for a Miles Frazier or a Jackson Slater, interior guys, or do we want a guy that has some versatility? I think that is the question. Kansas City did trade up, and their pick is in. So it's Kansas City jumped up in front of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. They went wide receiver earlier. They might go interior offensive lineman. They could take Miles Frazier. They could go Miles Frazier right now and kind of jump over the 49ers and get a guy, but they go Jeffrey Bossa, linebacker from Oregon. So Jeffrey Bossa goes off the board, and we know that Jeffrey Bossa was on a lot of people's boards. A lot of people huge fans of Jeffrey Bossa, and he goes off the board to the Kansas City Chiefs. So the Chiefs doing a pretty good job, kind of nailing their guys and getting the guys they needed to get. 49ers went linebacker early, so it doesn't mean they would have been interested in him, but it was somebody that the 49er fans talked a lot about, and content creators, we all talked about Jeffrey Bossa a ton throughout the process. And what's up to my guy, Josh? What's up, Josh? How you doing? Josh in the chat. So we're getting to the point now. Let's see where we're at. Tampa Bay's pick is in. So Chargers are on the clock. Then we're going to have Green Bay and the 49ers. So it's almost there. And I would have to say, besides Marcus Bowe going off, the 49ers offensive line targets are all still there. And we've been talking about this since 113. So they're playing the board well when it comes to that. So maybe they were right. We talked about it when they took Watkins. Hey, that's interesting. Like, why did they go wide receiver here? They could have went offensive line, and it worked out. But then they took Jordan James, and it's like, wait, you should have went offensive line. Could it work out where they push back? I think that would be interesting. And so, Josh says, Zaw Frazier get drafted yet? No, Zaw Frazier has not got drafted yet. David Morazzo says, hey, tons of offensive linemen still available. And they could have gotten, they still could, as Elijah Roberts goes to Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So that was somebody that the 49ers had met with a lot, was Elijah Roberts. So another defensive lineman goes off the board. He was somebody that I was a fan of as well. And, I think he made a lot of sense at this position. I had a 5th round grade on him. So good spot for him to go. Elijah Roberts goes off the board, but that doesn't hurt the 49ers when they're looking offensive line. And, Mr. Chit says, best tackle available or left. I think it's Cameron Williams. I think he's the best tackle available. Maybe Logan Brown after that. Pure tackles. I think those are probably the guys that are available about it. So we had this right here. Leonardo Cruz says, had to bounce from the last channel I was watching. All 4 won't stop crying and complaining. Too negative. There's no real reason to be negative, right? You take into account where the player was picked. You can disagree with it, but most of the players, even though you don't maybe like where they're picked, I like the player, right? Jordan James is a very solid player. And I think that's one thing to remember is that you're getting solid players. And these are 49er fits. These are guys that fit the scheme. This is what it was going to be. I said when I first came on today, there's going to be players that come from all over the place. Wherever you have them ranked, players are going to be for wherever, right? You had Ruben Hippolyte go earlier. This dude was like a 7th round pick for most, or undrafted free agent. He goes in the 4th round because of his athletic skills. I don't have a problem with it. I think it's a lot of fun. I always look at it and say, you know what? Where are guys going to end up? And the thing is 2 to 3 years from now, that's when we're going to find out when these picks are really good. So yeah, it's fun. I love the draft for that reason. And Josh says, love the draft so far. Defense. It had to be a focus. To go defense and make sure you get those guys. So the Chargers pick is in. Green Bay is on the clock, and the 49ers are up next. So right now, it says the Chargers' best fits are Jared Ivey, Bilal Cohn, who was a 49ers 30 visit, Miles Frazier, another 49ers 30 visit. So we do have some guys there. You could potentially, Green Bay Packers could potentially go with a 49ers offensive lineman as well. But there's still going to be a very good possible player that's going to be available there. So I think that offensive line seems to be the most logical. And so I'm kind of leaning towards it being an offensive lineman. And I would really like to get, I think I would really like to get like a Cameron Williams. And the funny thing is, right, my guy is Jack Nelson. Like, that's my guy. That is my guy to go offensive line. But I think this might be a little early for him with some of the talent that's on the board. And, I'm willing to kind of say that is you got Cameron Williams, you got Miles Frazier, those are the two top offensive linemen that I have on the board. After that, there is, more guys that are kind of coming up that are extremely, talented when it comes to O-line. I think Chase Lunt is the offensive tackle that moves the best in space. So I like him a lot. Logan Brown, he's got the potential to move inside and play guard. And, he's a guy. Then you get to my guy, Jack Nelson, or Ajanai Cornelius, the offensive tackle from Oregon, who dealt with some injuries. Those guys are there. Jackson Slater as well. And I've seen Jackson Slater come up in the draft as well. Eric Schmidt says this: Frazier, Brown, Slater, pick someone. Yeah, right. That's what we're getting. And Josh says it. We need tight end. And Josh, this was what I was having earlier. We had an interesting conversation about, can you wait on tight end? Because I think Jalen Conyers would be a dynamite pick, potentially. So yeah, it's interesting. I get it, for sure. And there's still cornerback like Kobe Bryant. I know a lot of people are saying he's a 7th rounder, and that's crazy to me. Like, I had this guy as a late 4, early 5. I kind of really liked him a lot. So I get it. He's got some size concerns. 49ers are on the clock. So Keandre Lambert-Smith went to the Chargers. That's a great pick. So Keandre Lambert-Smith is one of the ones that we've been talking about on this channel for a little while because, it was 76% of his completions went for first downs or touchdowns. That was a great pick. So we got to get through Green Bay. Their pick is in. Niners are on the clock. So let's see what ends up happening and where they go. And this right here, John says Miles Frazier was a 30 visit, wasn't he? Absolutely, he was. Miles Frazier was a 30 visit, so he would make sense. So we're on target now. 49ers are on the clock. Depending on what Green Bay gets here before the Niners, the idea is offensive line. Who would you take? So if you were in chat, let me know which offensive lineman or what other player you would go with. I want to see it in chat so I can get a pretty good idea of who you are planning on going with, because I think it's going to be interesting to see who the 49ers select. Now, I'm waiting for Green Bay. Hopefully they don't steal our guy. I see a lot of Cameron Williams. I see Logan Brown, Jackson Slater from Josh. GC says Green Bay's picking another wide receiver. They might need to trade a wide receiver. So it's very interesting. Another subscription. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the subs coming through from Alexander here. So great. People are saying trenches. I love that. Jerry says from Austin, he's nice. So lots of people are loving the fact we go offensive line. David Morazzo says Cam Williams. Jed York said safety to safety. So it looks like it's going to be a safety then. So who are the safeties on the board? As Jed York is just tipping all the picks right now. You got Jalen Reed that was still available. He's my top-ranked safety on the board, but that does not mean he's going to be the pick the way that they go. R.J. Mickens also potentially could be a safety they go with. Malachi Moore, I thought he got drafted earlier. I think I forgot to mark him off. Yeah, I mean, those are the top safeties there. Interesting. This could be an interesting pick. I'm very curious. So that would, as the Green Bay Packers went Colin Oliver, linebacker from Oklahoma State. So if it's a safety, this is going to be interesting. Yeah, I mean, Mickens, I think that's a potential pick. I like these from David Morazzo said Reed or Siegel. I think that, yeah, that would be fun too. I think that'd be really fun. Yeah, Jed York. I mean, look at this. I love this from Brad Jones. Stop tipping picks, Jed. That's what I'm saying, man. They're putting us on this. We're on the safety bandwagon now, and I wasn't even expecting them to take a safety until round 7, potentially, if at all. And they signed all those safeties. And we got right here, hey, Siegel I'd like from Josh. I think that would be a good one. 49ers pick is in, so this is going to be curious to see who they end up going with. So we were talking O-line with Jed York tipping it. Who do you guys think the safety is going to be? JLE says slap Jed. Somebody take his phone away, right? Oh, geez. So Jed York is having a lot of fun here. So this is interesting that they're potentially going safety. It would be another defensive player and still no offensive line. And I think that this is kind of one of those things we were expecting. And that's we got another one here from Jans that says also Dan Jackson. And that's a name that, I haven't mentioned today because I didn't think that they were going to go there. And it is Marquis Siegel, safety from Kansas State. So David Marazzo hits it in chat. Well played. Get a safety here. 5'11", 199 pounds. And the 49ers go out and get a safety. And if you're looking for, you're a guy that's going to be able to play in the secondary, and Robert Saleh is rebuilding. He is absolutely rebuilding this defense, and the 49ers are helping him do it. And I love the fact that they're going out and getting his kind of guys, right? I mean, yesterday you got Upton Stout. That was a big pick, going out and getting a guy that could do it. And, there were plenty of players we were talking about, that fit what the 49ers do. But I think that you're looking at a player like Siegel, and he definitely, fits. And if you were watching, Jacob Parrish, then you were seeing Marcus Siegel as well. 5'11", 199 pounds out of Kansas State. He had 3 interceptions last year. He had 3 passes defended. He had 60 tackles, 4.37 40. This is a dude that can absolutely move and can cover the deep part of the field. That's what you're looking for with the free safety, and that's what you're getting. Now, he's undersized, right? Undersized, but he absolutely moves. And that is the difference between him and a Malik Mustafa and him and a Jair Brown. This is a legit speed threat that can actually cover the deep third. So this dude is gonna be fun. And I love the fact that this guy comes in. And it was funny because David Marazzo was actually the one that tipped me off to him a long time ago. David will send me different players, and I appreciate that. I always love when people see someone and send it away. So the fact that I got to watch him earlier on in the process was a lot of fun. Athletic profile, dude is crazy athletic. And I think that's part of the reason they like him. He's springy. 4.37 40, that's the top 97 percentile. 38-inch vertical leap. So 5'11", but he can absolutely go up there and make a play on the ball. He was in the top 94 percentile in the broad jump. His 10-yard split, which means driving on the football, being able to change direction, 1.50. Very, very good. Run defense is another dude that's a stud when it comes to playing run defense. That's what you're looking for. You need a guy that can keep doing that. His tackling could be a little bit better. I think he needs to get a little bit better in coverage. But I think you're finding a guy that fits what they're looking for when it comes to athletic profile. And they're getting a guy that's super athletic. And this is some of the comments. I love Siegel, but can he play guard or center? And I think that's it. I think David Marazzo says it here. Siegel is nasty, great speed. He is. And this is David Campbell right here. Second and third levels are speed, and more speed. It is. You feel the need for speed. The 49ers are loading up on it. You are getting athletic speed outside players that can fly around. They are making sure they can stick with people in space. They're making sure they can fly around and make players. It's really crazy. And Josh says O-line should look better with CMC back and healthy wide receivers. It's what the 49ers do. I mean, this is kind of their process is they just don't pick offensive linemen. They just don't. And, and this is kind of the thought, right? Atomic says we are one injury away from Trent and Pooney having that line out of sync. Seems like defense this year, offense line next year, hoping they'll all at least get a few in the 7th still. Offensive line next year is good in the draft. I will say that. Now, we'll see how the rest of the board plays out. 49ers got a long stretch now where they're not going to be picking, right? They're not going to pick again until 227. But when you're looking at what they've done so far, it has been to get Robert Saleh the necessary tools to turn this defense around. It is also getting the necessary tools to turn this special teams unit around. And that's what they continue to do. So I don't understand the whole method to not getting O-line that early in the draft, but they feel very confident with what they're doing with the defense. And honestly, I love the defensive picks. I was a fan of Upton Stout. Did I think he was going to go 100? No. But I was a fan of the player, so it wasn't that hard for me to get around. I love the fact that it's Alfred Collins and CJ West. I like the fact that they went with Siegel now as a guy that can play the deep third. He's different from the other safeties that you have. Now you have a guy that can fly. And the 49ers didn't really have a guy that had that kind of speed. And, Randy says, can he play corner? What he can do is he can step up and play in the slot against bigger tight ends, right? This is a guy that can play that position where he's got versatility to play both. And I think that's what they're looking for. And now they've got a potential to have two very versatile pieces with Upton Stout and with Siegel to be able to play, in the slot in different situations and cover everybody. And it's getting more difficult with some of the personnel decisions and personnel groupings that teams are coming with to have the players that can handle it. So, yes, I think that this guy is a solid fit for the 49ers. I think he was a great player, and he's going to be interesting. And it's kind of fun to see them go defense. Josh says offense was number 1 2 years ago with offensive line. LOL. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see if they address O-line coming up. And in maybe 227. They got a couple of picks in this late 7th round as well, 249, 252. It's going to be interesting for sure. It's going to be interesting. This draft is all about getting our D back on track. It is. David's right. They have put a solid focus on getting this defense back. And 49er Gal says, who is on notice in the safety room? Everyone. I mean, that this is just how it is. That safety room has to improve. And so it's everyone's on notice. Nobody has a starting job. But I think a guy like Jair Brown, who underperformed last year, I mean, they're still high on him, but he's going to have to prove it. Malik Mustafa was a much better tackler. He was better in run fits. He played better in the deep third. And so I think it puts all those guys on notice that if you don't handle yourself and you don't play well and you're not executing and playing well, you're potentially going to be out. And they didn't just do that. They brought in guys like Richie Grant, who used to be a 2nd-round pick. He's going to come in and compete. They went out and got guys that they are high on to play in that safety room. And so special teams is going to be better, but I love the idea of competition. Don't give anyone anything. Make them all earn it. Go back to a meritocracy where you have to earn it, and no high-priced contracts in those positions mean you're going to get guys that come in and play the best they possibly could. Buck says, I like defense, but ignoring our O-line every year shows up on every playoff, NFC, and Super Bowls. You're right. I mean, that is something that they've struggled with, is the offensive line. They have reached a level to where the offensive line has done good enough to get them to the Super Bowl. What they haven't done is been able to get over the hump. And offensive line definitely was a big reason they didn't beat Kansas City. Spencer Burford, he messed up. He did. He was a young player who messed up. And so it is a fair criticism that they just don't feel they need to address offensive line. And that's their method. And it's worked to the point that they get to the position they want to be in. It just hasn't been a method that's worked to get them over the top. And so that's something that they gotta reconcile with. And I don't know exactly what they're going to do when it comes to O-line, but they haven't been willing to do it. So we'll see. We'll see if they hit O-line at 227, and maybe one of the really good players that we still like will be on the board. Right now, players are falling. Players are kind of all over the place. So we'll see how this thing plays out over the next hour or so, and when the 49ers get on the clock, where they're going to be sitting. And I think that's one of the most interesting things is a guy that you get at 227, depending on who falls, good enough to start on your offensive line? I would argue I don't think so. Because you look, I mean, Spencer Burford started and he played pretty well at times. He didn't play great last year or the year before, but we'll see. And then you look at, I think a lot of people were impressed with Ben Barch and what he was able to provide. And so you got him. You got Nick Sakel, Nick Sakel was one of your best pass blocking offensive linemen when he had the opportunity to play. Can't So I think that, yeah, there's some areas where we got to find out. But overall, it's interesting. And Josh says this right here: Upton Stout equal K'Wan Williams. I think when you're looking at the stature, right, the size, I think he's very sharp. I think he's got more speed when it comes to long speed. He looks like he's faster. And I like how he recognizes playing the slot fade a lot more. As much as I loved the Shark, he struggled with the slot fade. And I think Upton Stout is better at that. He's got a better feel for it. His hips, he's a little bit more fluid. But yeah, I think that's a comparison that definitely makes sense. And that's what you were looking for, was a guy that could potentially open up Diameter Lenore to play on the outside. And I think Upton Stout kind of fits that bill as somebody you could put in that spot. And he's going to go out there and play physical. I love him in run fits too. And blitzing, you want to be creative with a nickel corner, and he's a guy that can definitely do it. It's some of the comments in here are just hilarious. Himstopher says, Niners O-line philosophy, F it. Hey, they have a different opinion on how they address offensive line. They definitely do. And other teams, value offensive line so much more. But that's not how the 49ers do it. And it works to a point. Is it going to be enough now to get over the top? Did they do enough? Is Ben Barch the upgrade they needed at left guard? I think that's going to be it. And Buck says this: if we can at least go get a decent center, I would be happy. Yeah, I think the question is, who is going to start over Jake Brendel? Matt Hennessy, who you signed at the end of last season, he has starting experience in the NFL, playing with the Atlanta Falcons, so he's played in the system. I think he would be the most likely to take over for Jake Brendel. I don't think you draft an offensive lineman at center that you expect to start in year one. I've been talking about Jonah Monheim, and I like Jonah Monheim a lot. I don't think he starts day one over Jake Brendel. And it's not that I don't think that there are more capable players. I just think the 49ers are so high on Brendel in the fact of the way he operates and handles offensive line blocking and calling it out. And that's the problem for the center that's a rookie. How quickly can they get used to Kyle Shanahan's offense, be able to make the line calls, read the defensive fronts and figure it out? That's always been the drawback with going with a young center. Not so much that you can't get a talented guy. And David Marazzo says, I think Stout is more Reed than K'Wan. That's how I felt too. He gave me kind of more of a DJ Reed type feeling as well. Is this is a dude that, yeah, the one difference between DJ Reed and Upton Stout has to be height. But can Upton Stout play bigger than 5'8"? 5'8" is where you get the K'Wan Williams comparisons for sure. Josh says Shark couldn't cover the fade to save his life. He couldn't. There was a weakness in his game, and once people found out, they just kept hitting it. And it's what they do. And Josh says this: Forster doesn't slam the table for guys either. I suspect he likes bargain O-line. I think that he kind of thinks that he can develop guys, into being key players, and so he does think he can get guys as Yahya Black just went to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So from Iowa to Pittsburgh, so no uniform color change for him either. But yeah, I think that Chris Forster probably doesn't pound the table. Even when they talked about Dominic Pooney last year after they drafted him, it was interesting because he said, oh yeah, Dom, he's a talented guy. But Spencer Burford's the most talented guy on the line, on the interior line. And it's like, wow, you didn't even seem as high on him as we were all expecting. So yeah, I think that happens for sure. I think that this is, kind of right now, I think people are kind of reeling off taking the running back earlier. And that has been, and, Buck says, yeah, scheme is more difficult as well. It's definitely more difficult. And that's the problem with these guys coming in and competing early, centers, interior offensive linemen. It's just what they do, Himstopher coming through with some funny comments in chat. Well done. Buck says, I'm a dog, coach. Let's go, coach. Let's go, coach. I'm a dog, coach. That was so good. Upton Stout. It didn't matter to who he was talking to, right? John Lynch, coach. Kyle Shanahan, coach. Jed York, coach. I love that. He was just so pumped up. He wasn't thinking. He was out of his mind, excited. He got drafted. He's ready to get to work. Rondé Gadsden looks like he went off the board. I do need to update everybody on the picks. After Marcus Siegel, I kind of lost it there. Smell Munden, the linebacker, went to Georgia. Wow. So the Philadelphia Eagles got Gia Campbell and Smile Munden. Good job there. Francisco Moaga goes to Miami. Mitchell Evans, the tight end from Notre Dame, he goes to Carolina. Yaya Black to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Rondé Gadsden, tight end, he goes to the Chargers out of Syracuse. So some more guys come off the board there that are pretty talented. And so we're starting to see the board kind of take shape. But a lot of the offensive linemen that we really liked are still on the board. And I think that is so interesting to watch these guys, fall. And I mean, steep fall for some of the players. You got a guy like Cameron Williams. I mean, earlier on in the draft process, people thought this guy was going to go in the early part of the second round. Like, that's just how talented, people saw him. And then as this process went on, he slowly slipped. And so now he's still available. And there's just a lot of really talented guys. As I'm looking at the board, I'm seeing, really fun players that are still available. And we've seen kind of, the board go all over the place. And you're getting guys that, a lot of people had ranked in later rounds going earlier. And that's what I love. The eye of the beholder thing is so fun when you get into the draft, because each team is going to see each player, a lot differently. And so I like when the draft does this. I think it just makes it so fun. And somebody's going to be right and somebody's going to be wrong when drafting these guys. And, I have players all the way into the 7th round that have been drafted, guys that I had ranked in the 7th round that have already been drafted. And, they're good. They're good players, but the eye of the beholder, the other team just thought that they were so much better. As I'm continuing to update my board all over the place and try to keep an idea of who the 49ers can look at later in this draft and, find guys, because, like we talked about, offensive line probably needs to happen at some point. What is the value for offensive line when you get to 227? Who's going to be there? You need to get a tight end probably. Could you wait and go offensive line? They met with Caleb Etienne out of BYU. Could you wait until round 7 and get a guy like that and, see what kind of player he could end up being? Would he even be able to make the team? I think that's an interesting dynamic in this, is he even going to make the team? I think that's tough. So yeah, the board is still got a lot of guys that I thought were going to be, in round 4. And here's something else interesting. I was looking at my board. Chris Paul still hasn't been drafted. So Chris Paul still on the board. Torrey Horton, wide receiver, Colorado State. I know that was Luke Luna's guy. Jackson Slater. So Jackson Slater goes off the board to the Tennessee Titans. And then Drew Kendall right off the bat, right after that. So 2 guys that we've been talking about in chat, they go off. A little bit of a run right here on O-line with back-to-back interior offensive linemen. And so Jackson Slater, who, was somebody that everybody kind of loved, the talent-wise, he goes off the board, a good spot for him. And, then you got Drew Kendall as well. So interior offensive line still could be a spot. You still have guys later on, that are interesting that I haven't brought up yet, like Jake Majors. We talked about him just for a second. Luke Condra, Seth McLaughlin, those guys could go later. Joshua Gray out of Oregon State. So those guys will probably be around in round 7, potentially, for the 49ers if they want to go interior offensive lineman, as, Bryce Cable-Dew is another guy. So some guys I think that would have been interesting prospects for the 49ers go off the board. And, we're picking up steam in this draft as we are at 169. The pick is in for the Chicago Bears. But, how about that? Drew Kendall, 1 sack allowed and 350 pass snaps. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. And I know I fell behind on the chat, so I'm going to try to pick up what everyone's laying down here. And, Josh says this, we have a bunch of dogs in the secondary. We do absolutely have a lot of dogs. Have this from Josh as well. Give me Chris Paul or Zoff Frazier. Both those guys available. Interesting right here. Rick says, Ant, how do you grade the overall draft so far? I find it really difficult, in all honesty, Rick, to draft or to grade drafts. I did it in the past, and I always found that your initial reaction to it was one thing, and then as you got into it, it changed. I also believe that sometimes if you looked at how the 49ers drafted in previous years, you would see what were considered potential reaches that worked out. I think they're one of the most difficult teams to grade upon. I think the 49ers are going to get a really low grade from most national media members. If I had to say one thing about this draft, because I don't think I could put a grade on it, I'm going to say I think it's very solid. They have had a solid draft. They have made sure that they hit the ball right down the fairway, right? They didn't take the shot at going deep down the fairway, trying to get there, they're not going for eagle. They are making sure that they can hit one, then hit a layup and get that birdie. And I think that they're getting guys, as Zoff Frazier goes off the board, sorry, Josh, to the Chicago Bears. They are getting guys that they feel can do that. So I would say this is a very solid draft. There's some of the picks I really love. I thought the CJ West one, doubling up with him and Alfred Collins, I love that one. So I thought that was a lot of fun. But for some of the other ones, Nick Martin, I love the player. But at 75, I didn't see it. So it's just interesting to see where they go with some of these things. And I really don't have, a problem with taking the guys they took. I think some of it is people are questioning positioning. What about where they took guys? And Buckeye says here, Williams was between a couple tackles where he made it to no one's big board, 7th round to 49ers. That would be a dynamite pick in the 7th round if he was available. That would be huge. And Josh is kind of saying, what offensive line now, and I doubt they make the team, right? This is what happened to Kingston last year. They drafted him and he didn't make the football team. And then he ended up getting snatched up on another team around the league. 49ers have so much depth at running back, at offensive line. And the question would be, is it good depth? Well, they feel like it is, and that's always the thing. It's going to be tough, and JD says, hey, what about Willie Lampkin? I think Willie Lampkin is one of those guys that's interesting because of the height, 5'10". And I think that makes a lot of teams nervous, which is understandable because, how many 5'10", 280-pound offensive linemen are there? And I know he's got the arm length. I just worry about him being able to hold up in the NFL. I think if I had to guess, someone's going to take a flyer on him in the 7th round, or he'll be an undrafted free agent. I do think some teams will bring him in just to see what he could do because I think he'd be interesting. But I don't think he'd be a 49er pick. I think they've already kind of got guys that play his position pretty loaded up with, kind of his skill set. So I don't think it'll be Willie Lampkin, but I know a lot of people are super high on him. But I just think he's one of those guys, that doesn't really, really make it for the 49ers. I don't think he reaches their thresholds for sure. Spiding Danger. Anyone still think Trent Williams is about to retire? No, Trent's definitely not going to retire this year. And, next year we'll see what happens. I think the 49ers got to look at next year as an offensive tackle draft. We'll see. Colton McKivitz is going to be a free agent. So they're going to have to make a decision next year on whether they want to bring back Colton McKivitz. And so that'll be a big one. So it's tough, and this is what Atomic says, speaking the hard truths. A lot of 7th round picks would be developmental to make the team and likely rotational or fill-ins for injuries. It is. You're not going to get a starter in the 7th round. You may, right? For every moment, there's a guy, right, that you can hit, like a Brock Purdy, right? But those are not the norm. You're getting guys that are going to step in and help you on special teams. Jordan Hancock goes, cornerback Ohio State, goes to the Buffalo Bills. You're going to get guys that are going to compete as rotational pieces early on in the draft. Early on in the process. But these are more special teams types picks. It's just the way they have it. Josh says, hey, Lampkin's going to go into undrafted. I think so too. I really do. Josh says Alfred Collins may be his favorite pick. David Campbell says, regarding Jordan James, I wonder if they have some CMC Mason Garendo injury PTSD. Yeah, I think the 49ers have come with a method of always drafting running back in almost every single draft because they know that they're going to need depth. And I don't think they're really beholden to the guys at the back end, right? Besides Garendo and CMC, it's a couple of guys like Patrick Taylor or, it's Israel Banakanda. These aren't guys that were a part of their drafts. These are guys they brought in. So getting a guy that's one of their guys, I think that they feel has upside is important because they know that if they have an injury, they have somebody they feel comfortable with. Now, Jordan James is going to have to develop when it comes to pass blocking. He has to get a lot better. That was something that caused a lot of issues for Jordan Mason in his playing time and playing on third down was he couldn't pass block. So Jordan James is going to have to get better at that. I thought that was one reason they drafted Isaac Garendo was he was supposed to be a better pass blocker. Last year, he struggled a little bit. But, these are things these guys got to get better at. But, yes, definitely they have PTSD about injuries. And they've had a couple of seasons marred by injuries at the running back position. And they're just kind of making sure they get those guys. And it makes sense. GC says, I like CJ Pick. Do you think they will use him as a 3-tech next to Collins? I think at times they will, right? I think that'd be fun. If a team's going to try to duo them and get a push, play them together. I mean, you could easily play them on first and second down, especially against a heavy run team, and then pull them out. You can pull one of them or both of them out, put in your pass rushers, let Mikael Williams rush from the inside, let Kevin Givens rush from the inside, or Etor Gross-Matos or Sam Okawanu. I think there's some flexibility there. So, yeah, I think there's going to be times you could play those two guys together. Wes does have more pass rush upside, than Alfred Collins. I think Alfred Collins can pass rush. I know he didn't have any sacks last year or very limited. I can't remember if it was 0 or 1. But he's a guy that couldn't develop into getting a little bit more. So I think there's still some upside there. David Richard says, "Hey Ant, first time in, will all UDFAs be signed by the end of the day?" Not entirely. So as soon as they get to about the middle part of the 7th round, everyone starts trying to get their undrafted free agents on the line to make sure that they can look, hey, if you're not drafted, we want to sign you. We want you to come here. They start getting it all decided. There will be some that will probably go tomorrow, but the big names, they'll probably try to get them all today. It also doesn't mean that all these guys are going to be officially inked. They can also change their mind. So there are some decisions to be made. I figure tomorrow will probably be when we find out totality of the UDFAs, but a lot of those will be figured out today. Yeah. And Josh says, hey, Jackson Hall's a possibility. I think he is. Yeah, I think Jackson Hawes is a possibility for the 49ers. They met with him a lot. He's a good blocking tight end, has a little bit of upside when it comes to, catching the football. I still would love for them to go with a little bit more athletic move tight end. But when you're looking at the draft the way it is, how many of those guys actually exist? Jalen Conyers is still on the board, but will he be there at 227? I have my doubts that he'll be there, but yeah, I think Jackson Hawes would be an upgrade at the 3rd tight end spot. I do. It just hasn't been able to, get it done. They haven't been able to approach that tight end position yet. We thought it might come up. We thought O-line was going to come up too, and it hasn't worked. GC says, I'm guessing 10 to 11 picks make the 53. 10 of 11. Yeah, I think, anywhere around there, they definitely have room. So, I mean, if you're looking at what they did right now with their picks so far, we know Mikael Williams, that's a lock. Alfred Collins, an absolute lock. Nick Martin's a lock. Upton Stout, lock. CJ West, lock. I think after that, you look at Jordan Watkins. I think he is a lock to make this team as well. Jordan James, he's a lock to make this team. Yeah, I mean, I think the first 6 picks, right? Siegel's going to make this team. I think the first 6 picks are going to make the team. I think now that you get into, as Miles Frazier just went off the board to the Detroit Lions, that is absolutely a tremendous fit for them. So Detroit Lions just got one of the guys the Niners would have been interested in. But I think as we get to 227, 249, 252, these are the first times that you're going to find players that maybe aren't going to make the team. I think they could, depending on what position they're going to be taken at. So it's going to be interesting. We have this one right here. Nick Barrett says, looking at potential free agents for O-line, Ant, what's your view on Jedrick Wills? I think that's interesting. I'm always interested in what a player could be that hasn't really worked out. And so I'm never against it, especially if you're looking for a guy that could come in and compete, especially if you're looking for a swing tackle. I'm not against that. I think the 49ers like to take flyers on guys like that. And because you don't really have to worry, about it later, I think that would be an idea to go ahead and add. And, if he doesn't work out, no harm, no foul. And I think they like to do that. They like to add guys that they could potentially, bring in that there's no harm, no foul. Excuse me. That snuck up on me. Sorry, guys. Ryan says Jake Majors to replace Brendel. And I think Jake Majors is a popular name when you're talking about centers for the 49ers. I don't have him ranked as my number one center on the board. My number one center is Jonah Monheim, offensive center from USC. But, they are separated by like 10 spots. So I do have Jake Majors as a guy that, would make sense for the 49ers. And so there is a lot of potential there. And I think if he fell into that range, I gave Jake Majors a 6th round grade. If he fell into the 7th round, I do think it would make a lot of sense for them to go that direction. The question mark is, when you look at the 49ers roster again, and this is one of our conversation points, is they have guys already at center. And so are you ready to put that full-fledged center? And maybe you're moving Matt Hennessy to guard. They mentioned Hennessy might play guard. If you are, then getting a young center behind Jake Brendel would be phenomenal. Then you could develop him and he could eventually take over. So in that case, yeah, I would love that. So I don't think Jake Majors is out of the question. And honestly, he might still be available when they pick 227. So that's definitely something to keep in mind as I update my board here on some of these guys. I'm seeing there's some really talented guys that are going to be available, and some guys the 49ers could be interested in still. How many of them are going to fall to the 7th? I think that's the question mark. But it looks like the 49ers so far, and we'll see if they end up trading, are a little content to just make their picks as they come up. And get the guys that they really like at certain positions. But offensive line, they haven't been willing to touch it. And that's so interesting so far. So, but offensive line, other interior offensive linemen to kind of look at besides Jake Majors and Jonah Monheim, you got Seth McLaughlin, the center from Ohio State, Joshua Gray, the offensive guard from Oregon State. I think those guys are players. And then you've also got left guard Luke Condra as well from Cincinnati. Just some offensive linemen to kind of keep eyes on as we continue to work through this draft. As Chris Paul Jr., linebacker, finally comes off the board and he goes to the Los Angeles Rams. So the Rams get one of the top guys that was left on my board. And Chris Paul is going to be playing against the 49ers. That's a pretty good pick overall for them. So they're getting value. They're finding players. And they're getting versatility in the league as well. And so, yeah. And David Morazzo says this about Alfred Collins. I feel like Collins might have some 3-tech versatility. Love the player. I think you're right. I think he does have some versatility. The dude is a big old guy, and the ability to get off the ball quickly. He's got everything that you expect to want. He's pretty good. And what's up, Donald Johnson? Donald Johnson in the house. And I always like to have Donald up in the chat. 49ers faithful, which is my guy Josh, says, I honestly don't expect us to draft O-line in this draft. I think it's a possibility. I don't think it's far-fetched. And Diamond says, just got in, didn't catch your thoughts on the new running back. Thanks. Yeah, so Jordan James is an interesting prospect. I'll bring up my write-up on him because he's not going to get you with athleticism. It's 5'10", 205, run a 4.5, 540. None of the elite traits that you're looking for when you're talking about size, weight, speed, athleticism. But what you're getting is a guy that can run the ball very well, good vision, You've got a guy that can break some tackles and a player that has some elite abilities when it comes to certain characteristics that he can perform on the field. The first thing I noticed is he's a guy that once he recognizes the hole, has an elite burst. And that doesn't show up when you're talking about his 10-yard speed, but this dude shows it on film. Once he recognizes the hold, he's got an elite burst to be able to go upfield and get there. He can turn negative plays into positive plays, which I absolutely love. And he's able to be physical at the point of attack. When someone hits him, he falls forward. The falling forward thing and the leg drive is something that I really like about him. Another cool trait about him, and something he does really well at, is he's very good in the red zone. He had 31 career touchdowns inside the red zone because he's able to find creases near the goal line. He did that really well. He also did not fumble the football. He's got very good technique about keeping the ball high and tight. That is something that we love about him as well. And he's also coming in because he hasn't had a ton of snaps in his college career. He doesn't have a lot of wear on the tires, which is exactly what you were looking for. Now, the things that he has struggles with, pass protection. His technique is not very good. He's going to have to get better, being able to pick up blitzers and show a better anchor. So he could struggle a little bit with that when you're talking about on third down playing. He's also got to get a little bit better at catching the football. It's not that it's bad, but he's a little bit behind when it comes to catching the football consistently. He doesn't have the speed. So those are the significance, that you got to talk about with Jordan James. But I think people love the absolute vision that he has. And that's going to be the elite trait. The vision combined with the elite ability to get through that hole when he recognizes it. He does have enough speed, though. I want to say this. He has enough speed to play in the 49ers outside zone. He does. So he is a fit. It's just, the athletic matrix that you got from like an Isaac Arendo last year, complete opposite of Jordan James. He's just a different type of player. So Denzel Burke from Ohio State just went to the Arizona Cardinals. But thanks so much for the question. That was a great question. We're talking about some of the players that the 49ers are drafting. And Denzel Burke was on a lot of people's short list to be a 49er. And it's not going to happen. He goes to Arizona. Arizona's getting better. Luke Linus says, this was a draft where I liked our picks while also being like, no, when other sleepers went like Norman Lott, Scorton, Gelati, and others. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, when Omar Norman Lott and Ashton Gelati and those guys, when they went off the board, I got to admit, it cuts me a little bit, right? It cuts you a little bit deep as you become fond of these players and what they can provide. And Josh said this, Scorton hurt my soul. Yeah, that one was tough. And the fact that he fell a little bit, that was a little bit surprising. And that one did hurt. And so it's interesting. And 49er Gal comes with this. This is great. Maybe we need to say we don't want them to draft O-line and they'll pick one. We can try that. We'll try that on the next pick. We want no O-line, and maybe that'll work. So yeah, I mean, we're continuing to, work through this board. We're at 175. So we got a distance now for the 49ers still. And thank you so much for Hipster here. When I sneezed, he said, "Hey, bless you. I appreciate that." Needed that. And the sneeze came out of nowhere, by the way. It just completely got me. And it's interesting. GC says any team's having a bad draft. Seems like everyone's hitting. I think it's always interesting when, people say like, oh, they had a bad draft. I think it's completely subjective. But I think that there has been some unique drafts. I wouldn't say anyone's having a bad draft. I think there were some unique picks. I think Atlanta Falcons have been completely unique with the way that they've approached the draft. But this has been 2 seasons now that they've been, pretty dead set on kind of moving around, doing their own thing, taking the kind of players that they like. And you know what? I like that they're going all in and kind of doing the things that they need to do. One pick I found very interesting yesterday was the Seahawks taking Jalen Milroe. I thought that one was interesting. So I wouldn't say anyone's having a bad draft per se. But I think that there's been some interesting ones. And I see that you brought up Pitt. But what's interesting with Pittsburgh is they did pick up some guys, though. Jack Sawyer, Caleb Johnson, right now, Yaya Black. They did not get a quarterback, but maybe they're going to get, Aaron Rodgers. I don't know. So, yeah, I think that they've gotten some guys as well that you're kind of like, oh, okay. It's interesting. Kenny says classic Niner reaches. And you know what? If it works out, though, I'm all for it. If it ends up being a reach, then they've got to take the criticism for it. So they're willing to go get their guys and make sure they don't miss out on them. So I think it's interesting. Ryan M says, any curious on a potential trade up in the 6th round, and what would that cost? It would cost the rest of your draft. So if you're moving up from 227 into the 6th round, you're going to have to give up both of your 7th round picks, or you're going to have to give up a pick next year. And so there's the chance that they could. It would be, who are they coming up for? And do you want to complete your draft? And you definitely could if you have a player that you really like, as Robbie Oates, the tight end from Alabama, goes. Oates, or I never really got his pronunciation down. I did break him down because he became Leon Sandcastle was a huge fan of him after the combine and everything. So I did look at him a lot. He goes to Seattle. So they go with him at tight end. That's a complete blocking tight end / fullback. So I expect them to play him at some fullback in Seattle, just so we're aware. So I think a 6th round trade up is possible, but it would have to be for a player the 49ers are ultimately super high on. And I don't know who that is right now. I think that they're probably willing to play this thing out, but I would not be opposed to them coming up. The Jets just traded up. They're going to be picking at 176. So I think that, we're looking at potential. There could always be a trade. I think right now, I think they're going to stay put. I think they're going to stay put and just make some picks. Eric says, this is a hard retool for Saleh's defense. Still a lot of talent on DN. Yeah, you're right. They have been retooling this defense completely, and it started in round 1, and they just kept going until finally they took an offensive player with a wide receiver at the end of round 4. And until then, it was all defense all the time, and they went 2 offensive picks and then right back to defense. They are trying to make sure that they have a defense that can go out there and play well. And I thought that we seen a decline last year in a significant level. I think they noticed that there was a little bit of lack of talent compared to previous years, as Tyler Barron is the pick for the Jets. So they go edge and they get a guy that's pretty talented. But they recognize they needed to get a lot faster, they needed to get younger, and they needed to get more dynamic. And that is why when Kyle Shanahan elected to bring Robert Saleh back, he straight up said, we need to make sure that we rebuild this thing. And I've built it with Robert Saleh before, and I know we can do it again. So I think that it's huge. And you're getting players that are going to help his defense. And I think there had to be a focus on it. I think the only question is, are they ever going to go O-line? And the crazy part is, as I'm looking through my board and I have everyone marked off for most, of the rounds, as I'm looking up here, and Cameron Williams is still falling. He's had a pretty big fall. A guy like Chase Lunt, this was not really a fall. This is kind of where he should go. Logan Brown, kind of the same thing. So some of these guys in that area are still available. And there's still a lot of talented O-linemen. So I wouldn't say O-line is completely off the table to get a guy, but it's getting tougher and tougher. And I'm kind of hoping that, they end up going with like a tight end or another linebacker or a corner. I would love for another corner, a guy like Kobe Bryant. There's some other guys as well. Tommy Hill. I think that, Corey Black from Oklahoma State, another guy I haven't really mentioned a lot. So it's interesting. And Hugh in the chat says they have gotten 5 starters in this draft: 3 defensive line, linebacker, slot corner. They called Dre Greenlaw a reach at the time. They did. That's such a good point. They called him a reach. They said he was too short, that he wasn't fast enough, he didn't read quick enough, that he was a hair too far. In fact, I went back and read Zerline's breakdown of him, and he had him as a backup, a special teams player, rotational potential player. And then he ends up being a guy that goes out and gets a big contract on the open market and has been, one of the key contributors to the 49ers defense for a while. So, yeah, that's exactly it. And, Charlie's kind of reiterating that Drake Greenlaw was also a reach. We selected him 90 spots before he was expected to go. It is a little bit more difficult as well when it comes to day 3 picks. And I know we had a couple that people considered reaches in day 2, but in day 3 picks, I don't know if anyone's a reach. The way that boards go, a lot of times these guys are graded so close. The difference between somebody seeing a player in round 4 and a player in round 7, I don't think is that crazy. So, and David says this: reach is in the eye of the drafting team. Drake Greenlaw was a reach once upon a time. That's it, right? For everyone that's getting drafted, some people think that it's a reach. For everybody else, like, man, that was a dynamite pick, right? This is right where we had him. Or, like when the 49ers took Elijah Mitchell in the 6th round, they had a 3rd round grade on him. Brock Purdy, they had a 3rd round grade on him. You get players that you have these grades that you find these players that slip and fall, and you eventually take them. And so that's it. It's not really a reach. There's a consensus from the national media, but that doesn't mean that's what boards actually look like. So it's pretty interesting. I kind of like, the fact that we get to find out if they had it right. The 49ers at one point are going to just either have this thing right or have this thing wrong. And, I hope they have it right. What's up, Ziggy? Ziggy's in the house. Says, what's up, Ant? How's it going, Ziggy? Always good to have you in chat. I hope you're doing good. Buck talking about guys that are still available. Peebles, Jackson Hawes. You have Bryant, Conyers, Monheim still available from top 30 visits. 100% accurate. Those guys are still available. So there are still a lot of talented players. And, we're at pick 177. So we're in the 6th round now. Let's see what the last few picks have been. I kind of lost track of it as we were going through. We were just talking 49ers as we went into the 6th round. The Buffalo Bills are going to be making the first pick of the 6th round here pretty soon. And there are still tremendously talented players on the board. And, we address running back, wide receiver. Those things are off the board now. But I think there is potential to take a linebacker or a cornerback. I think those are places you could still go in this draft. We talked interior offensive line. We've talked tight end. We don't need another safety. They went safety already. So it's like just doubling up now at this point and getting some guys. I don't think they'd be against taking another linebacker. Kane Medrano is somebody that a lot of people are talking about when you're talking about athletic profile. I do think that he makes sense. I think a corner that was at the 49ers local pro day to keep an eye on later on in this draft. Nico Reed out of Oregon. I think I liked his film a lot. I liked him a little bit more than Jabbar Muhammad, actually, but both those guys are fun players. Fintrell Cypress out of Florida State, another cornerback late in this draft that I think they could potentially be looking at. So we've got some good players still on the board for the 49ers, and I think it's always interesting just to see, how things are playing out. And the chat is funny with some of the disagreements. Everybody is kind of looking at different stuff and different players in different ways. And it's always, here we go from GC. Yeah, Kane Medrano would be a get at 4s up. Yeah, I mean, the dude is fast. And I like that. I like the fact that he's got the speed and athleticism. 6th round's taking a little bit longer to start, and we're at pick 178. So, I mean, here we go, right? We're going to have a little bit of time before the 49ers pick still. And the board, I think I've got it completely updated now, but Dorian Strong, Virginia Tech, still there. I wonder what happened with Dorian Strong. I think that's something interesting. Another guy that people talked about a lot, Zy Alexander, Kobe Bryant. If we're looking at positions the 49ers could double up on, I think cornerback would be one of those. The other one, if you're looking at linebacker, Chandler Martin is still available. That's one of my favorite guys in the whole draft. He'd be my number 1 linebacker on the board right now. And he's really good and talented. And we've talked about, some of the other guys from linebackers that are pretty available. I think there's some good ones, especially when you get late. There's a lot of guys that can absolutely run. I like Jackson Woodard out of UNLV. I think he's a tackling machine. He was somebody that I was a fan of for sure. Jay Higgins from Iowa. Everyone talked about him a lot. No athleticism really, but he's always in the right spot at the right time. Gets things done. Jamon Dumas Johnson, linebacker from Kentucky. a few guys that are going to be coming up here pretty soon. And then after that, I mean, it's just pure athleticism and talent at the linebacker position. Which one of those guys would you be interested in going with late? Like I like Jalen Walker, not Jalon Walker, but Jalen Walker out of Indiana. I thought he was another fun player as well. So linebacker could be a position the 49ers double up on, as Dorian Strong went off the board. So I brought him up. I said, hey, how's this guy still out there? And then Dorian Strong goes off the board. And, it was time for Dorian Strong. And so my highest ranked guy left is Cameron Williams. And so they were not high on Cameron Williams. David Morazzo says Chandler Martin and Roger Longerbeam. Yeah, I like Longerbeam. I know he was one of those guys that I've been on. It's the way he drives on the football. It was interesting because shortly after I was talking about Longerbeam and kind of putting him on some stuff, PFF did their top 5 nickel corners top 10, and he was number 5, Roger Longerbeam, and he's very Kobe Bryant-esque, body style, build, but the elite drive on the football. I mean, the change of direction is phenomenal. When his back foot hits, he flies forward. I really am a fan of that. So that's 2 of my favorite players in this draft, for sure. David, just very good. Hugh says this defense will be dramatically better next season. They're nearly last in the league against the run. That is not happening again. And that has been a huge focus, is focusing on stopping the run. And with CJ West, with Alfred Collins, with Mikael Williams, they did that along the defensive front. Those guys improved the defensive run defense extensively. Then you go and get Nick Martin, a linebacker that can run sideline to sideline, that is physically gifted as far as, tackling, hitting. He's a fun guy. I think he needs to get a little bit better at reading it, maybe a touch quicker. That is something the instincts will need to pick up, but the speed helps make up for it. You have now 2 of the most athletic linebackers next to Fred Warner. You've got Nick Martin, who can absolutely fly. You've got D. Winters, who can absolutely fly. Speed is not a problem. Then you look at the cornerback position, Upton Stout. He flies around. He makes plays. He's a hitter. That was a very solid pick. This is a very versatile piece. Could be the nickel corner. You have some ability to play him at safety at times, too, if you would like to, is some certain looks. Bilal Cohn just goes off the board to the Baltimore Ravens. He was a top 30 visit for the 49ers as well. And then you go and you get Siegel as well, who is a 4-3 guy who can play the deep third with the versatility that you love from Upton Stout. You love that from Siegel, just this time from safety. I think you're right. They've done a dynamite job of adding to this defense, and the defense is going to be much improved. It was already going to be much improved with the fact that you were going to get a upgrade at defensive coordinator. Robert Saleh, one of the best to do it. He was going to make things a lot easier. But after that, now you're adding the talent to make it easier, right? You weren't going to go into this process without getting the tools to give to Robert Saleh to allow him to go out there and get it done. So I think it's a big time move, to go get these guys. And I love that, right? Let me get this right here from GC. It says, Alfred Collins said, we're stopping the run. Absolutely. Alfred Collins was one of my favorite run-stopping picks in this entire draft. Like, when people said that he was going to be in the 3rd round, I was like, this dude's a 2nd-round guy. Alfred Collins is fun. If you liked Tyleik Williams, which I think the Niners did, and that's probably why they met with him, because Tyleik Williams would have been an option at 43. If you like Tyleik Williams, you like Alfred Collins, right? If you like Kenneth Grant, you like Alfred Collins. They're made from the same cloth. What's crazy is the 49ers went ahead and got CJ West, too. And as much as we talked about the potential of, maybe the linebacker, Martin, and Upton Stout being overdrafted, I think CJ West was a 3rd-round grade. So you got him in a better spot. So I'm sure they were super hyped when CJ West was there. I'm a big fan of that. Charlie says, CJ West and Alfred Collins are my favorite picks of this draft. They have to be, right? I mean, those. I'll be honest, through this whole process, I did 5 total mock drafts. I don't like to do too many. I think last year I did 4. This year was a longer process, so I did an extra one. But the outpouring I got for CJ West in this process, draft CJ West, it was astounding. This was a 49er fan pick. They loved CJ West. enough so that I did more work on CJ West. I mean, I just got to give it to everyone. They were very, pounding the table for CJ West. And I knew that people were going to be very excited about him. And I'm excited to see what they do with having two of those big interior defensive linemen. It's a lot of fun. Excellent. Clicked on that one. Sorry, guys. But yeah, I think that, you got some guys that are going to be really good. And that's exactly what they got to be good. Rick says, my friend, this is the last time I'm going to say this. Okay. Your show was terrific. My question is from me to you. The 49ers are going to try to get a good center, a right guard, and left guard to protect. I don't know if they're going to address offensive line. I think that there's still a lot of talented offensive linemen out there, Rick. I think that there is a chance that they could go with an offensive lineman. The guys that are still on the board, and Ollie Gordon just went off the board right now that I see, but I could have missed a couple guys. Let me look real quick. Make sure I didn't miss anyone else. I was kind of not, potentially paying attention to everything. So if I miss someone, let me know, and I'll mark them off. Things are happening quick. But offensive lineman on the board, Cameron Williams, offensive tackle from Texas, and yes, he can play guard. Chase Lunt, offensive tackle, UConn, still on the board. I'm sure people are more worried about his pass blocking and less about how he blocks out in space, because that's one thing he does extremely well. Logan Brown, still on the board. I think that one's a little bit surprising. I had a fourth-round grade on him. I think that he's somebody that a lot of teams extremely like. Offensive tackle, Kansas, but he can play guard as well. Those guys. Ajanai Cornelius, he had injury concerns. That's probably why he's still around. Jack Nelson, who is one of my favorite offensive tackles at Wisconsin, he can play guard. Those are your top guys when you're talking about some versatility players. When you're talking about guys that are just going to play on the inside, a guy like Garrett Dillinger, he would make sense in this area. Jonah Monheim, the center for USC. So they have guys, and there's still guys later on. So they can grab someone. The question mark, Rick, that we've been talking about in the chat and throughout the show is J.J. Pegues goes off to the Raiders, and that's another really good pick, is what guy will you get that will potentially start? I think that is the biggest issue. What guy are you going to get that could potentially start in that position? I think at this point, if you get one of those guys we talked about early, right? I think if you get one of those guys at the top, right? So if you get Cameron Williams, he's got a shot to compete at left guard. Logan Brown, same thing. I think Chase Lunt could be your swing tackle. So you kind of get the idea of, okay, those guys, they could potentially start. I think after that, Johnny Cornelius could be a swing tackle. Jack Nelson, I do think, can compete at guard. He would not start at tackle. Then Monheim, he's going to back up, eventually start, so he's going to eventually take over. Jalen Rivers, maybe he could be a swing tackle. Jake Majors, once again, guys who are going to have to sit behind and learn. So it's interesting. And what's up, Sin? Sin's in the chat. And who are we drafting next? It's Kyle McCord goes off the board to the Philadelphia Eagles. That's what we've been talking about, Sin. We've been trying to figure out who exactly 49ers are going to target, because we're wondering now if offensive line is going to be a little bit of a struggle to find a starter. You would think offensive line makes the most sense, but there are still some very good players. And we've talked about, they could double up. They could go cornerback. They went Upton style. That's more of a nickel. They could still get an outside guy, a Kobe Bryant, right? One of those guys that could play on the outside. They could still go linebacker again. That helps on special teams. And when you get to the 7th round, special teams, you want to find elite athleticism. So there's some guys like that later on. I mean, yeah, like a guy like O'Donnell Fortune from South Carolina, who's a really good zone corner, one of the better zone corners, I thought, that I watched on film. So I think the way the board plays out is going to be interesting. And I am curious, where it ends up going. And so I'm just curious where everything ends up going with the offensive line. If there's going to be somebody, it's going to be fun, and David says this, just wanted to mention, I appreciate your work over the last few weeks, putting in some OT for sure. I thought you were the star of the show on 49ers Rush Draft Show. Thanks again. I appreciate that, David. And, the draft is a labor of love. We all love the draft. But I absolutely enjoyed every minute of it, and going to the draft party was a lot of fun. I got to meet a lot of really nice people and a lot of really good 49er fans, and everyone was just having a great time. And it's fun. It's crazy at some point, because I always say this, that you're going to find players that you don't know about, but it's so fun that you guys have been so good the whole process about bringing players up, that I feel like I've seen a lot more players this year than I ever thought I had in previous years. And so there's some of the guys that it's like I got recall on some of the guys' stats and stuff, and it's crazy. Other guys, I'm completely lost, but it's been so much fun. I've had a blast doing it, so I really appreciated that. Yeah, because it is a labor of love, and we work so hard on getting it done. But it's fun, man. And David, you're one of the greats. I always love when you come through on the chat. It's a blast. And here's one from Diamond. That's interesting. Can Kyle use Tez Johnson? And, we were talking about Tez Johnson last night at the draft party. I was actually talking about it in the crowd. And we were talking about the fact because Tank Dell is so small, and then Tank Dell got hurt. So Houston Texans have been drafting all kinds of wide receivers. And the question with Tez Johnson is he going to be able to block? That was the big problem with what the 49ers were getting at wide receiver last year, is there were some struggles, with them being able to block consistently. And so I worry about a 155-pound wide receiver. I love the separation. I love the fact he can get open, but I have concerns. You already have Jacob Cowing on the team. Can Tez Johnson, be a player that can block? And if blocking is a real, part of the game the 49ers value, which they do, I think it would be hard for them to go with Tez Johnson. I could see them bringing him if he didn't get drafted. If he became an undrafted free agent, 100%. I could see them going ahead and doing that. So yeah. And, and see you later, David. He says, I have to bounce, Ant. I'll watch the rest later. Thank you, Ant. Love the channel. Appreciate that. And David's one of the greats. Love having interactions. He hits me up. We have conversations off air, and it's a lot of fun. And so, yeah, I think that this has been, the draft is just a complete blast. We've just to update a couple of the, picks. We had Kyle McCord. So it went like this. Bilal Cohn, who was from Western Michigan, would have been potential outside corner for the 49ers. That's a good pickup for the Ravens. Ollie Gordon, the running back from Oklahoma State. He goes next to the Dolphins. J.J. Pegues, defensive lineman, versatile guy who played next to Walter Nolan. I think he's you're like, hey, is he a one tech? Yep. Is he a three tech? Yep. He can kind of do both. I think it's a good value for them there. Kyle McCord, the quarterback, he goes to Philadelphia. And then now we get our first kicker to the New England Patriots. Andres Borreagas, the kicker from Miami, he goes. So special teams gets a pick. How about that? That's interesting that we're going to get that. And, I can't even hear what it is. Well, this was, he said, Ant, did you ever do the Elijah Huzzie breakdown? I did not. So I missed one day of recording this week. I was going to do Elijah Huzzie breakdown, and I didn't get to. So let me give you the little bit on him. I think he's a very solid nickel corner with great change of direction ability. I love the way he drives on the football. I think he is a solid nickel corner in this draft. I do think that a lot of teams will be interested. I expect him to come off the board, here in the next few picks. So I think it could be interesting for him. But yeah, Elijah Huzzie was a fun watch, and a guy that got after it a little bit. And I think that's what I liked about him, was the physicality, the ability to go up there and pass defend, get some balls on the ground. But I like to change the direction, the fluid hips. He's definitely a guy that fits playing on the inside with nickel corner. I thought that was a great one. So yeah, your thoughts on Huzzie. I think he's a good player, and I think he would have fit. I think if the 49ers wouldn't have went Upton Stout, I think that Elijah Huzzie would have made sense later on. So they're kind of in the same category of player. Upton Stout, a little bit more dynamic, a little bit more of a dog, but Elijah Huzzie is pretty good. Yeah, but I didn't get to that. I was so disappointed. One of the days I missed. I had a tough schedule this week overall with all the stuff that was going on. But yeah, sorry about that. It was fun though. I did like Elijah Huzzie a lot. He was fun, and I needed to get to that because I told you I would, and then I didn't get to get the breakdown. Austin says, any thoughts on Tyler Batty? Yeah, you know what? He's a good player, out of BYU. I liked his film. I thought he competed off the edge. It was interesting because I had a couple of guys kind of later in the draft. You had Tyler Batty, and then you had Elijah Ponder out of Cal Poly. And I kind of liked both of them. I thought they were somewhat similar to me. And so he's a guy that I think if you're looking for a late round defensive end would make a lot of sense as an edge guy. Sets a pretty good edge, has the ability to get, in there, no elite athleticism, but good motor, consistently plays well with good hand placement. I thought he was a pretty good player. I think he'd be a really good player for anyone kind of drafting in this area. I think this is kind of his range. Marcus Harris just went off the board to the Tennessee Titans. So Marcus Harris goes. We still got a lot of guys, left on the board the 49ers could be interested in. So we don't have to worry about that. I'm going to keep going through chat. You guys let me know what's going on. Thanks so much. Kenny said, appreciate you, Ant. Yeah, for sure. I'm glad I got to. I'm sorry I just did that now, but the DN from UNC. Are you talking about Rucker? I think you're talking about Rucker. Let me get it. Kyman Rucker, the edge from North Carolina. So Kyman Rucker is one of my guys that's kind of like he's going to go late round. But when you're talking about a dude that can pass rush, Kyman Rucker is a fun dude. He's physically built. He's got just a motor that won't quit. I'm a fan. I'm a really fan of Kyman Rucker. So yeah, Jay Ellie all over that. He was a fun watch for sure. Pina Jeff says, if you want to see Nick Martin have a game, go watch OSU versus K-State 2023. I might have to check that out because there's talent on both sides. So that would be a lot of fun to watch. I'll have to go check that out, see what's going on with that game, because I do want to see some more. Kyman Rucker though, that dude's a blast to watch. I came across him when I was doing my videos. I would go through and I'll go through the different edges, and I got to Kyman Rucker and I'm like, man, this dude is a freaking beast. And I kept wanting to move him up my board nonstop and do that. And I just couldn't move him up too much, but I do have him in a pretty good spot. I think he should be going here pretty soon. Because I do think this is where he should go. I think I put a 6-round grade on him, so we'll see what happens. Charlie says, will the final 3 picks be offense? I don't think so. I don't think they will be offense. I think that they're probably going to mix it up. I think defense is still a priority. I think they did take care of a couple of their offensive needs, going wide receiver, going running back. So those are a couple of spots they could go with. Sen says here they need O-line. They do need O-line. And right now, as long as guys keep falling, as Devin Neal goes off the board, running back from Kansas. So Devin Neal goes off the board. One of my top running backs still available. He's gone. So that's good. Is if some of these guys are still sitting there, and I don't know exactly why some of the offensive linemen are still falling, but I mean, if they have the ability to grab a really good offensive lineman, later on, then yeah, that is a good spot to go. Another guy that's still available, and this is an O-line, but defensive lineman Aeneas Peebles, unless I missed it, I mean, he's still available. And so I think that, there's still a value for him. But there's a lot of really good offensive linemen. The offensive linemen have fallen. So, Charlie says that we need to get tight end interior offensive line. And I think that is probably the case. They do need to go with those positions. They need to, get guys that can play in that range. Just get guys that, can play, O-line in an interior O-line. And there's a lot of guys that can do it. So you're looking for talented guys. They definitely got those talented guys coming up. And that's what I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see which O-linemen, they end up getting in this spot. So I'm excited about it. I'm excited about what they're going to do and who they're going to grab here pretty soon, because, there are some talented dudes that they can grab. And I think it'll really help their football team, to get some interior offensive line help. But they haven't been willing to address it yet. They haven't been willing to get that guy that they're looking for. And they've just been going solid defense. And I think we're all pumped. Pittsburgh's about to make the deal here at 185. So 49ers still got a little ways to go. We've finally seen a kicker go off the board. Pittsburgh pick is in, and then you've got Baltimore Ravens, Houston Texans, and Tennessee Titans for the next 3 picks. So we'll see what the Steelers end up doing here. And keep moving forward with the day 3 of the NFL draft, which has been a lot of fun. I'd like to remind anyone that's watching, and I appreciate everyone that's watching. If you haven't liked already, please like and subscribe to the channel. It goes a long way. So Pittsburgh goes quarterback, Will Howard. So Pittsburgh finally goes and gets a quarterback. And a lot of people would say this is great value for the quarterback from Ohio State, Will Howard. Big time right there. So, yeah, it's huge move right there, getting him in this spot. And they needed to get quarterback. Everyone talked about the fact they kept passing on guys, and not getting the guy that they ultimately needed. And they needed to get somebody, and they haven't yet. And now they get Will Howard. And I think they're probably pretty excited about this. I don't think Will Howard, they're planning on him starting day 1, but they do now have their eventual replacement, and you had to get that guy that could eventually step in, and play the position. And so they get Will Howard. Here we go from Jay Ellie talking about DN. Did you watch any tape on Wake DN? Let me see who I'm trying to think of who you're talking about. The Wake DN. Let me see. I will try to look it up real quick. Because sometimes it doesn't register for me when I'm thinking about the guy. So let's go edge. Let's see, I'm gonna find this guy from Wake Forest. It's Jasheen Davis. I did not get to Jasheen Davis, if that's who you're talking about. No, I did not. So looking at what I can see from his breakdown, I did not watch him, but I see what I'm seeing. What 6'3", 251. They said they had explosive speed, pass rushing abilities over the last 3 seasons. Had 20 sacks. Wow, I kind of wish I would have got to him. Fits in with a wide 9. Has position flexibility. I wish I would have got to watch him, but I did not. I did not make it that far in my breakdowns. It's crazy. Some of the guys around him in this list, I did break down, but I did not break him down. So, yeah, I'm sorry about that, JLE. I did not get to him, but it looks like someone that I would be a fan of watching because he sounds like a talented guy. Spiting Danger says, Ant, could they trade one of these picks for a player? Absolutely. I think there's always the possibility you could trade for a player. The question is, who will be the guy that they trade for? You know, I mean, what player do they find in value? But yeah, I mean, I'm surprised we haven't seen more pick for player trades during this process, but I definitely think it's a possibility. Definitely. And what's up? Let's Talk Niners. How's it going? Says, what's up, Ant? I hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming through. I really appreciate it. And I hope you're having a good one. David Campbell asks, hey, Ant, you still in touch with Alex? Hope things are good with him. Yeah, you know, I talk to Alex occasionally, not as much as we used to. He's a busy guy. I'm a busy guy. But yeah, he's doing good. You know, he's married. He's teaching high school history. He is coaching girls basketball at the high school. He seems to be enjoying every minute of it. And yeah, he's doing good. So I'll make sure to the next time I talk to him, I'll tell him that you said hello because I know he will enjoy that. But yeah, he's doing good, and pretty much everyone is doing well right now. It's a good time, you know, for like my friend group. They're all doing pretty good. So glad that you were still thinking about Alex. I'm sure he will really enjoy to know that you did. So thanks for the comment, David. I really appreciate that. GC says crazy seeing many highly ranked offensive linemen still there. Yes. That is crazy, you know, and I think that was one of the things that when I was looking at my board, I was kind of almost dumbfounded as why some of these guys are still available. I mean, it's just obvious that they're not being as highly ranked as others. You know, I mean, for some of them, right, they have some injury concerns. Like you got Ajani Cornelius. There's injury concerns there. I think there's also concerns, about some other parts of his game. With interior offensive linemen, it's less dumbfounding because, when interior offensive line just doesn't have the value that offensive tackle does. Now we're starting to see it pick up, right? Teams are starting to pay offensive guards more money, but yeah, when it comes to right now, the draft, guys are just falling, and there's lots of guys that are falling. And Monkey Boy says Purdy is going to need to work on his cardio after this draft if we don't get any O-line. Yes. I mean, he had to move around a lot last year, and I think that they were hoping, I think we were all hoping they were going to strike on an interior offensive line early to solidify left guard. The thing was, they were never going to wholesale fix this offensive line in this draft because they were never going to draft anyone that was going to take over at center for Jake Brendel. And I don't believe they were going to draft anyone that was going to take over this year for Colt McKivitz. There was the eventual replacement potentially for Colt McKivitz, but I don't think there was the guy that was going to just step in and take over. So I do believe that offensive line is a need. I just think offensive line wasn't as dire as what, at least I'm talking from the 49ers perspective, not from my own, as dire from their perspective as other positions. I do think they were correct when talking about defensive line. I do think that defensive line was more dire and they addressed it big. I think with offensive line, we do need a left guard. But yeah, I think that they just don't see it the same way that we all do. And who knows, maybe they'll end up getting a guy, here pretty soon. It's potential, and this is what Josh just said. Who do you think starts at left guard, Ant? I think right now, if I had to guess, it would be Ben Barch. Another kicker just went. Tyler Loop from Arizona just got selected by the Baltimore Ravens. But I think Ben Barch has the inside track because Ben Barch is the more balanced, consistent offensive lineman of the three guys potentially in the mix. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with Matt Hennessy. If Matt Hennessy moves over there, I think it might get interesting. But I like Hennessy playing center because I want him to compete with Jake Brendel. I don't know if they'll actually make it a competition. But Ben Barch is a good run blocker and a sufficient pass blocker. My problem with Nick Sikel, and I love Nick Sikel as a prospect, is he's really good at pass blocking. His pass blocking grade was really great last year. His run blocking, though, is not very effective. He's one of the least effective run blockers on the 49ers team. So I don't know if he could start. So I'm going with Ben Barch. I would say that the guy that's the most talented, and I still believe this, is Spencer Burford. Now, is Burford going to be the swing tackle? If that's the case, it takes him out of the running to play guard, right? That was what happened with Jalen Moore. He had to get all the reps playing left tackle because Trent Williams doesn't practice in training camp. So I think that right now Ben Barch has the inside track, but Spencer Burford, if he got an actual competition, he's talented enough to take that spot. It's tough, though. It's really tough. And, we got this right here. Buck says, how is defensive end Ivy still there? Was he injured? No, not that I know. Jalen Reed just got drafted by the Houston Texans. So that's a really good pick by the Houston Texans. But no, he wasn't. He wasn't wasn't injured. There was nothing that made me think he was going to fall this far. Nothing that came up. There were question marks from 4-3 teams if he could play in their scheme. So a lot of people thought he was a 5-tech, so maybe he's too much of a tweener to where the teams that are running a 3-4 don't think he can play a 4-eye or 5-tech, that he's not quite strong enough at the point of attack. And then 4-3, defenses didn't think he had enough speed and bend off the edge. Those are always possibilities that make players fall when they're kind of a tweener. So maybe that was the case. So it's pretty interesting for sure. But I don't know why. I honestly don't know why, players are slipping. Like some of the players are slipping the way they are. It's just kind of the way it goes. The eye of the beholder is a real thing. Hughes says 12 picks next year. The O-line gets addressed more than 100%. I think that right now, if you had to bet on next year's draft, you would think first round is probably offensive tackle. Whether Colton McKivitz is on the team or not, because Trent Williams is at some point going to retire. And I know he said he might play till he's 40, which, I ain't putting it against him. That dude's still, a stud. So I think there's always the possibility they address offensive line early next year, maybe with multiple picks. And there will be a lot of openings because Ben Barch is on a 1-year deal. Nick Sikel's on the last year of his deal. Spencer Burford, the last year of his deal. Colt McKivitz, the last year of his deal. So there's going to be changeover with the offensive line next year. And so I think that's something to remember when kind of looking at how this team is going to be built next year. They went heavy defensive line this year because they needed it. Maybe next year it's heavy offensive line because they need it. Reese says, why doesn't York, John, and Kyle see what the O-line is just as important? Pooney and Williams is the only talent there. I'm so upset. R.I.P. Purdy. And Kella Mullings just went, the running back from Michigan, to the Tennessee Titans. But I honestly, I understand what you're saying. You know, I do think that it's interesting that they see the offensive line as a whole, and they see it as a unit that is effective enough. And I think we see some of the holes in the offensive line, especially when it comes to center. And I think there's question marks when it comes to left guard right now that make you wonder. And they've decided to spend money in other areas, right? They decided to spend money, and part of it is Trent Williams. And Trent Williams is a generational talent. He's a Hall of Famer. He's the best left tackle to ever play for the 49ers. But you have to pay those guys accordingly. So a lot of your money for the offensive line is tied up into Trent Williams. And then after that is tied up into Christian McCaffrey. It's going to be tied up into Brock Purdy and George Kittle. When you're paying these weapons, Brandon Ayuk as well, you're paying these weapons the amount of money you're paying. You have to skimp somewhere. And they are skimping right now along the offensive line. Once Trent Williams retires, I'm guessing it's going to become more balanced across the board. But until then, you are going to suffer a little bit at certain positions. I think on defense, they were dealing with the same thing. They were very heavy paid up front early, right? That's why they had to let Armstead go. They traded away Buckner. They didn't, bring back other guys. This year they made some more adjustments, letting go of Leonard Floyd, letting go of Javon Hargrave, like letting those guys move on. And it's because they had to find ways to be more cost effective because you have to pay guys like Fred and De'Amon Lenore. And so you can't pay other guys. So it's completely valid, your statement. But I think that's why they do it. And the key is how much can you improve a position without having to pay an extensive amount of money? And I think that's what they've got to figure out, because they do have to address offensive line. And it's just, it's tough. And they haven't done it yet. And it's a little bit frustrating. And then we got this from Buck. How many comps do we get next year thus far? Right now, it's slated to be 4, and which is the maximum that you can get. So they are slated to get 4. They did not want to lose any of those comp picks. That's why they didn't sign any high-priced free agent players. But now, after the draft, they will be able to sign players that don't count against the compensatory pick formula. So if the 49ers were looking to add another wide receiver like Amari Cooper, they could. If they were looking to add a cornerback like Stephon Gilmore, they could. If it was C.J. Mosley, if there was a defensive tackle or an offensive lineman they can. And it doesn't count against the compensatory pick formula. So that's something they could address. And they've talked about this before. They enjoy going through the draft and then going to free agency. So they're not opposed to this method anyways. Riley Leonard gets drafted by the Indianapolis Colts. So somebody that gets talked about a lot for the 49ers gets drafted there. And so I got this from Harold. At this point, 49ers might as well get undrafted offensive line since they are trying to pay little money to O-line players. And, I mean, the truth is they met with some of those guys, right? I mean, they met with Caleb Etienne. He's probably going to go undrafted. He's either late round or undrafted. And, they could seriously do that. Now, I do think they might take a flyer on somebody in round 7, an offensive lineman. I think they might. I think they could draft one coming up. They need a tight end still. Jalen Conyers is still on the board. So I think if they get to 227 and he's there, I think he's probably the guy. I love this from Harold, right? Harold said, stack the defense, and then said, more D tackles. Why not, right? Why not? And I do think they like Kevin Givens. I think they like Jordan Elliott, but I don't think they love him. So, I mean, if you needed to add players, you definitely could. Some offensive linemen that, could be available later as well. Maybe in the undrafted market. I didn't do an extensive undrafted market this year. Last year, I did a little bit more. but you have some guys later on, and Marcus Tate from Clemson, an offensive guard, Dalton Cooper, offensive tackle for Oklahoma State. We talked about Willie Lampkin earlier. I think he's going to be an undrafted free agent, and a team could be interested in him. Brandon Crenshaw Dixon out of Florida. Those are just some offensive names. I didn't do, like I said, an extensive look at them this year. I tried to keep it as much as I could on value, on volume of players that were going to get drafted because it was really tough. And JD says 4 and a quarter hours later, thanks, Ant. Yeah, we're still in it, right? I didn't even realize we're that far in it. But yeah, we've been on the air for 4 hours, and it's been a lot of fun. And so many people have checked in. I appreciate everyone checking in. We've gotten a lot of super chats. We got a new member, a lot of subscribers. You guys have been phenomenal, and 135 likes. I really appreciate that so much. You guys have been coming through and taking care of business, and I appreciate it. It means a lot, and I'm enjoying this time as Tim Smith goes off the board, the defensive lineman from Alabama. I'm enjoying this time, and it's always interesting when we get into this part of the draft when there's a lull, right? And you see the people that are still hanging in there that are with me the whole entire way as we're going through this, and we're just talking 49ers, and we're talking draft, and 49ers aren't even going to make a pick for a while. So you guys are absolute studs and troopers. All the the ladies and gents that are in here, absolutely fantastic. And thanks so much, Josh says Ant's a beast. I try, I have my moments, and the truth is, after this is over, I'm gonna need a nap, right? Like that's the way it is. But I'm enjoying it. This is so much fun. And I like this from Josh. Okay, Josh. Josh says, I got 30 minutes, then I got to take my daughter to the spring fling dance. Well, have fun at the spring fling dance. That sounds like a lot of fun. Hugh says, another edge in round 7. I would say yes, and here's why. As Miles Hinton, offensive tackle, Michigan, just went to the Philadelphia Eagles. I would say yes because some of the guys that we're talking about earlier as far as edge defenders, they still have Antoine Powell-Ryland, who was a very talented guy. And thanks so much, Reese, for the subscription. I really appreciate it. Antoine Powell-Ryland is still on the board. Jared Ivey still on the board. Fadil Diggs still on the board. These are all edge rushers that, yeah, if you get to the 7th round, why not add somebody that could come in and play depth? Now, you have Sam Okuwanu, who you like. You have Robert Beal Jr., who has developed into a steady base defensive end when it comes to setting the edge in the run game. That is the case with the guys you can really count on. I don't know what we're going to get out of Drake Jackson. I don't think the 49ers even know what they're going to get out of Drake Jackson, so we're going to move him aside. Those guys right there are good, but why not bring in competition? I'm all for it. Let's bring in competition to compete. And you have these guys that are still available that are pretty solid edge defenders. We talked about Tyler Beatty earlier. He's another guy that they could go late in this draft and potentially get a guy that fits the 49ers, rushing off the edge. So I think that there's a lot of guys. Elijah Ponder, he's a late round draft pick. He could go undrafted. Yeah, why not? Why not double up at edge defender in one of the late rounds? I still think they need to edge defender from the corner. I'm sorry, they need to double up at cornerback. I started to say edge. They need to double up at cornerback as well, I think. They need to get another guy. I think that would make a lot of sense. So it would be really fun. And we got this from Buck. He says Houston's Jalen's. So there we go. We're got more guys on the list, to potentially look at. I mean, that's just how it is, right? There's so many talented guys in this draft that we just keep bringing up, and there's guys that are probably going to go undrafted that are going to make sense too, and I'm excited about where the 49ers could still go. And I think a lot of people in chat are still going to be looking for offensive line, which I think is fine. JD says, I can't wait to see Brendel go up against Collins. There's going to be fireworks at practice when you get Alfred Collins and CJ West in there against the 49ers interior offensive line. Dominic Pooney against those guys is going to be must-see TV. But if one of them get into any sort of a situation where they get on Jake Brendel, you're right. Get the Cracker Jacks, get the popcorn. It's going to be fun. What did T.O. say? Get the popcorn ready. Like, that's exactly where you're at. It's crazy. And here's an interesting question from Dave Mayo. Why the heck draft so many undersized players that you most likely would have been on the board 2 rounds later? So when it comes to certain positions, actual stature is not as significant, right? But there are like extreme traits that you're looking for. So when you're looking for a nickel corner, which is what they were looking for with Upton Stout, and I'm sure this is one of the guys you're referring to because he's 5'8", under 200 pounds. Upton Stout, though, change of direction skills, and that's why the smaller guy in the nickel makes a lot of sense. They have to be able to change direction really quickly. And that is something that Upton Stout does well. He's got fluid hips. So because they play in a position where a lot of times they have a two-way go, the wide receiver can go, left, they can go right. I mean, they could go vertical, but you have to be able to stick with that guy no matter where he goes. You have to have elite change of direction skills and fluid hips to be able to do it. Most of the time, the shorter cornerbacks are the guys that do that well. That's why Demo plays pretty well on the inside of the nickel corner. He's shorter than the traditional boundary corner the 49ers normally go for, which is over 6 foot. So finding those elite skills in the taller corners is difficult. So that's why they went there. Now, you have a valid point. A lot of people were saying, hey, he's a 5th round pick. I had a 5th round grade on him. He went in the 3rd round. I will say this, though. The 49ers, if you feel this convicted about a player, you go get him. So I think there's credence to what you're saying. It's just when it comes to making the right fit, he definitely fits. So when it comes to fit, that's why I said about running back Jordan James too. Maybe don't like running back at that spot. When you're talking about fit, though, he fits. And everyone they've been getting is a fit. It's not like when they drafted Trey, I just went blank on his name, Trey Sermon. It was like, this dude's not a fit, right? When they drafted Aaron Banks, it was like, this guy's not really a fit. And we saw some of those Banks issues start to become a problem when he lost a little of athleticism because of injury. Then all of a sudden, because he was just barely athletic enough, once there was anything setting him back, he just struggled. Linebackers are going underneath him. So it's a good question, and it's going to have to play out. And we'll see. Maybe they did go a little bit earlier, than they probably should have on some of these guys. But we'll see. I think it's pretty fun. What's happened so far, and I think the conversation is great because you get to continue having these conversations about what those guys can do. And just to run down some of the picks. So Bryce Cabledew just went, and we talked about him last week. He got brought up, and me and John talked about him on the show, and I broke down Bryce Cabledew as a fit. And how about this? He goes ahead of Logan Brown, his teammate, and Bryce Cabledew, 6'6", 315 pounds. Because of arm length, he should play guard. But, right, this is a Shanahan system. Cabledew is a fit, going to play up there in Seattle. So Bryce Cabledew comes off the board. Taj Brooks, running back, goes to Texas Tech. Jalen McLeod, linebacker, Auburn, goes next. So Luke Newman, just off the board now, offensive tackle, Michigan State. So offensive tackles kind of go right here, a couple of picks in a row, or not really in a row, but within the last 4 picks. But Luke Newman, another one. But Jalen McLeod was a lot of fun. I don't know if you guys got to watch him out of Auburn, but he was a lot of fun to watch. A guy that could present some pass rush ability for the Jacksonville Jaguars. So they get a good guy there. So very interesting. Only one guy who talks about Leonard. Or there you go. So if we can, here we go from Josh. If we can run the ball, our offensive line will be fine. Yes. So here is the philosophy that the 49ers have been able to execute throughout the years. They would get the outside zone going. They would get the ball into the running back's hands, and he would be able to create. And what that did, because you could run the ball successfully, you would be able to run play action. It would take the pressure off those interior offensive linemen. So then they didn't have to have offensive linemen that had great anchors because they didn't go in traditional pass sets. They would move the pocket. They would get the quarterback outside the pocket. Then he would be able to deliver the ball down the field. Now, what we've seen is a little bit of a trend of them going to guys with a little bit of a bigger anchor. When you looked at Dominic Pooney, because Brock Purdy played more in the shotgun, you had more traditional pass rush sets, less movement. But theoretically, if you could get the run game going, it would make it a little bit more difficult. You could kind of slow up that pass rush a little bit. but they're going to have to execute, and having the guys to do it is going to be key. And can they get the left guard? Is it figured out? Is it Ben Barch? Is he going to be that guy? I think it's interesting, but that's what Josh is talking about, is the fact that if you can establish that run game, it does make it easier for everyone else. And so, I think that you just got to continue going down that path. And we got this from Hugh. He says, Ant, you're the best. I really appreciate that, Hugh. I really do. Having a lot of fun. And Josh says, hey, let's get Ant to 200 likes. I would love that. Getting me to 200 likes is very cool. And we're, getting this thing pushed towards 200 in the draft. And if we get to 200 in the draft, we're just going to be 27 picks away from the 49ers picking again. So we've been making things happen here. It's going to be a lot of fun, getting to the point where the 49ers are going to pick a really good player at this point. I am going to take a second here, get a drink of water. 2 days of live streaming, and then now today, starting to catch up with me a little bit. We're over 4 hours and 10 minutes in, so absolute blast. Been having a lot of fun with you guys. I love this coming from Draw. Nobody tell my girl that I said this, but you are a beautiful man, Ant. Thank you for all this. Gotta love the humor in this situation. Absolutely fantastic. And thanks for the comment. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I think my wife thinks I'm pretty beautiful as well, or at least handsome, I'd like to say, But you know how it goes. I appreciate that. So thank you so much. And Nick comes through and says this: Jared Ivey still on the board. Yeah, there are some guys on the board that no one was expecting to be on the board. And I missed the super chat. I got to get to it. Harold says 49ers draft is B+ so far. What do others think? So he's asking all of you, what do you guys think? Do you think this has been a B+ draft? Where would you grade it? I think it's interesting. I kind of talked about this earlier, that I don't really like draft or grading the draft, especially during the draft, especially. I don't like that at all. Even post, I did it in the past. I wasn't a huge fan of it, but it was something that, when you're working with people and everyone's like, hey, we should grade it. And it's like, okay, but I'm not a huge fan of that. But Ahmed Hassanin, I'm going to kill his name, was a fun player. I did watch him out of Boise State. He goes to the Detroit Lions. They needed edge help. They get a guy as well. So, what do you guys think? If you guys want to go ahead and put your grade so far, I think that I'm interested to see what, people say. And Harold says this too. And this from Josh, he said, B- to B+. So he's agreeing with you, Harold. And so, Josh says 4 possible starters at least. And that's what you have to do, right? You kind of have to hit it out of the park if you're going to go draft development. Last year, you got Ricky Pearsall. He's going to be a contributor this year. He's going to start. You got a starter in Bernardo Green. You got a starter in Dominic Pooney. You got a starter in Malik Mustafa. You've got a very consistent rotational piece in Isaac Arendo. And then you've got Tatum Bethune, who could be in the mix for a starting job this year. So it does feel like that, right? When you start going through, it does feel like they're going to have those guys that are going to be in the area. And Thomas says, Ant, I also need a nap after this draft is over. Rounds 1, 2, and 3 are in the middle of the night here in Denmark. Thanks for keeping me awake with great content. Hey, bravo from Denmark. I mean, that's the real struggle, right? We're complaining about being awake, but we had Brad from Australia earlier in here. Now we have Thomas from Denmark. Real heroes, staying up late at night and getting through this stuff. Absolutely fantastic. Great job. And I'm very appreciative of you coming through. It means a lot. And, that's what Harold's saying here. Many of these players will contribute on special teams. And that's where you start turning your attention with these 7th round, these late day 3 picks is, we want guys that are going to add depth, but what is their special teams value as well? Because you need those guys, because you have guys who make mistakes. Guys like Darrell Luter Jr. have struggled on special teams. You need to have guys that can do that. That's why getting another corner who could help you on special teams is important. So big-time special teams players that you could look at for positional value of special teams: tight end, linebacker, safety, and corner. Those are positions that really help on special teams. And I got to throw in now, because of the way things go with the kickoff, athletic defensive ends. Because we've seen a lot of the Robert Beal Jr. is a phenomenal special teams player now. So that is also in the thought of realm of possibilities. Elite traits, special teams upside. And that's really huge. And I think that's something to remember when you're looking at, how you're building your team coming in at the end is doing that. And so Reese says, welcome. Ant is great. Found him on John's channel. Yeah. Thanks so much for the subscription, Reese. Glad you found me through John Chapman's channel. And, if you watch me, and I don't know how you don't watch John Chapman, go give him a subscription. He's been so nice and helpful in trying to, get me out there and put it out there that, I'm putting out content. And I love some of the comments. People were like, hey, I just found your channel. And I was like, who's this guy? Oh, he's not bad. Like, I just love that opinion. And so it's freaking fun. It's fun. And, Josh says this, John and Ant are my go-to guys. And I appreciate that so much. And Josh is one of the best. If you guys don't know, Josh does research for John Chapman, and he does great work. When he says players, it's always fun. Like when he started talking about Nick Scorton, I'm going to check out Nick Scorton. And I did enjoy Nick Scorton a lot. Josh was probably higher on him than even me, but I did like that. And he was fun for sure. And Atomic says, almost fourth quarter, hang in there, Ant, and finish strong. Awesome job rallying this long live on the longest day of the draft. It is. And we are going, I think this is my third year doing day 3 alone. It might be my fourth. Last year, I think I don't know if it was last year before, I had a couple guys come on here and there. I every once in a while I'll have guys come on and try to break me because I always have the key questions that you have to answer. What are you going to have to go to the bathroom, right? Like that's one of the main problems that you have to worry about. But yeah, we're going to finish strong on this. And we're going to get it. And Beto here says, I don't grade this draft until 3 years in. I think it's probably the best way to draft, to value a draft is because within 3 years, you're going to know, right? These players are either not going to make the team. They're going to be very consistent for your team, right? So you're going to have a very good idea of how to grade them. I think the initial reaction is usually more of an emotional reaction for everybody, me included. You have an emotional reaction to every single pick, and then you have to kind of step back and then look at it. And it doesn't mean you're always going to agree with the pick, but it does mean that you can find out why. And I think understanding why is very important. And so I'm hoping that when we talk about this, all these things are going to be, phenomenal, that it's going to be great, and you're going to have all the best picks. It doesn't always work that way, but that's the idea. And I love this. Shout out to the 49er fans worldwide from Harold. Yeah, man, everywhere. 49er fans are everywhere. And that's one of the great things about 49ers is they're just all here all the time. And Uncle Leb says, Ant, don't forget to thank the viewers from Parts Unknown. I do. Yeah, you got to love the Parts Unknown reference. If you're a wrestling fan, you got to get them. These guys that are from Parts Unknown. Well played. Uncle Leb coming through with the great one. Here we go. Himster says, we need a 30 for 30 on Ant's 4+ hours holding the faithful down on day 3 of the draft. Be pretty interesting, right? I should have done a complete behind the scenes look of the entire draft, going to day 1 and day 2 of the draft party, doing day 3. The 30 for 30 would have been intense of all the trips over the Bay Bridge. It would have been a lot of fun. That's hilarious, by the way. It's well played. Leonardo says, any special teams players you're looking at? Yeah, I have some guys that I really like. Let me look at my board here. Because I think that when you're talking about this area, I love going cornerback, linebacker guys. And so I'm going to throw out there, I'm going to stick with my guy, Chandler Martin. I think he's a special teams monster, an absolute beast when it comes to playing linebacker. I think he's a guy that would help a lot on special teams. And so he's a guy that I'm a fan of adding on the special teams because of the things he can do and the athleticism that he has. So he would be number 1 on my list. I think after that, then I'm looking at cornerback, and I think that there's a couple of guys that I like to be able to help as a cornerback on special teams. I like Nico Reed, the cornerback from Oregon. I think he does a pretty good job. Jamari Harris, the cornerback, Iowa. Those guys are also going to help. But when you get to the athleticism at linebacker, those guys, Jalen Walker, special teams beast. He would help a lot. Marlo Wax out of Syracuse, another beast linebacker, Kobe King, Penn State. All those guys could help on special teams. But those are the type of players you look for in this range, and you just try to load up on guys that can help. And I have been waiting for this pick at 197 for a while. I feel like we've been waiting for a while, but that's a great question, Leonardo. I think, that's one of the things that you are looking for. And Eric Schmidt says Ant is rising in this draft. There you go. We're getting up there. Ant and John are the best. Thanks so much. Josh says, thanks, Ant. Yeah, because dude, you're the man. You do the work. You put in the time. And JL says, call up the horse for a break. Yeah, the horse is an interesting cat, man. That guy's got a wild schedule, so it's hard for me to be able to record. Find out where he's at, what he's doing. He was texting me pretty strong last night with some of his takes. We had a couple of disagreements, which was fun. Graham Mertz just went to the Houston Texans, quarterback from Florida. So they took a long time for that. We got this from Jesse. He says, when I met John at one of the road trips, he asked who else I listened to, and I told him it was you. And he said, you were the man to watch. So I appreciate that from John, and thanks so much for telling me about that. Yeah, John's great. He's one of the best to do it, man. And I had a lot of fun. And then I don't know if you guys watched, those of you who watched last night, but we had a lot of fun with Charles as well. His friend Charles is such a great guy. Loved interacting with him. And then Terrell as well. He did a really good job. And I had fun recording with them yesterday. And it was a good venue. It was a lot of fun. And, if you guys ever have a chance to do it, yeah, go check it out. It's a blast to kind of get there together. Everyone just kind of enjoying the draft together, going through the ebbs and flows of what happens. It's interesting. Mike says, I felt like the edges lasted longer and defensive tackles went faster in most of the mocks I saw. Am I imagining that? No, you're not imagining that. It did happen where defensive tackle, I felt like the edges lasted longer. Yeah, the edges did. So there should have been a run, I thought, on edges in the beginning of round 2. And it didn't happen. That was one of the most interesting things was they didn't go edge real quick, is it went defensive tackle. I mean, and I think probably what changed some things is guys like Kenneth Grant and Tyleik Williams did go into the first round. And I think those guys were thought of to be second round draft guys. And the edge guys that we thought were going to go in those spots moved down. Donovan Ezaraku, Mike Green had a big fall. And a lot of that, I'm sure, is the off the field issues. But Landon Jackson, he fell. There were so many edge defenders that fell that, yeah, it did. Your defensive linemen were definitely thrusted up. And I thought everyone was believing that since it was such a deep defensive line draft, and especially interior defensive line, that you could wait and you needed to go edge early. But maybe people will just pull the trigger because they want to get their guy. Defensive tackle Warren Brinson from Georgia just went off the board to the Green Bay Packers. So the pick is in at 199, and the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to be picking at 200. So we're getting around, we're under 30 picks away now from the 49ers making their next selection. And I like this from JLE. Wax is a beast. He is. Marlo Wax was a guy I think I just got onto him maybe like 10 days ago. Going through my breakdowns. It takes me a while to get to some of the guys, especially some of the deep guys. But when you're talking about a dude that's physical and hits, he is fun. So it's great. And so I think he's a lot of fun to do. So we got this right here too from Vidal, and says, no clue how to do super chats, but you got to drop your Cash App or Zelle email. Love to support you today. I refuse to listen to Arizona radio today. This is cool. Bang, bang. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, if I have a link in the description to my email, just send me an email. I'll send you over the information. But over on, I don't really have Cash App, but I do have Venmo. If you want to use Venmo, you could do that. It's just 49ers Cutback. You could go check that out, or you could just email me and I can send over the link or whatever, if that's what you're looking to do. And, you don't do super chats, like that's completely fine as well. But yeah, just email me and I'll make sure to get you the information. I appreciate all the support, and it's great having you in here. And I can only imagine how insufferable it is to be Arizona radio in the picks. And honestly, I have to say this, Arizona hasn't been terrible with their draft. I think they've done a pretty good job. So that makes it even more unsufferable. But I appreciate the support so much and coming through. And yeah, this is a great place to be. It's going to be 49er centric, and all the people in chat are going to be doing it great. So it's awesome. And you know what? We had this right here. Josh said, Ant, did you get an auto from Demo? Demo did not show up. So if you didn't know that yet, Demo did not come. He sent a message via agent that he couldn't make it, that an unforeseen circumstance came up. It was a shocking development. John was very surprised that happened, and it was tough. So it's something that happened, and I don't know what the whole story is. John didn't know either. We were handling it in real time, but yeah, we did not get to meet Demo. So yeah, and GC says, thanks, Ant. So there you go. I appreciate that so much for sending through the super chat. I appreciate that. All the love today. Lots of super chats came through. All kinds of, great comments. I appreciate it. Here we go. Donald says, breaking news, Ant will be doing melatonin commercials. If the NFL draft keeping you from sleeping, take melatonin. There you go. Yeah, you got to have those good ones. Branson Taylor goes off offensive tackle pit. It's weird, some of the offensive tackles that are coming through. So Josh says, hey, what tight ends are still available? Well, the good news is there's lots of tight ends still available. You have Jalen Conyers, who is the number one tight end on my board. Then let me look at who else is tight end. It's kind of an interesting dynamic here. As I didn't really have a lot of tight ends ranked super high. But you have Jackson Hawes. He would be the next tight end on my list. Luke Lachey, another tight end out of Iowa. I think, he's got a lot of ability. He's available as well. Benjamin Urasek out of Georgia. He's available. Those will probably be the top tight ends that are still there. And then after that, you kind of get into those guys that, even some of the guys the 49ers met with, that could be interesting. I think Joshua Simon is still available. Jake Bredingstool still available. Thomas Fedone still available. Those guys all available. And then you get into some guys really later on that the 49ers met with, that probably aren't on anyone's radar, like Rivaldo Fairweather, the tight end from Auburn, crazy athlete, right? So yeah, there's some good names out there, Josh, that the 49ers could still be interested in. So I think that at some point they have to go tight end. It's just, is it going to be there, or is it going to be when they, go undrafted free agent? Reese says, would another linebacker be good just in case of injury? Is our depth that weak? It's not that weak. We do have Tatum Bethune, right? You add that to, you added Nick Barton. They signed Luke Gifford, a linebacker from Tennessee. That's a special teams move for sure. They still have Jalen Graham on the roster as well. But I do think that they have room to add another linebacker, because I don't think you're sold on Jalen Graham. You were willing to cut him last year. Then he was on Washington's practice squad. You brought him back. He struggled a little bit when it came to special teams. So I don't think they're sold on Jalen Graham. So I do think they could add another linebacker. I think that would make sense. As a linebacker, Kobe King goes off the board to the Minnesota Vikings at pick 201. So yeah, I think it's in the mix. I do think so, because I'm not sold on the back end of that linebacker room. And you probably are going to carry 5, maybe 6, depending on special teams and how, Boyer wants to run it. But it's always nice to have those guys. And like you brought up, athleticism, speed, you need more in case you have an injury. Right now, like say you're playing Nick Martin as a starter, he gets hurt. Well, that means Tatum Bethune comes in. And Tatum Bethune is a 4.7 guy. So depending on what your thoughts are on that, but I do think that there's a value there for sure. Here we go. Beto says, Ant, question for you. CJ Sanders was still on the board. Do the Niners take Alfred Collins in your opinion? TJ Sanders was a good one. Gavin Bartholomew, a tight end, Pittsburgh, just went off the board to the Minnesota Vikings. TJ Sanders would have been the top-ranked defensive lineman that I had on the board if he'd went 43. I also thought the 49ers were looking at it at the point that they were going to need a 3-tech. They did not address 3-tech at all. They addressed big interior defensive lineman 1-techs, Alfred Collins, CJ West. CJ West maybe has some upside as a 3-tech. He's going to be talked about that, kind of the DJ Jones thought process. But he's not. DJ Jones was not a 3-tech either. So they must be looking at Jordan Elliott. And this guy brought up in chat. It was a great point earlier. I wish I could remember the name. It was great. That maybe they look at Jordan Elliott as a 3-tech. And if that's the case, he's going to play 3-tech, and then you're going to have these other guys rotate. So I looked at it at that point. Alfred Collins would have been my number 1-tech on the board, and TJ Sanders would have been my number 1 3-tech. So, yeah, I think that the way I was looking at it, it would have been TJ Sanders. But from their point of view, they probably would have went Alfred Collins either way. And so it's an interesting question because I did have TJ Sanders up there, but that's probably what they were looking at. And the fact that they got that, and GC said, hey, they got Juice Watkins. How did I miss that? Yeah, that happened. Pick 138. Kind of snuck it in there, got some speed, 4.37, 9 touchdowns. And I think it shocked people because it was a wide receiver. And it was interesting because we were talking that might be wide receiver, and then Alec A.O. Maynor, went off the board, and it was like, is it still going to be wide receiver? But yeah, it worked. And Hugh throwing it out there, and I gotta say, he's completely accurate. Omit me, but John Chapman and Johnny Dell do great work. If you don't watch Johnny Dell, and especially during the season, his breakdowns are fantastic, but he is very in-depth on the scheme. And so if you want to understand more about scheme and like route concepts and what Kyle does and how he's trying to put pressure on defense, he does a phenomenal job, real in-depth work. And that's what I love about the way that people handle things, the guys that are breaking it down, you brought it up, John Chapman and Johnny Dell, it's tape, and evaluating tape. And the cool thing is, like, we don't all agree. We agree on a lot of things, but we don't all agree. And so you're going to get different perspectives on things at different ideas. And I love that. That kind of gives everyone the opportunity to kind of make up their own mind. So this is an interesting one from David here. Can the new special teams coach get Jake Moody's head straight? It's not a physical thing. He probably cost the 49ers 3 games last season. Yeah, Johnny Cornelius, Ajanai Cornelius, just went off the board to the Dallas Cowboys. Pretty good selection when you're talking this value. But, I think that is the case, that they're looking at, can Brant Boyer, get Jake Moody turned around. I think that with Jake, I think that a lot of it is mental. I do think that there was some physical things last year. I don't think the ankle healed correctly, or at least was all the way healed. I think he might have came back a little early. But another thing to take into account, and I know I've said this before, is they changed holders. When Mitch Wisnowski got hurt, one of the main purposes for getting the punter they got was he was the best holder of the punters they worked out. He didn't do a great job holding. It was okay, but it wasn't the way that they had the holding happening with Mitch Wisnowski. Mitch Wisnowski's a very good holder. So I think that played into it. Then you throw in the fact that Tabor Pepper, the center, the long snapper, was less effective. He was a little erratic last year. That's why they've moved on. So just remember that. So I think that, yes, he needs to get Moody on par there. But I do think there was some physical and other things that made it a little bit more difficult down the stretch that probably don't get talked about. But I love the fact they're going to bring in a veteran kicker to compete. Jake Moody needs to earn it. I don't think they should give him anything. So I think they got to figure this thing out. Brosh says, I'm a big Jalen Conyers fan, but after more analysis, CJ Dupree might be the guy at tight end. Nasty run blocking, 4.69 40, 32-inch bench press. Yeah, I mean, he's a good player. And, he played well at Alabama last year. And I was actually surprised to see Outs go earlier, but I think it's because they seen him as a fullback a little bit. So I think that you're right. I think that there is a opportunity, that everyone got to, this guy probably didn't go on everyone's radar, but I think there's an opportunity for him to be a consistent player in the NFL. And you might be right. He might be the guy that, could be a good one. And Conyers is fun too. I like Conyers a lot. I like the way he operates in space. Slick says Kobe Bryant's still there. He is. How? That is a question. A lot of people are saying, hey, how is that happening? And, that's why Slick is saying, hey, I'm interested to see who they have UDFAs. At this point, it looks like, we're 22 picks away from the 49ers picking again. And there's a chance there's going to be guys that we were worried they were going to miss out on at 138 along the offensive line, still available. That is crazy. the fact that that is still happening and we're still having all these guys, that are going to be still available. It's so fun to see so many good players still available. And, I love a lot of the comments. The chats are, these chats are phenomenal, that are coming through, because we keep seeing these players come off the board. And there are some interesting players that are coming off the board. Like the Jaguars took a safety, Rayun Lane, who I never even got a chance to look at. I thought that was very interesting. LeJontay Wester just went from Colorado to Baltimore. That's a quick receiver. That's interesting. Kane Medrano comes off the board. So Adam Peters strikes again, right? If you were looking for linebacker, Kane Medrano goes off the board. A speed element, right? Fits the system. This is what with Adam Peters being out there, you are seeing more and more guys that the 49ers probably really like that are coming off the board. But hey, this is kind of the way it works. But I think it's interesting. You always see it. It's like, oh, yep, okay. And there's more and more teams like that all the time as this system continues to grow. And when I look at my board, the number one guy still available for me is Cameron Williams. There must be something there. There must be something else that's going on with Cameron Williams because he's still on the board. Chandler Martin and Aeneas Peebles, my next two guys that I'm huge on. After that, Chase Lunt, Antoine Powell-Ryland, still available. I just seen that I forgot to mark off Will Howard because he went. After that, you still got Zy Alexander, Kobe Bryant, Logan Brown. Those guys are still available. Jared Ivey, Fadil Diggs, R.J. Mickens. Johnny Cornelius just went, so I could take him off the board. You still got Jack Nelson, Ty Robinson. I mean, I'm pretty much just naming a bunch of guys, but just looking at it, I mean, there are a lot of talented players that are still available. So pretty cool. The fact that 49ers are still going to have a lot of talented guys available when they pick, and that's what we're seeing right here. I love so many guys still, and that's it. Brash is all over it. There's so many guys that are fun. And Josh says this: what position has the best chance to make the 53 as a 7th round pick? Cornerback, because there's still depth concerns. They're not sold on Darrell Luter Jr. What are you going to get from, Trey Tomlinson? Is Trey Brown going to stay healthy? I think those are question marks right away. So cornerback, linebacker, we kind of talked about the depth a little bit there. I think you can beat out, as Chase Lunt just went off the board to the Buffalo Bills. So that's a good pick for them, and would have been somebody I would have been interested for the 49ers. I like him in space, and he would have been great. But I think that those are positions where there's depth concerns. I think tight end, that can make the 53-man roster. And after that, I'm a little bit nervous. I don't know if O-line can. Depends on who's there, right? It depends on which offensive lineman. But, yeah, I think the 49ers should go cornerback, linebacker, tight end. I think if they went those 3 picks, it would probably make the most sense making the 53. Most 49er fans are probably going to want an offensive lineman. And my guy, Jack Nelson, is still there, okay? So if Jack Nelson's there, I will say this. I will make this statement, Josh. Jack Nelson can make the 49ers team as an offensive lineman. I do think he would beat out some of the interior offensive linemen they have. I just have that much belief in him. So that's kind of where I'm going to go with it on my guy. So Brash says we like the same players, and yeah, I love that. I love that we are on the same page of guys, that could potentially, be there. And Marvin says 7th round, best chances, ask Brock Purdy. There you go, right? You got 3 picks in the 7th round. You can still potentially hit on somebody. And there's a lot of guys still available that are talented. And I kind of like that. And so we got this from Hero. Good O-line, left. I'm not so convinced unless 32 teams up to this point haven't picked this draft to the bone. Great humor, but no cigars. What are you smoking? So many offensive linemen left. Oh, brother. Well, I mean, once again, it depends on what you're looking at. We've been talking about this. We're not saying that we have a starter available at O-line. But when you're talking about depth pieces like Chase Lunt, he just went to be a swing tackle with the Buffalo Bills. The 49ers need a swing tackle. So, yes, there's still good offensive linemen available. Not every good offensive lineman has to start. They can still play, a valuable role. Now, I think a guy like Jack Nelson is a very talented offensive lineman that could make this football team. But we're talking about depth pieces when you're talking 7th round. Are we saying good offensive lineman as far as a starting caliber lineman? Not necessarily, but there are guys that go later in drafts and end up being starters. Right now, the left tackle for the Philadelphia Eagles was drafted in the 7th round. So it does happen. There are good players available. Just are they starters? Probably not. And I think that's what we've been talking about through the whole stream. But I appreciate the comment, Hero. Thanks for coming through. I always enjoy hearing other people's perspectives. Marvin says, me thinks you are right, and Jack Nelson would be a good pick. Yeah, I've just been a huge fan of him. And the thing with Jack Nelson is he's not so much a great offensive line prospect. Offensive tackle prospect, as he is a good offensive guard prospect. I love him moving inside. So that's where I see the value in Jack Nelson. He keeps a wide base. He's got vice grips for hands. If he gets into your chest plate, you're donezo. I mean, that's just how he does it. I mean, the guy is extremely talented. And it looks like Beto said Cameron Williams just went off the board to the Eagles. So he did. So Cameron Williams has finally been drafted. That's there's some value there. I think that he has a chance to start somewhere, but Eagles go ahead and adding to depth with offensive line. That's a great pick. The athleticism, the size, that's a great pick. That was a great player that was still available. So there you go. He's got some talent. WNY says, what about Shiloh Sanders? You know what? Shiloh Sanders, I think, is probably going to go undrafted. Maybe someone will take him in the 7th round. I think that there are some things that he does well, but there's a lot of question marks about his game. I don't know if he can consistently play the deep third. I worry about him with tackling. So I get it. The name definitely carries a lot of weight. I think he's an undrafted guy, though. And somebody will take a shot on him and see what he can do. And I'm not saying he won't make a team, but we'll see. Jalen Moore was drafted in the 5th round, Mike. He went 5th round to the 49ers. So 49ers drafted Spencer Burford in round 4. They've drafted Jalen Moore in round 5. They drafted Colt McKivitz in round 5. He's a starting offensive tackle. And they drafted Nick Sakel. He was a 6th round pick. And so right now their offensive line isn't really built of 7th round guys. But yeah, Jalen Moore was a 5th round pick and now presumably going to start an offensive tackle for the Kansas City Chiefs, which is pretty impressive. And so Hero says, yet we need starters. Now, good luck with these opinions. I'll stick to facts. I didn't say we don't need starters. What I said is you can't get starters right now. Now, the interesting thing is, Hero, I said that they needed to take Arianti Ursary in round 2. That was a fact. And Arianti Ursary would have upgraded the offensive line extensively. I'm not opposed to upgrading the offensive line. I'm just saying that the 49ers don't do it. And now there's a question mark if any of these guys can actually upgrade the offensive line starters. They can't upgrade depth. So it's nothing about facts. It's just the way it is. And there are still good players here. And some of these guys who have fallen a little bit, are they going to be starters? No. But you're no longer going to upgrade your offensive line. That's just the way it is as far as starters. You can upgrade depth, though. And that is important because Trent Williams doesn't always stay healthy. And other guys could potentially get hurt. Ben Barch got hurt last year. It'd be nice to have a depth piece that could step in and be a player that could step in and start those games. So it is important. So it's interesting. And, that's just how they have to go about it. I would have loved to have gotten an offensive lineman earlier. 49ers didn't feel that was the way to go. And, we got this right here. Why the 49ers haven't drafted a tight end or offensive tackle, I just don't understand it. I did think that, both things probably would have been taken care of already. I had thought they were going to take offensive line earlier. I thought that they were going to take tight end. Just didn't happen. That's the way it goes sometimes. I think that's part of the thing that you're looking at. And, this is right here from Reese. Our O-line is what it is. Just hope it'll hold up enough for Purdy to make the reads. Our D is much stronger and improved for sure. We were horrible against the run last year. Defense definitely needed to be a priority. And they made it a huge priority with the amount of draft capital they put, on it early. And did that hurt them with going towards offensive line? Yeah, I think it did. They didn't really address offensive line. I thought maybe they would take a second in the, that 2nd round pick and address offensive line. They decided to go with Alfred Collins. And, Alfred Collins is a great pick. And I think he's going to be great for this 49ers defense, but the thought process was defense early. And then when it looked like they were going offensive line and they could still have gotten a starter, they did not. And so you're right. I mean, this is just kind of how they do it. It's whatever they kind of just have a feeling on how they go with guys. And so it's just what they go with, this is how they do it. And I'm all for it. I'm all for the approach of going offensive line, but if you're going to get offensive line, you get them where you can get them. And this is just how they see it. Right. And, I like this, they got this right here. An old saying is defense wins games. Right. And there was the old saying, even more older than that, which is interesting, is they had the offense wins games, defense wins championships. It can ring true. I mean, the key is to have complementary football. That's one of the hard things to do, is have all three phases working in unison, right? Your offense, your defense, your special teams. That's what they're trying to put together. And Antoine Powell-Ryland just went off the board to the Philadelphia Eagles. And that one frustrates me because that dude is freaking good. And they're having a great draft, by the way. They just added a guy that plays the edge really well, that had 16 sacks last year in the ACC. Tremendous talent. So Antoine Powell-Ryland comes off the board. But, you have to put the whole thing together. And that's what they're trying to do. And it's a tough thing to balance the money and be able to do that. And so we'll see. It's just fun to see where everybody's opinions are in chat. And, and that's okay. Like, everyone's going to have different opinions. Let's Talk said there's way too many needs at defensive side of the ball to go offense early. Yes, I think to a point there was. I think the question was, what were they going to do, right? Because your thought process was they could have went, like, this was my thought process. You could go Ariante Ursary in round 2 offensive tackle, just a theory. And then you could go defensive line with the next 2 picks. Now, we did not know that they were valuing linebackers so high. So because of that, they needed to take defensive tackle earlier. But if you could have taken Ursary, then taken a defensive tackle, right, you could have easily gotten C.J. West. I love that they got both. I'm just saying, C.J. West is 75, then take somebody else in round 3 at the end of round 3. Like, that would have made sense. But yes, the approach is they're going all defensive end, and they are making sure that defense is loaded up for Robert Saleh. And if you're going to invest in Robert Saleh and pay him what you're paying him, you need that. Now, it is a good point that defense being better helps your football team. And I do love the fact that you get, extreme depth. I do think that this is a good point. No swing tackles, still kind of concerning from Mike. That is the one offensive line position I think that they have a chance to still address, where you can get one, right? They got Jalen Moore. He was a swing tackle. They got him in the 5th round. I think that they could still address that. There's probably a couple of guys. Aeneas Peebles just went to Baltimore. So that's a great pick for them. They get a pass rush defensive tackle. We're seeing guys now that, probably were sliding a little bit going off the board. But I think you could still potentially get a swing tackle. My question is, how comfortable do they feel with Austin Pleasance? That will be where we look at. And can one of these guys beat out Austin Pleasance, right now? So, some of the stuff, that has happened right now, just recently, as I see people are jumping back into chat, is Ajanai Cornelius went 204 to the Cowboys. Kane Madrano, who would have been a 49ers target, to the Washington Commanders at 205. Chase Lunt, a extreme 49ers fit at tackle, to the Buffalo Bills. Cameron Williams, offensive tackle from Texas, finally goes off the board at 207. And CBS had him ranked 69, and he goes that far. Jimmy Horn Jr., wide receiver, Colorado, he goes 208 to the Panthers. Antoine Powell-Ryland, the edge from Va Tech, he goes to the Philadelphia Eagles, which they just keep doing it, man. 16 sacks last year. And Aeneas Peebles, one of the best pass rushing defensive tackles, little undersized, but he goes to the Baltimore Ravens. So, we're getting these guys that are extreme talent. And, we got this right here. Keys says, I hope Niners go offensive tackle Pohl or ETN in 7th. And they could. I think that those guys are definitely, possibilities of grabbing, one of those guys late and seeing what they could do, where you get some extreme size and seeing what they could develop into. But they are developmentals, and it just hasn't been a thing yet. So, no. And here we go from Brash. Are they in love with Ben Barch that much? Crazy to not address O-line at all. I don't think they're in love with Ben Barch. I don't personally think they're in love with Ben Barch. But I don't know what their overall thought. I thought they were going to draft an interior offensive lineman. I did, right? I said Ariante Ursary, didn't happen. I said Miles Frazier, didn't happen. I said Cameron Williams, didn't happen. So I am with you guys on the fact that I thought that they were going to address it, and they haven't. So, yeah, we're kind of in the same page right now with where they're at. And so I don't think they love Ben Barch. I think they like Ben Barch. I think they like the competition at the position. I think it comes down to right now 4 players that they have that they're looking at. Ben Barch is probably the leader in the clubhouse. Then you've got Nick Sakel, who played it a little bit last year, needs to get a lot better at run blocking. Then you've got Spencer Burford, who started some games for you in the past. You were high on him. He's super athletic. Is he going to play swing tackle? I think that will depend. And then what are you doing with Matt Hennessy? Kyle Shanahan mentioned that Hennessy could be in play at guard. And so I think that those are the question marks that you lean into, but I don't think they love Ben Barch. So, I mean, that's just something that you consider when you're looking at, how players go through this stuff. You just look at, the guys they're looking to get. They've signed a lot of people. Josh is talking about this in chat. They've signed a lot of people at center for big money, and it never worked out. Weston Richburg got hurt. Alex Mack retired early. And so now they're saving money. And we talked about this earlier with the allocation of funds. You're paying Trent Williams so much money that you along the offensive line that you have to kind of like skimp in some areas, but they skimp more than anyone on offensive line, right? You look at Philadelphia, they've paid almost everybody. They just continue to figure out how to do it, rotate through talented defensive players. Hayden Connor, interior offensive lineman from Texas, was drafted by the Arizona Cardinals. So Baltimore Ravens are on the clock. They're picking 212. And, we're almost to the 7th round. We've got a few picks left in the 6th. And then the 49ers, start getting to that time where it's going to look interesting to see what they do. And we'll see where they go. Which players they're kind of interested in grabbing in this kind of area. I think there's some guys that are on the board that are still enticing. I would probably lean more towards, right, your like I said, your special teams guys, your tight ends, your corners, your linebackers. Those guys are probably the guys that I think you kind of look for in this area. And I think it's, and Atomic says this right here. Cardinals loaded up on defense too. Also, we saw how important defense was in the Super Bowl. It is super important. And, that's exactly what Arizona needed to do. We've seen Seattle make an investment in defense as well, trading up to get Nick Emanwari. And I think that you're seeing a lot of teams kind of look at, how they handle defense a little bit differently. They're going in the draft heavy in defense, and then they're trying to pay some offensive playmakers. And it seems to be a method that a lot of teams are trying to do. And we'll see if they can make it happen. And maybe it can. And so I think that we're going to see some guys go off the board now, probably that we already thought would have as we get into the 7th round, where guys are just going to start taking. And, Mark says this, hard to say Philadelphia didn't win with trenches only. They played really good with trenches, and then they invested last year in corners, right? Did a very good job of grabbing guys that were going to fit in certain positions for them. Getting like a Cooper DeJean, I think is a very good pick for them. And I think that's, the type of thing that they did. And now they're moving on from more corners. They go out and they get Andrew Makuba and, play safety. I think they've done a very good job. Josh says this, the Giants drafted very well. I think they did too. And they had to have a good draft. And I think they have so far. Brash says the Niners loading up jumbo defensive line to combat Philly. And that's what you're doing, right? You're continuing to grab guys that can make plays in the box. And one of I think probably the biggest statement that 49er fans made during the offseason was, we need to get better at stopping the run. And the 49ers agreed. And so that's what they did. They addressed it early. Mikael Williams, Alfred Collins, Nick Martin, CJ West, they're all run stopping, help when it comes to defensive line and box players. And so they definitely did that. It was a great job by them going out there and getting those guys. They're getting players that are going to help the team. And then they added speed when it came to Upton Stout. When it came to Siegel, they're adding guys that are speed guys on the outside and in the slot. So that way they can have a lot of speed on defense. And now D Winters and Nick Martin are fast linebackers that can play. So it's kind of interesting how they went ahead and did that. Brash says both those DBs we got can play slot and safety. Exactly. Versatility, right? Flexibility. Remember when Robert Saleh was in San Francisco and they drafted DJ Reed, they originally played him at free safety. And they were kind of, put him in the nickel a little bit. So these two players are very similar to that mold of DJ Reed, the guy that can play inside and play nickel, the guy that can play free safety. And what you like about it is then they can start covering some of the guys in the slots as well, right? You get some of these skill players that move to the slot, running backs, tight ends, and then that kind of affords you the opportunity to cover those guys, in space with one player. And so I think that that's part of the reason they went with those guys. As one of my favorite corners just went off the board, Robert Longerbeam goes to the Baltimore Ravens. And so, yeah, Robert Longerbeam was a lot of fun. He was a guy that I actually very much enjoyed. And I had him, kind of up there with Kobe Bryant. I thought those guys were very similar. Robert Longerbeam is a long guy that will probably still play nickel. So he's one of the taller nickel corners that you were going to find in this draft. But I think he has the ability to play outside as well. So that one kind of hit as well with Longerbeam going ahead and going. And, we got this right here too from Jay Shaw. We also need to convert on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1. And those are great arguments, right? That's an argument for offensive line. And offensive line it would have been huge to get a guy that's an absolute mover up front, right? That's why I said Ariante Ursary, because he would have won at the point of attack. So right now they're saying, hey, we're going to stop you on 3rd and 4th and 1. And they're going to have to find another way to convert on 3rd and 4th and 1. I don't think they can run straight at somebody. I do think Dominic Pooney is going to be even an improved run blocker. So you probably can run to the right a little bit more. Having Trent back on the left side will help. It's going to be curious, though. What are we going to get from Ben Barch? Is he going to be able to block that way? Burford is a good run blocker when it comes to, getting a push. But I think that's a valid, complaint, that you have to be able to do that. It's something you have to do. And, this from Josh, if Alfred Collins develops just one good pass rush move, he'll be a problem. Right. I mean, I think that's it. He just needs to get more proficient in pass rush. I still don't think him or CJ West are ever going to be big time interior pass rushers, but they can be disruptors. They can be guys that can make some plays in the backfield. They're athletic enough for that. So it's interesting. And Key says, I see an extension coming from Burford. We have no one for next year. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, right. Because the offensive line is going to look a little bit different. Tommy Malott from Montana State goes off the board to the Raiders. And this one is very impressive for them because he is a guy that's an absolute runner with the football. I don't even know if he's a quarterback. Is more of a playmaker that uses his legs. So that one's a very interesting one. I think that he's, he was an interesting pick. I didn't know if he was going to get drafted, but here come the Raiders going ahead and taking him. And, that's a lot of fun. And, Eric Schmidt says, hey, the Ravens are killing it right now. Ravens are on a stretch right now where they're just hitting some studs and they're getting some players that make a lot of sense for their football team. Reese says, just hope we can stay healthy for a full season for once. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the keys. If you can stay healthy, you can compete. The teams that are the healthiest are the teams that usually, are doing the best. And that's exactly what the 49ers have struggled to do. The years they stay healthy are the years they're really successful. The years they don't are the years that have been down years. So you look at 2020, that was a down year. I couldn't stay healthy. 2021 was marred by injury, and then Debo took over. I got to give credit to him for everything he did to take over in that year. But then injuries caught up to the Niners again in 2022. It's what happens. Even 2023 in the Super Bowl, it caught up to them. You lost your starting offensive guard during the game. Then you lost your Dre Greenlaw. It was a problem. And so it's tough. It's tough to do that. And then we got this from Jay Shaw. By the way, thanks, Ant, for helping us through the entire draft. Really appreciate everyone coming through. Once again, I appreciate you. Jay Ellie says, Malott moving to wide receiver. Yeah, when I watched him, I kind of thought that he was a player that could do a lot of things, right? That you could play in like a joker role where he could play tight end, he could play fullback, play running back sometimes, some wildcat quarterback, wide receiver. So I think that he's an interesting guy, and I do think he will be moving positions, but a lot of talent in the open field. That's what made him so interesting, was his ability to do that. So we got 2 picks left, or is it 1 pick now? No, 3 picks left in the 6th round, and then we'll start talking. We're almost to the home stretch here of the 49ers getting another 7th round pick to pick at 227. And I can take a look at the board and see if there's anyone that I missed, as this board has been completely cleaned up, as lots of guys, kind of in this range have been going off the board, and we're kind of getting down to the nitty-gritty now of players that are available, that you have draftable grades on. I mean, some of the guys that are drafted, there's not even draftable grades on them, but there's still some heavy hitters that are kind of fun, to see what they could do in the NFL. It's interesting now when these guys that are down here, it's not like most of them have starting potential, but you're curious what they could be in the NFL, what they could provide a football team as far as, some of the skills that they have. So I'm kind of curious where all these guys go. And there's a couple of guys that I'm still like really big fans of that I think are better than probably where they're sitting. But for the most part, I mean, it's kind of playing out. Now it's starting to clear up to where it plays out like you expect. And we got this from Josh. We could use some pass rush from the D tackle position yet. Yes, I mean, that's the key, is who are those guys that are going to provide pass rush? That's what I'm wondering when looking at the board, is looking for defensive tackles that can still pass rush. And that's going to be a little bit harder to find. I mean, I think there is a couple of guys here and there, but for the most part, maybe a Simeon Barrow, right? I mean, he's a guy that's a little undersized. Simeon Barrow, he would make sense. I know he's one of John's guys, another like Aeneas Peebles type guy. He would possibly make some sense for the 49ers. Some guys I thought would still be here. A guy like Vernon Broughton is already gone. They did meet with Elijah Simmons, the defensive tackle from Tennessee, but he's another run stuffer. He's not really a guy that gets after you. So, what do we think about him? And I think that's the problem. I think there's a lot more run stoppers still available than there are guys that can get after the quarterback. And you're probably just going to have to, potentially get guys that are undrafted. So, I mean, I don't know. I think this is tough to find some of those guys that are going to be pass rush. But you're right. That would be somebody that you would be looking for in the interior defensive line, is a pass rusher, as we have went over 5 hours of stream. So thank you all for who have been hanging throughout the chat or throughout the stream. I really appreciate it. Mark says, give me some of your hope for O-line, and anyone left. Yes, I do have hope for some of the guys with O-line. The number one guy left on my board is Logan Brown, the offensive tackle from Kansas. I do think that he could be a swing tackle in the NFL. So if you got him, there's a lot of versatility there. He can move inside the guard as well. I think he is number 1 on the list. His teammate went earlier. I forgot to mark him off. After that, you've got Garrett Dillinger, the offensive guard from LSU. He's another guy. Jonah Monheim, if you want to go center, Jonah Monheim's the number 1 center on my board. He's still available. And so I think those are the top 3 guys. Then you get into Jake Majors, that we talked about earlier, the offensive center from Texas. If you're going developmental, Luke Condra, the offensive guard, Cincinnati. Some of these guys down here, Seth McLaughlin, Joshua Gray, those are kind of the guys on the board. And of course, I did not mention Jack Nelson. I forgot. I don't know why I forgot, but I forgot my guy, Jack Nelson. Reese says, Ant, do you know what vets we still have to extend or resign? I think the 49ers have really 3 things they're trying to do right now. They're trying to get Brock Purdy under contract. They're trying to, or a new contract. They're trying to extend George Kittle. They're trying to extend Fred Warner. But I think that's the process. It's going to go Brock, then George, then Fred. because Brock and George are going into the last year of their contract, and Fred has a couple years left. So I think that's how they're approaching it. I think there are some other players we might see them extend this season, and they're going to try to be pretty strategic with it because they have to make sure that they, get these guys before they get to the open market. I think there is a chance that they could extend Colt McKivitz. That might not make people happy, but I do think that that's a realistic possibility for the way that they view Colt McKivitz. And they've continued to bring him back on the cheap and save a lot of money. And I thought that he did improve from his first year starting to his second. Will he take another step? I think that's what they're hoping. If we get midway through the year and he's taking another step, they might re-up him. So I think that those are the players and kind of how it happens where you get those guys that make a lot of sense. And we got this right here from Jay Shaw. 7th time for linebackers, cornerback, safeties who can make special teams. Exactly. This perfect point. Chandler Martin's still available. He is. My guy Chandler Martin is still available. So, yeah, I mean, he would be a dynamite selection if he's there. JLE saying defensive end Gregory from Arkansas. There you go, right? So we're getting some talented guys, back to it. And Raiders went back-to-back quarterback, Cam Miller. And I think that we were spot on earlier, but JLE, what he said is that, one of those guys is not going to play. Tommy Malot's not going to play quarterback. He's going to play a different position. They've all been looking at him as different positions as an athlete. And so I think that that's probably why I think he's going to be all over the place. And so RJ Mickens, by the way, went to the Chargers. Good to see him land with Harbaugh. That's going to be a good pick for him. So we have one pick left in the 6th round. That's the Denver Broncos. They're going to be picking next. And then we're going to be in the 7th round, and the 49ers will be 10 picks away from their next selection. So far they haven't decided to trade up, and they haven't, thought they needed to do so. So we're finally getting some guys off the board like RJ Mickens. I'm happy for him. I thought he had pretty good film overall. I thought he's a very talented guy. Now, Kobe Bryant is still available. Zy Alexander is still available, unless I missed something. Those guys are interesting. You got a freak of nature defensive tackle like Ty Robinson. He's still out there. So there are some guys that can still add to the team and add to depth, and that's what you're really doing right now is adding to depth at certain positions. I think when you're talking, if you were going defensive tackle, there are a couple guys that, I think the 49ers could be interested in. I brought up Simeon Barrow a second ago. I think he's a guy they could be interested in a little bit. So maybe they would go that direction. Cam Jackson, I don't think he got drafted earlier. If he did, let me know. Another one of those guys, but a little bit slower out of his stance, but big and physical. A guy that could make sense as we're waiting for the Broncos pick that's in to really come on. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. See, Joe says, really didn't pick up any linemen to help Brock. What's left in the 7th round? Yeah, they didn't. And JL said he thought Ty went. Let me know if Ty went. I do miss some of these guys sometimes. So if he did go, let me know, and I'll make sure to change it. The 7th round O-line is a little bit difficult. Oh, so Cam went as well. Okay, I did think I saw Cam, so I got to update my board on that. So thank you for that. I appreciate that, those guys are potentially gone. So with offensive line, there are a few players still available. Logan Brown is the most obvious, right? Played at Kansas, played opposite of Dominic Pooney, and he's been pretty consistent. His teammate, Cable Dew, already went earlier. He is a guard/tackle prospect. I don't think there's overwhelming traits. It's probably why you fell. My number one offensive lineman that I would go with, even though I have Logan Brown ranked ahead of him, my number one guy would be Jack Nelson. Wow, a punter, Jeremy Crawshaw from Florida just went. I think the 49ers actually might have met with him at one point. But anyways, Jack Nelson, offensive tackle, Wisconsin, is a guy I think is a guard. And he is one of the few guys that I think could start still. There's not a lot of guys on this list that I think could step in day one and start. And I wouldn't say that I think he could start day one. I think that he could push to be a starter in the NFL. So I think eventually he could, take over at left guard and be very consistent. I do think he has the ability to play swing tackle. I worry about his speed on the outside when you're talking about going against the faster edges. But I think that's why I like him at guard so much. He's got a really good anchor and would make a lot of sense. So he's another one. Center, Jonah Monheim, still available. I think he is one of a few centers that are pretty darn good in this area. Jake Majors right there with them. Seth McLaughlin, a little bit of a tier down. But I think there's less offensive tackle prospects than there are interior guys, because later on you even have a guy like Clay Webb out of Jackson State. He's another guy that's, available and interesting. You have a guy like Luke Condra, offensive guard from Cincinnati. So those are the names that are kind of, in the mix to potentially, be available. And Joe says, hey, I like Logan Brown. I think a lot of people like Logan Brown. A lot of people would have taken Logan Brown at 138. So Jay Ellie says, Holland Pierce still available. He is still available. I will be honest, I am not the biggest Holland Pierce fan. He makes me extremely nervous with athleticism. And it was crazy in this process when people started talking about him being a 3rd round pick. I watched him at the combine, and just the way he moved, it didn't represent a 49ers offensive lineman. It was very clunky. And that's one of the problems. You have to be a smooth athlete to play for the 49ers. And I don't think he did it at the highest level. So I have a late 7th round grade on Holland Pierce. I don't think he's a good fit for the 49ers, but I do think he's an NFL player. But I just think it's a 7th round guy. So, and then we got this right here. Donald says Denver took Kyle's punter. Yeah, the good thing is, right, they finally weren't in on a punter, but yeah. And Jay Shaw says Hollins is too stiff. Yeah, I think so too. I think that he's just, a little bit herky-jerky, and I call it clunky because, like, when he's running, it doesn't look smooth. The feet are hitting hard. It's just not all there. So Dallas Cowboys are on the clock at 217. 49ers will pick again at 227, and then we get a little bit of a stretch, and then they go 249, 252 unless they trade up. So we'll see what happens. There's going to be some fun players here in a second. I like this from Josh right during the draft. My 9-year-old's spring fling is popping. Kids going crazy in here. Hey, kids turning up, man, getting excited. And Jay Tawoa, the defensive lineman UCLA, just went. And I know I'm probably saying his name wrong, but Dallas goes with a defensive lineman out of UCLA, 6'2", 342 pounds. So getting a big individual to move inside to play defensive line, which is a lot different from what they have done in the past, where they have been getting pretty much smoked because they go with all pass rushers. So the Atlanta Falcons pick is in, and we'll see what that is in just a second. Pick 219 up next, and that's the New York Giants. So Falcons are about to make their pick. Curious what it ends up being, but we're 9 picks away pretty much from the 49ers picking. I think my math is right. 8 picks away, 9 picks away. We're getting there. I don't need to do math when I'm starting to get tired. But yeah, so here we go. Jay Ellie says, I like Webb, Colby, and Condra at guard. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for solid guard prospects, I think those are solid guard prospects, just pure guard prospects. If you're looking for guys that have tackle ability, or guys who are tackles that move in, because that's what the 49ers normally do, those won't be the guys. But I think you're right. I mean, those dudes are talented and got ability to help if you're looking for an interior offensive lineman. And it's about depth. And the question will be, are they going to be able to make the team, or are they going to be like Kingston was last year and not be able to make it? Jared Kingston was taken right in this area, and then he didn't make the roster. And it wasn't because he wasn't talented. He wasn't a bad player. He just wasn't good enough to make the 49ers 53-man roster. So that's something to consider with offensive line. That's why when you get to the 7th round, it's safeties, linebackers, corners, every once in a while a wide receiver, tight end. Those guys can help you on special teams. But the 49ers took an offensive lineman last year, so potentially they could do it. And Joe says, I like the draft. Don't love not getting some O linemen. And I think that's probably the only drawback, right? Is getting some O linemen. And how about this from Keys? Any good pass rushing defensive ends left. And I'll look at my board to see what it looks like. Pass rushing defensive ends that are left. I mean, Jared Ivey, I think he's a pretty good pass rusher. I was a fan of him. I'm surprised he's still on the board. I would say he's probably the number one edge guy, and he's pretty sufficient when it comes to pass rush. But I mean, edge is really picked over. So you've got him. You've got Elijah Ponder. He's another guy that, I'm a fan of. Kyman Rucker is a pass rush defensive end. So Fidel Diggs also, yes, thank you. Jaw Joyner, those are in there. Oh yeah. So I mean, those are some guys for sure that make a lot of sense. As Jack Nelson goes off the board to the Atlanta Falcons, and my heart is broken. 49ers will not be getting Jack Nelson. So now they're going to have to get some other guys, that I like. And I did realize right here that I did miss Fidel Diggs. I'm glad they put him in chat, because Fidel Diggs I've ranked right with Jared Ivey, and he's still on the board. So yeah, there's a lot of guys, and you guys brought him up here. So I lose Jack Nelson. I'm going to need a second to more, and I'm going to go ahead and take a drink of water and regain my composure, because I do think he's going to be a good offensive lineman in the league. He's going to play for Atlanta, and Thomas Fadone just went off as well, the tight end from Nebraska. So hopefully, I'm hoping these things are going to kick in the high gear here, because I want to get to the Niners pick. I'm excited to talk Niners. It did hurt losing Jack Nelson. I think he would have been a nice pick for the 49ers. And we got this, Matt Wharton is saying, hey, Willie Lampkin, let's go. We got RJ Oben, JLE's right about him. He's still available. Fidel Diggs, Jaw Joyner, those are some guys that are available, and we kind of were going on the edge rush thing, and then my guy got taken, and it kind of threw everything off. Now I got to regain my composure. But I mean, there's still good players left on the board, and Fidel Diggs is one of those guys. Kobe Bryant, guys, is still on the board, and we know the 49ers were interested in him. So, yeah. So for all those who don't know, Jack Nelson was one of my guys, right? He's one of my, my pound the table guys, because he was 6'7", and he played so well at like 317 pounds. He could move. He's going to be an elite guard. I wonder if they're going to play him at tackle or guard. That's something I'm going to watch, because I'm curious. But that was a killer, and everyone that knows me knows, because it's all over the chat. Jack Nelson is gone, and I've seen it all over the chat. And this one right here, and you know what? I like this. Sorry for your loss. My condolences, Aunt. Yeah. And if you're wondering why I'm squirming, I did see in the chat, I do not have to go pee, but my back is starting to get lit up. So if you see me squirm, don't worry about it. It's just my body is saying, after sitting in a bunch of hard chairs and stuff all weekend, no, this is not fun. And I do have a comfortable chair, but interesting. But that's a funny comment. So Brash says this: Damian Martinez is still on the board. What am I missing? And yes, I did notice that. I almost thought for a second, because he's right above Jared Ivey on my rankings, I did notice that he was on the board, and I almost thought I missed it. So the fact that you brought it up is pretty interesting. I think it's probably the athleticism for Damian Martinez. And he's more of a brute, more of a physical runner. And so, I mean, I definitely thought he was going to go a lot higher than this. But yeah, he's fun. He's fun. And I think that he will go at some point here in the 7th round. Someone will take a shot at Damian Martinez. And Joe says, hey, just found your channel and subscribed. I enjoyed your videos. Hey, great. I'm glad you came through, Joe. Thanks for the subscription. It means a lot. And I'm excited about that, about getting new subscribers, getting new viewers, new opinions. Feel free on all my videos, leave comments, all that. I look at them. Sometimes I don't respond to all of them, but I try to respond and have interactions. And it's just a lot of fun. So yeah, feel free to do that whenever I'm live. Go ahead and jump in the chat. It's great. Eric says, don't worry, Ant. They're going to take some guy you have never heard of. Absolutely. Last year, they drafted Jacob Kingston, and I literally had watched like 5 minutes of Jacob Kingston. I had no like nothing prepared. I had to look him up. I just, to be honest, hey, we're going to look this guy up. I looked at him for a second, during the draft process. So you're right. It's probably going to be some guy I've never heard of before. Now, they did help me out last year. They did that with Jacob Kingston, but then they drafted Tatum Bethune, which was phenomenal because I'm a Florida State fan. So Tatum Bethune was like right in my wheelhouse. So I love that. So like if they wanted to go with like a Fintrell Cypress in round 7, like with the last pick, I'd appreciate that big time. As a guy that I watched a ton. So those are some fun things, that you get to see. So I appreciate that so much. And Brash says, I appreciate that you actually watch film. So many Niner content creators don't know how to spell film. It is Marcus Bryant just went off the board, Missouri tackle. Film watching is something that not all people enjoy. It can be tedious, but it's something that I enjoy because I was a coach. So I spent so much time watching film that I have enjoyment out of it. And I love finding different things about certain players that are just different, or things you break down or you enjoy. I love it. I love the evaluation process. So it's been one of the things that I've enjoyed. So film watching, I was always one of those crazy film watchers that I'd watch film so much as a coach. I would pick up on crazy tendencies. It would always click. And so I just got to where that's how I handle it. So I'll go back and watch more guys again. And especially when they get to their teams, and it's fun when you figure out the scheme fits and stuff. But yeah, it's great. And we got Big Joe here. Big Joe Sally 92 says, found you yesterday when watching Johnny Boy. Great inside, Ant. Keep up the good work, bro. Bang, bang, Niner gang. And I appreciate you coming through, Big Joe Sally. Awesome. I'm glad you found me over on John's channel and you made your way over. Always appreciate people that are coming over. And Key says this, is Conyers still available? Yes, Jalen Conyers, unless I've missed something, is still available. So the Patriots pick is in at 220. 49ers pick at 227. So, we're almost, we're 6 picks away from the 49ers being able to select. And Jalen Conyers is still on the board. And I think if you're looking at the guys that, we've been talking about the whole offseason, it's got to be Logan Brown, Kobe Bryant, Chandler Martin, right? Those are guys. Now, in chat, we brought up Jared Ivey, Fidel Diggs. Those guys are interesting. I think when you're looking cornerback, you could also look at Corey Black from Oklahoma State. I think he's another interesting one. Lots of offensive linemen that they could go with, but Jalen Conyers, tight end Texas Tech, is still there. And lots of people have been talking about him as the move tight end. And I think that would make a lot of sense. As Jordan Monheim, I think just went off the board. Is that what happened? We don't know yet. Cody Lindenberg from Minnesota just went off the board to the Las Vegas Raiders. Did the Raiders trade up? What did I miss? 222. Oh, wow. My tracker is behind here. I got to see what's going on with my tracker because I missed some guys. So I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I'm still behind. So you guys are going to have to help me out filling this thing out as I see players come in, as we're on 223 and my CBS tracker just went. So I don't know what happened to it, but it is not updating. So maybe it'll update in a second. But if Jonah Monheim just went off the board, that is frustrating. Yeah, I'm looking at the NFL Network, and it's saying that they're on pick 223. On CBS, it is stuck on 220. So I don't know what just happened with them. So I'm trying to figure out who those picks were that I missed. So if you guys know the picks I missed, just leave them in the chat, and I'll go ahead and mark them down. But keeping the board up is tough. Jonah on Jags. Okay. So Jonah went to the Jags. I'll go ahead and mark him off. I appreciate that so much, Eric, for letting me know. Because the CBS tracker just went away and it's still sitting there saying the Jaguars are on the clock, which is crazy. This from Leonard, because there's content creators that say they don't watch college ball, but come to the draft and all of a sudden they're experts and they'll throw fits when the draft doesn't go their way. I watch college ball, and college ball is fun and it's interesting. It's hard to watch all this stuff. I'll be honest. Like, Damian Martinez just went off the board too. Marcus Bryant, Jonah Monheim. Now Damian Martinez goes to the Seattle Seahawks. So there goes that guy. It's interesting about college football. There is so much college football. It's hilarious. I used to love watching the Pac-12 games when they were late. I loved it. That was one of the funnest things. Yeah, Raiders took Lindenberg. Thank you for that. I thought I had seen that come across, so I'll make sure to mark him off as we continue to. That's the hard part, is keeping up with it when your thing goes down. But everyone in chat is keeping me updated. Marcus Bryant, Missouri. Look at that. You guys are coming through. The real MVPs are in chat, keeping me updated on what's going on. And yeah, I mean, we're getting this. We're near the 49ers pick now, guys. We are getting close, as my CBS just kicked into gear, and Keontae Hamilton, defensive tackle Rutgers, goes to Houston. So all of a sudden, they decided to update, and now we are picks away. Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. The Pittsburgh Steelers are up next, and then the 49ers. So go ahead and start putting it in chat right now. Who do you think the 49ers are going to take? And the easier question might be position. Which position do the 49ers take here? Is it finally in offensive line time? Are they going to go with one of the traditional special teams type roles, right? Linebacker, tight end, cornerback, safety. I'm curious, it's really interesting to see who they go with. I like this. Matt Wharton, he says Jake Majors. Joe says, Brown or corner. Yeah, I think that those clues. I love this from Spynick Danger. I have no clue. I think that is a pretty good opinion when talking about the 49ers sometimes, is that guy Jay Ellie says, hey, let's get Jared Ivey. Let's go another defensive end. I like that process. I think that there's some guys here, that are pretty fun. The Arizona Cardinals pick is in. So we are officially, 2 picks away. 1 pick from the Steelers. Jay Shaw says no O-line. I fear, and that's it, right? Josh was saying earlier he could expect there to be none. Joe says, hey, let's go get Jalen Conyers. Chris says, hey, Brown, Conyers, or Nick Nash. Nick Nash was a guy I mocked to the 49ers in the mock draft, the last one I did. I thought that he could be a possibility. They ended up going with Juice, but I think that there's some guys, and Brash has got some guys too. Jared Ivey, who Chris also said, Logan Brown, Jaw Joyner, Elijah Badger, Kobe Bryant. Elijah Badger is a fun guy. So there's 2 for sure guys that I know of that in this draft I watched play in high school. One of them was Omar Norman Lott. He played at Grant High School. And then Elijah Badger played at Folsom. And I am a guy that likes to go, now that I don't coach, I like to go watch high school games. So you can find me at De La Salle. You can find me at Folsom. You can find me in these areas, Grant High School, watching these guys play, because I just think it's a lot of fun to see them. And sometimes you get to see those guys drafted in the NFL, which is a lot of fun. So those guys are good. I like this from Nick too. Garrett Dillinger, the offensive guard out of LSU. That would also make a lot of sense. So I like that there's a different offensive lineman that's been thrown out there. Here we go, Brash. Corey Krosky Merritt, fun running back out of Arizona. Played at New Mexico State for a while. That dude met with the 49ers. He was the MVP of the Shrine Bowl, so he could be. So we're getting a lot of guys. Oh, Brash coming with the Quint Allen, another running back. Raheem Sanders, another running back. And then Himstopher comes with, got to be a long snapper, right? So the Arizona Cardinals selected safety, Katon Crawford out of Nevada. And that means the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. And the 49ers are getting close. Katon Crawford goes off the board. I had him ranked number 206 on my board. And he goes 225 to the Arizona Cardinals. Solid pick. And so let's see. We only got a couple of guys left to wait. Just the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then the 49ers are on the clock. Jay Ellie says, hey, no double running back. No double running back. And I think that's probably safe. I think if they're going to go running back, it's going to be undrafted free agent. I think undrafted free agent running back is going to make a lot of sense for the Niners. And I do think that they're going to do that. So I think you're right. I don't think they'll draft another one. I think they'll be undrafted that they go with. So who will be the guys that are available? It's going to be interesting, and I think that I wonder how many people are going to think about quarterback Quinn Ewers for the 49ers. I'm sure there's some people that are going to talk about that. So the Pittsburgh Steelers pick is in. That means the 49ers are officially on the clock. And CBS says that Jared Ivey, who's been talked about a ton in chat, is a possibility, along with Logan Brown and Brashad Smith, the running back, saying, hey, they're just going to double up. I don't know about that. I don't know about them doubling up at running back, but that's what's funny about this time is there are guys. And Big Joe Sally says right here, so many offensive linemen won't get drafted and will invite to training camp. You're right. There's probably going to be a lot signed as undrafted free agents. Guy like Caleb Etienne, I think could be a target. They met with him. I think they like him. Now, if some of these other guys we've been talking about going drafted, I think it could be great. I love this from Randy. I just always hear Chris Berman do the tick, 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 tick. Well done. I'm appreciating that. I like this too. Leighton says Joshua Gray. I like Joshua Gray. That would be a good selection as well. And Breaking 80 says, Ant, who do you want? Kobe, Logan, Conyers. I would go Conyers here. I would. I think that Conyers would be a great move tight end for the 49ers. I would go that direction. And then in order, I would probably, after that, I think that you look at who can start, and I would go Kobe Bryant. I don't think he can start right now, but I think he can make the 53-man roster. And then after that, I'd probably go Logan Brown. And I like Logan Brown a lot, but I think we're getting into that range now again where he's a borderline making the roster player with the way that they've drafted. So that's just kind of how I see it. But man, I like Logan Brown. Yeah, I like all three of those guys. Honestly, if the 49ers drafted any of those three guys, I'd be a fan of it. I'd understand it. Like, it would make sense. You're either getting your move tight end, who's going to help you on special teams. You're getting Kobe Bryant, who is a good boundary corner, who's pretty good in the run too. I mean, the guy plays good run defense. He had over a 90 grade in run defense, which is phenomenal, especially at 180 pounds. Your question with him is he physical enough? And I think it's not for lack of trying. So yeah, I think he's a possibility. People are talking about Majors. Here we go. Breaking 80 says maybe Majors there. At 252, that's a possibility. And, Chris brings up a good point. What about the value of Jared Ivey? Tremendous value. And if I would say this, if you like Arden Key, you kind of like the length and the size of Jared Ivey. I do think that he would make sense. And the question mark is, and the 49ers do this. They move those guys inside to rush. And I think Jared Ivey can handle that. He's very 4-eye, 5-tech potential player. But at this point, there just might be too much value, and Carson Bruner just went off the board to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So Carson Bruner's the pick. And that's another fast athletic guy. If you've been around the channel, you've heard me talk about him as a potential late round 49er linebacker because of speed, athleticism out in space, 6'1", 227. So Carson Bruner is a good selection for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And now you're getting depth linebackers that can help you on special teams. So let's see what the 49ers do. It's official. It's time. The pick is in. The 49ers will be picking at 227. Right now, they have done no trades. If they keep this moving, which I fully expect them to do now, they are going to take 11 players in this draft. And I love it. Why not, right? Why not take all the shots? So 49ers on the clock here. This is going to be a blast to see who they go with. And Jason says, any thoughts on Esapol? Yeah, I think it's another late round potential undrafted free agent that the 49ers could target. And I think that's what we're kind of waiting for here is we wait for the Niners pick to come in. I think some of those guys are going to get and they're going to bring in and have them compete as undrafted free agents. So I think Esapol could be one of those guys. I think Caleb Etienne could be one of those guys. But we'll see. If the 49ers address offensive line right now, they might only bring one of those guys in. So that's something to consider as well as we go through this. And they went to commercial, so they're probably not going to announce it for a minute. So they like doing this when the 49ers come on to the clock, is doing commercials. So we'll just keep, we'll keep talking this thing out of who the 49ers are going to pick. And, that's what, like Jay Ellie said, who is Jed tweeting? What is Jed saying right now? It is Curtis Rourke, quarterback, Indiana, ends up being the pick. So how about that? They go with a quarterback, Curtis Rourke. 49ers go ahead and address the quarterback situation. So I wasn't expecting this to be quarterback, but when you're going 7th round, right, you're starting to go after guys that are a little bit more you're taking shots on, and they must really like Curtis Rourke and what he could add to this football team. Interesting draft pick. So I'm going to look for my breakdown here of Curtis Rourke. And I'll be honest, I didn't do a lot of work on quarterbacks this year just because of everything that was going on with the draft. I wasn't thinking it was going to be a huge priority. So I'm going to look up my my draft profile on him, and then I'll be able to get more into Curtis Rourke. The 49ers going with Curtis Rourke out of Indiana. Let's look him up. All right. 6'4", 220 pounds out of Indiana. He ran a 4.7, 4.40. He had 3,042 passing yards last year with a 69.4 completion percentage, 29 touchdowns, just 5 interceptions. When you're talking about, quarterback rating, he had 123.2 quarterback rating last year. 6'4", so you got the ideal height. You're talking 40 time. It's one of the quicker ones that there is out there. And he's 220 pounds. He's got some size to him. He gets rid of the ball quickly. It's one of the things I wrote. He's got good accuracy when it comes to the medium and intermediate range, which you have to have if you're going to be a 49ers quarterback. So going with a guy that can win there, he does it well. He's good with his short passing. He's got the ability to throw the ball long down the field as well. He's not a guy that's going to run. He's not a great runner or a great scrambler. That's not who he is, even though he has speed. But he's a guy that tends to get rid of the football pretty quickly. Fun player overall. So when you're talking about him, he's got good mechanics inside the pocket. He does throw like an NFL quarterback. The throwing platform is there. He does good with that. Good timing on his intermediate routes. That's one of the things he does the best. Intermediate, over the middle of the field. He handles that at a high level. He does handle exploiting zone weaknesses. He's able to ascertain what the weaknesses are in the zone from what he's seeing and be able to get the ball where he needs to get it. He's got good accuracy. So, I mean, this is kind of a fun player. Just wasn't expecting him to go quarterback. But he has the ability, when you watch the way he plays, to take the line of scrimmage and take command of what's going on and make the proper calls and reads. I think that Tanner Mordecai, you might be in a lot of trouble when it comes to making this football team. This dude is tough. He takes hits in the pocket. He's not afraid to stand in there and just take big hits. And he's been a tough guy, even playing through injury. He played through an ACL tear. So how about that? He is elite from about 10 to 20 yards. That's where he's the most successful. That is a guy that the 49ers go with. He wasn't what we were expecting. That is for sure. He's going to have, weaknesses like Brock. When plays break down, he makes things happen. That's not really what Rourke does. That's not really his game. He's older. He's a 6-year senior. So, this guy is already 24 years old. Brock Purdy's 25. So there's question marks about that. He also did have an ACL surgery. So what is he going to do in his rookie season development? How well is he going to play in that department? So quarterback is the answer for the 49ers here with Curtis Rourke. And you guys, I'm curious what you guys have been saying in chat. I haven't seen it, but, I'm curious to see what everyone says. Reese says, "Ant, everyone in chat, have a nice evening. Glad you came through. Really appreciate it." This one, not very happy from Slick, says, "Hey, first wasted pick by the 49ers. We'll see. I wasn't expecting, I'll be honest. I wasn't expecting for them to go quarterback. I really wasn't. And they go quarterback here. And it's not that let's not get it twisted. They're not expecting Curtis Rourke to be a starting quarterback for their football team. Brock Purdy's going to be that guy. What they are hoping is that they're investing into a player that is eventually going to take over as the backup quarterback to Brock Purdy that they feel confident can step in and make some plays. They've signed Mac Jones. He's going to be here for the next 2 years. But, just like with this, I can't, disagree. Ryan says, we had a tight end on the board. We had a tackle. We had a cornerback, but got a damn quarterback. It's such a wasted pick. They did. They went quarterback. And overall, skill set wise, the way that he plays, it fits the 49ers scheme. Once again, this has been kind of the way that things have happened in the 49ers draft is the players fit. The questions have always been where the players are selected. And the 49ers right now are taking players where they want to take them. They don't care what anyone thinks, right? Nick Martin, Upton Stout, Jordan James, like they don't care. And this is another one of those players, Curtis Rourke. And, there's going to be questions like this, is he injury prone? No, I don't think he's injury prone, but he did suffer a major injury in ACL. This is the second player. In fact, Nick Martin was dealing with an ACL. And now Curtis Rourke. This is a little bit of a different, way of going about it, but we are in the 7th round, right? These prospects you're taking a shot on, you're taking a chance on, and that's what they're doing. And, Harold says this, what the heck? The 49ers got a quarterback. Yes. It was surprising. It was a surprising move. That is for sure. And, and these are like, Monkey Boy said, I'm so confused given the rest of our needs. And, I think that's what they're looking at, what kind of value are you getting for a player in this range? And if you had a high rank on them, so I don't know, they'll probably end up telling us we'll have a pretty good idea. Curtis Rourke, they probably had a higher grade on him than 7th. And they got here and they said, you know what? This value is just too much. And, maybe Austin's right. Red shirt year, he ain't playing this season. That's a good point. It could be, right? They could just, I'm sure he'll probably be on the PUP list originally. We'll see. And yeah, maybe he doesn't play at all. Maybe that's what they're taking into account. Yeah. And it's funny. JD says, I waited all that way for that. Yeah. Sorry, man. It's tough. David Campbell says, hey, they're looking for another 7th round quarterback magic. It worked before. I think it's tough to say that this, this is exactly what they wanted. And Bobby, what's up, Bobby? He says, Forrester needs to pound the table, quit being weak. It doesn't appear that Chris Forrester is pounding the table for any of these guys. And that makes you wonder if maybe he's just sold on the guys he's got. And I know we all don't see that, but maybe that's what he sees, right? You've got a center in Jake Brendel. You've got Ben Barch. Brash is right. I mean, the dude is talented. And this is what I've been saying the whole time, is we can't be mad at the player. The players are not in charge of where they're taken, but these are all players that are good players that are fits for the 49ers scheme. The question is always drafting a player at this position or in this location. And I think that's been the thing the entire time with the 49ers draft, is that it's been catching everyone off guard. And that's it. But I mean, when you're talking about Curtis Rourke, it's not that he's a bad player. He's not. 7th round, there's good value there at quarterback. And so it's just the fact that they went different ways in different directions and drafted guys at different spots. Yeah. So, I mean, maybe they're going to address it like this. Maybe they're going to go get some guys in free agency after the draft is over that don't count against the free agent compensatory formula. That could be, something. Breaking 80 brings up this point, wanted O-line, but would have understood Ivy because of the great value. Yeah, I was kind of coming around to that as well when we were talking in chat. Dan Jackson, the safety from Georgia, just went. I know I've missed some picks here. Brashad Smith went to Kansas City. Wow, that's a great pick. Dante Kent, cornerback, Central Michigan, then Dan Jackson, and now Quinn Ewers, quarterback. And, I threw that out there. It was funny. I threw that out there, right? Quinn Ewers. People are going to talk about Quinn Ewers to the 49ers at this pick. And it ended up being Curtis Rourke. And so that is very interesting. The 49ers never cease to amaze me, with how they draft. I mean, they they really just don't care, how people have other people rank players. They go on exactly how they feel and they just roll with it. And we're going to see if it works, and right now, a lot of people are going to be frustrated with the decisions that the 49ers have made. The fact that they have completely, decided to kind of punt on offensive line, but this is what they feel comfortable doing. And we're going to see if it works out. I mean, that's the thing. It doesn't take very long, to find out if this type of method is going to work this season. And, the 49ers take a player here in Curtis Rourke, and, I think it could have been a little high. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people, could, this is what Eric Schmidt says, who's replacing Banks? That's it. We don't have a dead set person. It's probably Ben Barch, I think, is the most logical. And then it's Spencer Burford, Nick Zakel, Matt Hennessy. Those are all the guys in the mix. But we don't have a legit starter that's ready to roll that we know for sure is going to be that guy. And I'm sorry about this. Him stoppable. Martin was a MCL. I think it was actually a meniscus, I think. Double check me, but I think I said ACL, but it was actually a meniscus. So I misspoke for sure. But you could be right. It could be an MCL. So, I mean, those are the guys kind of in the mix. And yeah, and this is it for Mark. After calling protection and snapping the ball, what does Brendel do? When you watch tape, they have 4-0 line. It's not ideal the way that he plays the center position. I think he struggles when it comes to an anchor. Lucky for him, he doesn't play a lot of zero. A lot of guys that are head up on his face. I think that'd be a problem for him if he had to man up on those guys, especially on pass downs. He does get to the second level. He's good in space, but he does not hold blocks. It's something that he really struggles with. He's more of a guy that gets in the way. And so if your timing on your play is perfect, he's going to be in the way of the defensive player. If your timing of the play is not, it might be a little bit of a problem. So, yeah, I mean, right now, the 49ers are grabbing backup players. Filthy Casual says, amaze or disappoint. I'm not disappointed. I'm surprised. This one was a surprise because I did think they were going to go a different direction. But I'm open-minded. I will say that. I'm open-minded because I don't think that a offensive lineman was going to start as Kyle Monogany goes off to the Chicago Bears, the running back out of Rutgers. So for that reason, I'm not completely out. I need to do more work on Curtis Rourke. I'm going to keep it honest. I think that this is, something that they wanted to do. And I think Charlie's got it right here. A cheap backup quarterback room is the way to go. And I'm sure that's a part of the thought process is let's get a guy we like that we think has upside. We can draft late, use a late round draft pick on that eventually we could develop into a consistent backup for Brock Purdy for the next 4 years. You got Mac Jones for 2. So even if he could take over for, Mac Jones's role for 2 years after Jones leaves, you've got a cheap quarterback room, and you have to have a cheap quarterback room because you're going to have to pay Brock Purdy big money. And so that's something to consider as well. So, Ron thinks he'll probably go to the practice squad and then some other team will take him. I don't think so. I think that might happen with Tanner Mordecai. I think Mordecai might be the guy that's out. I think that Curtis Rourke could beat out Mordecai. So I get what you're saying, but I don't think that they're going to let him just slip away. I think they will be curious. And Rishi says this. Does this organization just not care about offensive line? Serious question. I think they do care about offensive line, but I don't think they care about offensive line the way that we all care about offensive line. So I think when you look at how they handle building the offensive line, they have set a certain level. And thank you so much for the subscription, Craig. I really appreciate it. They have set up a certain level of what they believe their offensive line play needs to be. And it is a potentially lower floor than what most of us think. And so that's why when they go into these situations, I always say to it, don't be surprised when the 49ers don't draft offensive line. Now, I did think they were going to go offensive line early. I did. I thought it was going to be round 2, round 3, round 4. It did not. But don't be surprised because this is just how they do it. they think that they can take these guys, develop them into adequate starters, and they can be effective enough. And they want to spend the money at other areas. They want to spend the money, on skill players. This is just how they do it. And I think it's going to be, and thank you so much, Lindog, for saying meniscus. Yeah, so it was meniscus. So I did misspeak. It was meniscus for Martin. So thanks, everyone, for doing that. Now, D. Griggs did say he said MCL in his interview. So we got a little bit of something. It was a knee injury for sure. So the Filthy Casual says this: Forrester believes he can coach any Joe into a starting O-lineman. And said he'd rather draft specialty players and touch the ball over O-line. He did say that. I do know that a lot of offensive line coaches believe they can coach guys up. Now, I do know this from experience. You can't coach any guy up. They have to have the necessary traits to be able to do it. Now, I have taken guys, because I used to coach O-line, and been able to develop them into solid players. But there is a level of talent you have to have. If you don't have it, you're just not going to be able to turn this guy into a good offensive lineman. He has to have the necessary feet, necessary balance, necessary handwork. Like he's got some things you're going to have to work with. So I do think Chris Forrester believes he can develop a lot of guys into consistent players. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know where they're going to go next. But would it shock anyone now if they don't go any offensive lineman at any point? Tez Johnson just went off the board. So Tez finally goes. He goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So Tampa Bay Buccaneer taking a shot with a young, speedy wide receiver. And, now the guys that are left, it's pretty interesting. But not very many wide receivers. All the wide receivers definitely have been going off the board recently. And Tez Johnson, the latest one. But there's still some guys. And Jalen Conyers is still available. The 49ers pick in 14 picks. So maybe. And David Campbell says, Rourke is Shanny's new CJ Beathard. Yes. The only thing that I got to say for that, though, is the good news is it wasn't in round 4. It was in round 7. So that makes it a little bit more digestible. So Ron says, who was the O-line man they drafted last year in the late round and was taken off the practice squad? That was Jerry Kingston. He was drafted at a USC. And then he ended up getting, when they waived him, he was picked up on waivers from the Carolina Panthers, and he went over there to play for them. They needed a lot of depth. And that's the thing. You got some of these teams that need talent. They're going to poach. So, Jerry Kingston they would have loved him right now. He would have been in the mix to potentially compete for the left guard spot. So, yeah, so that's there. And Brash says Andrew Armstrong. I know that's one of my guys too. I like Andrew Armstrong, over 1,100 yards last year, playing opposite of Isaac Tesla. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Jason says this: you got to build through the trenches. It's been proven time and time. D line was behind the O line last year. That's for sure. Yeah, the trenches are always the way to go, because if you have good O line, and LaQuint Allen just went to the Jacksonville Jaguars. If you build through the trenches, it makes everything easier, right? I was talking to Terrell yesterday, and he was on the 49ers training camp and practice squad rosters in 2017, 2018. And I was talking about that with him, about the fact that, the defensive line and in the secondary working together and marrying those two together makes it easier, right? The D line makes it easier for the secondary. The secondary makes it easier for the D line. And so there is a balance there, but the 49ers' belief has always been build through the trenches, but mostly it's been built through the trenches on defense. The offensive line, now they did it with Trent Williams, and they're paying Trent Williams, and I give them credit for that. They've tried with center. They have, right? If you look back, Alex Mack, right, Weston Richburg, they've tried. But now they've landed on Jake Brendel, and they're going to have to make a decision here real quick on Jake Brendel. He's 33 years old. He's this is the type of situation where his game is going to start to slip. And so they definitely have to do something about O-line. And Lindog is completely right. But I couldn't coach heart or desire either. 100%. You can't teach that. You either want it or you don't. You're either a football player, you're a dog, or you're not. And so, yeah, that's 100% there. You can teach all the skills in the world. but do you have the desire? Do you have the attitude? And those are things that they try to learn in these meetings as well. And, right here, Filiberto says, good O-line is hard to find. You're not wrong. Good O-line is hard to find. Philadelphia Eagles have invested so much money. They have been a wizard with the salary cap. The way that they've invested in offensive line, at left tackle, at guard, at center, at right tackle, and still been able to invest in wide receiver with A.J. Brown, and making sure they bring all their guys back and re-upping Saquon Barkley. It's impressive. It really is impressive. So that's what everyone is trying to do. Eric Schmidt says it's been slipping fast. It has. Jake Brendel, going down there a little bit. 237 is about to be announced for the Green Bay Packers. And, Craig, once again, thanks for the subscription. I really appreciate it. And so, yes, I know this one ruffled feathers with Curtis Rourke. That is for sure. And I think the entire draft has made people question offensive line. I do think, as Michael Robinson from Tulane gets drafted, that offensive line is going to be something big next year for the 49ers. It is a good offensive line draft, the same way it is defensive line this year. They're going to have to go out there and they're going to have to hit some of these guys. And they're going to have to hit it. And we got this right here from Jason. 2010 was the last great Niners line draft. That was Mike Upati. That was Anthony Davis, right? Really, went after it. 2 first-round picks, a guard and a tackle prospect. And you're right. That was the last time they went big in the offensive line. I thought last year they did a really good job with Dominic Pooney. But Dominic Pooney, I mean, the truth is he was one of my guys, right? Jack Nelson's one of my guys this year, but Dominic Pooney was like my guy last year because I thought that he was just a solid starter for their team and he could start day one, and he ended up starting day one. So big fan of them going out there and doing that. So Seattle is on the clock at 2:38. Their pick is in. We're 11 picks away from the 49ers. Also, the 49ers making another pick here, which is going to be fun. And they're going to have, the 2 picks in like 3 spots. So it's going to happen quickly as I'm kind of looking over the board here to see who went, making sure I didn't miss anything. Seattle's on the clock, and we'll see what they do. They do look at Niner guys also. So let's see what we got here. Chris says, and also let's not forget Kyle may just want experienced guys that can for sure play in the NFL and go for lower material free agent offensive linemen. Yeah, I think that is a possibility as well. He's just looking for, guys that are experienced. And Ricky White, the wide receiver from UNLV, just went to the Seattle Seahawks at pick 238. It is about picks. It is about finding guys, in certain spots. And WNY says, where would you want Shiloh Sanders to go if he doesn't get drafted? That's a good question. Trying to think of a place that he could land. I think that I would like him to go to Seattle. Not to Seattle, to Las Vegas. Because I think that they will try to get the most out of him. And I think Pete Carroll does a lot with the little when it comes to secondary play. So that would put him in a good situation to be successful. That's probably where I would say he would probably have some success. But there's other teams too, like Denver Broncos, I think would be a little bit of fun for him. And we'll see. But we are, now Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. So we are at 239. We have 10 picks potentially available, before the Niners pick again. And they got 249 and 252. And so that 252, you get compensatory picks as the Dallas Cowboys select Phil Maffa from Clemson. So running back Phil Maffa from Clemson goes off to the board to the Dallas Cowboys. And now the Buffalo Bills are on the clock at 240. So we're going to move this thing along expeditiously. Some of the names that, are probably surprising that are still on the board that I want to bring up is, of course, Jared Ivey. I think we all expected him to be drafted already. A guy like Jalen Conyers, I think he was expected to be drafted already. But how about a guy like Xavier Restrepo, who's 40-yard dash just absolutely killed his draft positioning. I think that really hurt him, a lot. But I'm looking at the board because we don't have that many picks left. As Caden Prather goes off the board here, wide receiver Caden Prather goes off the board, and I'm going to go ahead and mark him off. He went 240 to the Buffalo Bills. I had him ranked 238, so not bad on Caden Prather here. We're going to have a ton of players that are going to go undrafted, like a ton, that are extremely talented that the 49ers are probably going to want to go load up on. A guy that I wanted to mention who I think is going to be a fun player. I don't know if the 49ers are going to pick him up, but I wanted to bring him up. J.J. Roberts out of Marshall. I think he's a fun player, and I'm interested to see where he goes. I think he's going to be a guy that could do some things in the league. So he's somebody to keep an eye on. I forgot to mark off Quinn Ewers earlier. And so, yeah, we're getting down to the nitty gritty. It's crazy. I have no players that I ranked in the first, second, or third round available. They're all gone. I do have some guys up in the fourth round that were available, a little bit in the fifth round, some in the sixth round, and then some seventh round guys. Overall, it kind of looks how I expected it to look. It's kind of the same as last year. We got this right here. Brash says Restrepo looks like he's 5'5", LOL. Yeah, you know what's crazy is everyone was super high on him. And then he, I was okay with him. And then he went and ran that 40, and like everyone jumped off ship. Like everyone jumped off ship. And that was tough, to see. Now here's Jason. He says, hopefully we take Brown, Pierce, or Majors before it ends. Yeah, I'm not as big on Pierce. But I get it. A lot of people like him. I just don't think he fits the scheme of the 49ers, but I think they did meet with him. His athleticism's not there, but I'm with you on Brown and Majors. I think they're both very solid. And Majors is my number one center on the board because, Jonah Monheim went off the board. So if you're talking interior offensive lineman, the top two guys for me, I think Logan Brown could play inside. He'd be one. Then after that, you're looking at, Jake Majors and then Garrett Dellinger, the offensive guard out of LSU. Those are the next guys on the board. That would be, pretty good. Let's see. Hopefully we take Brown. Oh, yeah, I read that one. Mark says, seriously impressed with how you can talk for 3 straight days, Ant. Yeah, you know what? I thought my voice was going to be gone. I will give credit to John for helping set up a rotation yesterday, so I didn't talk through the whole thing. But yeah, my voice is impressing me right now. We're 6 hours over in coverage today, and I have been talking the whole time. And what's hilarious, and little anecdote here in the middle, I was talking the other day at the draft party, and I was talking about how the biggest difficulty I had when I first started recording alone was that it was weird. It felt weird. I'm not a person that likes hearing the sound of their own voice. And so it was so odd just talking in a room all by myself. And luckily, people in chat really helped along the way. But sometimes I can't record live. And when I can't, I have to do it on my own. And it was weird. It's like an echo chamber of my own thoughts. But here I am 6 hours later. And I'm just happy that everyone in chat has helped me so much. You guys have been phenomenal. You guys have been the hosts that I needed. And it's been phenomenal. I've just really enjoyed my time. This is one of the most enjoyable day threes of the draft I've ever had. And it's not even like all the picks that I wanted for the 49ers, right? But that's not it. It's just the interaction that I'm having with all you guys is so much fun. And Jason says, Ant is the man, respect. I appreciate that. And here we go. Atomic says, did John hook you up with his cough drops? LOL. No, I did see him, hitting the cough drops a little bit. But no, he's voice. Yeah, he struggles with that voice. Caleb Lawner from Utah just got drafted by the Denver Broncos. But no, I honestly didn't have any problems. I did drink a lot of fluids yesterday. Not so much today, but I'm going to have to go ahead and get back into that. But it was the fun thing. And what's up, Jerry? How's it going? Says, you're the best, Ant. Nothing but utmost respect. And thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate all you guys coming to the chat, saying the nice things. As we've been rolling through the draft process, And, what the fun thing is now we're going to be adding potentially 11 new 49ers, and we're going to have the opportunity to talk about these guys in, detail. But the NFL doesn't mess around. And next month, they're going to have their schedule release, and we're going to get to talk about that. The NFL doesn't quit. So it's a good time to be a 49er fan, but yeah, I'm enjoying the draft for sure. Spidnick Danger, one of the best, always leaves positive comments. I love Spidnick Danger. Says, appreciate you, Ant. I really appreciate that. Atomic says, you're a trooper, man. Been a fun experience and a solid draft. It has been a fun experience for sure. And the Rams pick is going to be coming in. That's at 242. So we are 7 picks away. I have not seen who Denver picked. I missed it. Maybe I even said it, but Caleb Lohner. Yeah, there we go. I did not have him as a draftable player on my list. So I'm going to make sure I didn't. I don't remember watching him. So that one was kind of surprising that they took him. But there's some of these guys that I had as undrafted free agents. And thanks so much for the subscription. I missed the name. I'll try to catch it in a second. I'm trying to catch up on some of the guys, that I potentially missed that were going to be undrafted free agents. But I went ahead and marked them, but they got drafted. And this happens every year. I had some guys last year the same way, like a guy like Arian Smith from Georgia. I mean, the dude's basically a track star. So if certain teams are really going to like him and certain ones aren't. And, he ends up going. So some of the undrafted free agent guys I liked, yeah, they got drafted, which is cool to see. And it just goes to show that everyone has different ways of approaching, the NFL draft. And the 49ers are no way the same as everyone else. They're way different than everyone else. But it's a blast to see how these boards work out and who are the players that, you're like, a lot of people, how long were people saying Max Brosmer to the 49ers as the quarterback? It ends up being Curtis Rourke. And it was James. So thanks so much, James, for the subscription. I really appreciate it. Means a lot. You guys coming through, giving those subscriptions. And it's great. And I like this one right here. Ant wakes up in the middle of the night and says, Niners up in 10 picks, then just falls back asleep. There you go. That's how it works. That's how we do it. James says, Ant, you are an Iron Man, keeping us informed about these late picks. Great draft work. I appreciate it. I feel like I have too much draft stuff in my mind now. Ooh, Kanata Mumfield from Pittsburgh just went in the draft. And what's crazy is I don't know how, but I landed on this guy at some point. And the Rams are getting themselves a fun prospect. He can make some plays in the open field. So that's a fun prospect for them. Sorry, it caught my attention all of a sudden. I had to go into it. But, yeah, I really appreciate all of you guys in chats. And, Chris says a lot of teams had monster drafts this year. I think there was it was a deep draft, right? John Lynch talked about, having 200 draftable players. And I think that's what that really is sticking out, is that there are a lot of guys, that were in the mid to late rounds that are draftable, that you consider pieces to your depth that could help out. And so, yeah, I mean, like Chris said, the Rams are having a killer draft. They've been having killer drafts for like the last few years. They're doing really well. Himsifer says, it's been a vibe with Ant and the faithful. I did not realize it's been 6 hours. Yes, right? I think if I didn't look at the time, I wouldn't even have known. But it has definitely been a vibe. When do waivers open up? So immediately after this draft concludes, you are free to sign any undrafted free agents that you want to sign. So, you can sign anyone. So they'll be right now. The 49ers are talking to several undrafted free agents. In fact, all the league is talking to potential undrafted free agents and saying, hey, if you don't get drafted, we want to sign you. Are you willing to come? And this also plays into whether they will take you in the draft, right? The Niners have 2 late picks. If they feel like they're going to miss out on a player in undrafted free agency, they will go ahead and draft him so they don't miss out. That's what they did with Brock Purdy. And John Lynch says Brock Purdy messes with them all the time. When he asks, if we wouldn't have taken you, would you still have come here? He says, maybe. Right? It's so interesting. So, You got this right here. Mumfield, 23 reps on bench. Shout out to you, sir. Dude is fun, man. I mean, they get those guys. Garrett Dillinger just went off the board to the Baltimore Ravens. The Baltimore Ravens in this have just had a sneaky, solid day 3. I've seen a lot of really good players going that way. I mean, that's what happens when you have those guys, right? But yeah, when it came to Mumfield, you come across these guys sometimes, and you're just like, man, where did this guy come from? That's what happened with Robert Longerbeam for me. I came across him all of a sudden. I was watching somebody else, saw Robert Longerbeam. I'm like, dude, Robert Longerbeam, who's this guy? He's kind of good. And that's how I kind of come across guys when I'm watching film. David says, I'm shocked Logan Brown hasn't been drafted, must be injured. There's something there, right? I honestly think there's something there with Logan Brown. Maybe there's a health issue. I don't know. But the fact he's still on the board, a guy like him, Jared Ivey, the fact they're still on the board, I think they're probably the most shocking, of the players left that's still on the board, as I just realized that there's a couple of guys here that I forgot to mark off. I'll kind of ignore the quarterback guys, if you know what I'm saying. So sometimes I forget to mark them off, and then all of a sudden the 49ers went quarterback. So lots of people are saying that, and that's what Leighton's saying here. Hey, there goes Dellinger. So, I mean, yeah, he would have been a good pick. So 244 is in for the Detroit Lions. 49ers will be picking at 249. So we're getting to that point where it's time to start trying to figure out, who they're going to draft. And, I mean, yes, Logan Brown, Kobe Bryant, Chandler Martin, Jared Ivey, Fadil Diggs, I think crazy talent potentially in that area. And then what got brought up in the chat earlier, Andrew Armstrong. I think Brash brought up Andrew Armstrong, but I don't think they double up on wide receiver. If they did, Nick Nash. You still got Jalen Conyers still on the board. Hey, Joel says O-line now. Maybe. I've thought I convinced myself a couple of times it was going to be O-line, and it didn't happen. So not going to get going there. And I like this from Breaking 80. Hey, the disrespect to the Jayhawks will not be tolerated. Well, they did take Cabledew did get drafted earlier. So with that being said, they did take Bryce Cabledew. He did get drafted. I think the Rams took him, I believe. Was it Washington? Anyways, one of the teams took Bryce Cabledew, and that was a fit. So not complete disrespect for Kansas, but Kansas is being disrespected because you still have Kobe Bryant still on the board. He's still there, and I think that's a little bit frustrating. And they have another cornerback too, man. Why am I going blank? I should know this. I'm going to find him on here. I guaranteed I'm going to find him on here because they have another Mello Dotson also. Another guy that should be drafted, but it's probably not going to be drafted. Chris says, Iowa State showed out in this draft. Absolutely. And Josh says, what did I miss? You missed I don't think you were here when the 49ers selected Curtis Rourke. So if you were here for that, I don't know, but they drafted Curtis Rourke, quarterback out of Indiana. So that one kind of came out of nowhere. That was interesting. And thanks everyone for saying Mello Dotson. You guys were all over it. I don't know why I went blank. I actually liked Mello Dotson too. I mean, he was a guy that I was a fan of. There's a lot of late round corners. So the corners are going to be very plentiful when it comes to undrafted free agents. There's going to be a ton of guys that are undrafted free agents in the interior offensive line and cornerback. So, and now it looks like tight end too. There's some other tight ends that are available as well that you could still target. So running back, interior line, cornerback, good undrafted free agent market. This right here from Flores, I bet we have a sleeper in the chamber. Maybe. And Freddie says, who are your undrafted free agent targets? Well, right now, I can tell you this. If Simeon Barrow doesn't get drafted, he's one of them. If Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt doesn't get drafted, he's one of them. Brew McCoy, if he doesn't get drafted, he's one of them. Kyman Rucker, Edge, North Carolina, right there. Jackson Haas, he would be one. Chandler Martin, linebacker from Memphis. He's one. Kobe Bryant, he would be one out of Kansas, the cornerback. Fidel Diggs, Jared Ivey. Like, there's a ton of guys when it comes to undrafted free agent that you would go with. And I like this. The Oregon cornerback. Which one are you talking about? This would be interesting. Oregon cornerback, because there's a couple of guys that are, Jabbar Muhammad, the cornerback, Oregon, and Nico Reed, cornerback, Oregon. So both of those guys could be available. And then you got Conyers, Martin, and then UDFAs for Jay Shaw. I think that would make sense. Jackson has not got drafted. Yeah, Haas was drafted. When did he get selected? I missed that. If I missed Jackson Haas getting selected, my apologies. As Dominic Lovett comes off the board. Yeah, so I don't know. I must have missed Jackson Haas. My apologies, guys. Zy Alexander hasn't been drafted either. Haas got drafted. Thank you. That was one of my misses then. Let me go ahead and take him off the board. Yeah, sometimes I miss these guys. I appreciate you helping me in chat. Keep track of who's on the board and who's not, because it does get interesting. So Tommy Hill, I think we met with him. That is true. That comes from James Acosta. Yes, they did meet with Tommy Hill. He's still on the board. And so we got another subscription here from CJ. Thank you so much. I appreciate you subscribing. Lots of subscriptions. You guys are phenomenal for doing that. And Leighton has said, hey, we're probably going to IR Rourke for the year and sit and learn. And we'll see what happens with the ACL, and when he's going to be effectively ready. And so we'll see how that goes. And thanks right here was the Bills that took Jackson Haas, and that's a great selection. Thanks, Josh, for that. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt just went to the Washington Commanders. I swear the Washington Commanders, and Adam Peters, them and the 49ers have the closest thing I've ever seen to the same idea when it comes to players. I mean, it's going to be eerie as we go to 246 and the 49ers are getting really close. But the 49ers weren't going to take another running back. They just would have probably liked him as an undrafted free agent. But Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt was one of the guys I really liked. In fact, in my predictive mock, the last mock I did, I mocked him to the 49ers at 252, and here he goes at 245. So it seems about right that you would get him off the board in this sort of situation. And, Jeff is saying, hey, please, Willie Lampkin. And a lot of people are high on Willie Lampkin. I'm not as high on him, but I get it. Like, I'm not a hater either. I just kind of like some of the other guys a little bit more. But I think Willie Lampkin's going to be an undrafted free agent. And I think somebody's going to, see what they can get out of him. As Corey Black, the corner from Oklahoma State, goes, I think that's a good pick here. He goes to the New York Giants. I think that was solid. And Jason says, who would you take the last pick so you don't have to be outdid with them in UDFAs? Well, I have no idea what's going on with Logan Brown and his situation. But if I was the 49ers, I would go with Chandler Martin, the linebacker from Memphis, because to me, he's the most valuable player left on the board. And then I would go with one of the other guys that you have just a huge love for, a guy like Jared Ivey. I think you could convince Kobe Bryant to come with you. But Jared Ivey, there's so much value. There's going to be a lot of teams that want to go there. I think he would be another guy I'd be interested in, and maybe Tommy Hill. Like, those are kind of the guys I'm looking at. I think another one I got to mention is Simeon Barrow, because he's a pass rushing defensive tackle. But yeah, I mean, you have to worry about guys going other places, and it's tough. And Jeff says, I want Willie Lampkin so bad. And you got this right here. Adam Peters probably left a bug in the 49ers draft room. Right. He's probably got like this little look into their room. Jay Ellie says Kiner, running back, Cincinnati, UDFA. I think that would be a possibility. I think there's tons of running backs. I do have Corey Kiner right here. I had a 6th-round grade on him. Yeah, I think he would be a possible, running back addition. I think there's some other guys as well. There's another guy I was going to bring up that was kind of fun. Where is he at? Land Larison, running back, UC Davis. I think he's a very Christian McCaffrey-esque when it comes to catching the football and out of the backfield, like that smoothness. Not saying he's Christian McCaffrey, just saying like you look at the body style, the way he moves, some of those things are pretty similar. So he's an interesting guy. I wouldn't mind him. Raheem Sanders, I don't think he was drafted yet. Those would be some guys I'd be interested in when it came to running back if you're going later in. And Brash says, I'm a hater on Willie Lampkin. That's funny. So pick 247 is up. And Brash says, hey, the problem is Walter Nolan absolutely destroyed Willie Lampkin at the Senior Bowl. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting. Jaw Joyner, he would be another one. Yeah, that would be a great pick. Efton Chisholm, right, the slot receiver out of Eastern Washington. He's probably going to go undrafted. I think he can create separation. If you like Tez Johnson, you probably like Efton Chisholm because he's not super fast either, but he creates separation the way he can get in and out of his break. So that's probably a good one. In Land We Trust, I like this from Brash. I like that guy, man. He's fun. And UC Davis is like in my backyard, so I got to cheer for him a little bit. So it's cool to see those guys. And, kind of being there. Jay Ellie says Land as well. There's some fun dudes, man. There's going to be guys that don't do anything in the NFL that are just going to be blast, that you watched in college. That are like, man, but there's, I think, a lot of really talented guys that are going to be available that have a chance to make some NFL rosters. I'm not saying any of them are ever going to be starters, but there's guys that are going to have a chance to make NFL rosters. And that's where the depth in this draft came in, was the potential guys that can step in and play. Yeah, David Morazzo says that analysts giving grades a day after the draft are hilarious. For sure. Number one, you don't even know, what people are going to do. As Tommy Ingenbesto, the defensive tackle from Maryland, goes, you don't even know what they're going to do the rest of the draft, or sometimes they draft day one. It's crazy. And Diamond says, did you grow up in Sac? So I am actually grown up in Lodi. So I'm south of Sacramento. I was born in Sacramento. I lived sometime in a couple of different areas. Olivehurst, I lived the very first portion of my life. And then it was back south to Lodi. And I've been here pretty much my whole life. So that's where I reside. And that's where I live. But yeah, I'm very familiar with Sacramento. It's, hop, skip, and a jump, family, friends, everybody up there. So I like it in Sacramento. It's pretty nice. But no, I grew up in Lodi. It's a little bit more country and a lot more chill than some of the areas of Sacramento, that's for sure. Here we go. We got a Stockton Slap Flores coming out of Oakdale, California. What's up? I love me some Oakdale football. Oakdale high school football. I can't go long because the Niners are going to be the Oakdale high school football. That's fun. When I coached at Tokay, we used to go scrimmage Oakdale every year. Tremendous tri-tip sandwiches. Phenomenal. So love love going to Oakdale. Freaking great. And look at this. No way. Uncle Leb, you were from Lodi too? That's crazy. I had no idea. We got kind of some people shouting out. Freddie McDre and Lockford grew up in Lodi. There we go. Chris Lockwood from Linda. What's up? We got Turlock in the house. Love to see it, man. Everybody all over the valley. Olivehurst. There we go. Linda, Marysville. Yeah, lots of stuff. Stuck in Lodi again. Yeah, when I go on the radio, as the Niners go on the clock, I go on the radio in Oregon sometimes, and every time I come on, he always plays Stuck in Lodi again. So the Niners have made a pick. The pick is in. Everyone, just fill up the chat. What position? I don't think we can get it, as we see some Yuba City in the house. I love that. GC says, how did you become, as it comes, the Niners selection is going to come through, and then I'll talk about some of these other ones. But I'm curious what they end up doing here. I'm not listening to it, so I don't know who this cat is. I don't know if he's a fan or what he is. But I'm kind of excited to see what they do here. If it's off the reservation, everyone's saying O-line, offensive guard, cornerback from Leonardo. Let's see. Connor Kobe, interior offensive lineman, Iowa. So there we go. The 49ers get an interior offensive lineman, and it's Connor Kobe. So anyone that had that on their bucket list of Connor Kobe, and we did break him down on John's show I had him ranked as my number 222 player. So there you go. They finally get an interior offensive lineman who played in the zone scheme at the University of Iowa. So once again, a scheme fit. Finally, the 49ers go offensive lineman with a big individual here too. So Connor Kobe is an offensive line grab. So the 49ers do go offensive line. I know a lot of people are going to be upset that they waited this long. And, he's ranked as, one of the top 6 or 7 offensive guards in this draft. Pure guards. 6'6", 309 pounds out of Iowa. He ran a 5.140. He's got a lot of size to him. He's got 10-inch hands, which is pretty good. The 40 time is good. The 3 cone, he can change directions. Good shuttle, explosiveness. Yeah, he's pretty solid. Good, better run blocker than pass blocker. So you're going to have question marks about how good he's going to pass block, but this is a guy that can run block at a pretty high level. If you like, and I did like Zach Zinter last year out of Michigan, then you're probably going to like Connor Kobe as well, because he kind of fits in that sort of mold. He has had over 50 starts in multiple positions, so shows versatility to play a lot of different spots. That's why they probably got him. He excels in zone concepts, which we all know that's exactly what you're looking for in the 49ers scheme, because you have to have the feel for the angles, the being able to get where you're supposed to get, and being able to get to the second level. He is a guy that finishes. This is a nasty dude. He plays hard. He gets a good surge when he makes contact, and he's able to create cutback lanes because of the way he moves and the way he blocks. He does a great job. Good functional strength. His hand usage in pass protection is pretty good. He's got to get a little bit better at some things. He's got a good mind for football. Cerebral. He's got that ability. I like that for sure. When he's uncovered in pass blocking, he'll go looking for more guys. It's another guy you can consider a dog. Now, some of the things that make it a little bit difficult, some of his weaknesses. He does have a tendency to overset when he's in his kick slide. And sometimes other players can take advantage of his bad weight distribution. Sometimes he waist bends. That's always a problem with him. And that's a problem with a lot of offensive linemen when you get this far back, is you get these guys that waist bend. So he was going to need to fit into this type of system because he doesn't have quick twitch ability. He doesn't have the ability to change direction too fast. He's pretty good, but he does have some stiffness in his lower body. So he's more of a phone book blocker when it comes to some situations. But overall, I mean, they needed to get a guy that could play guard, and they get a 6'6", 309 guy. And so this is interesting. And, I didn't think that he would be the guy. We did talk about him through the process, but I didn't think that he would be the guy. Yeah, and right here, Josh says, let's get 200 likes, 18 shy. So if you're watching and you haven't liked, if you would like and help me get to 200, that would be great. So I like this from Jason. That's a tall dude for a rock to throw over. Versatility is nice, though, for Brock to throw over. Yeah, I mean, right. If you look at Ben Bartch, he's super tall. Dominic Pooney has got some height as well. As long as they play low, you're going to be fine. And the Niners are about to go right back on the clock. So we don't really have a whole lot of time to talk about Connor Kobe. In fact, I changed the color. I had put him in yellow for being selected, but he's a 49er guy, so I got to click that different. So what do they do now? They did offensive line. Who are they going to go with now? It's going to be, yeah. I like this from Wood. Who was the guy who made the pick in a shirt with an eagle for San Francisco's pick? That was interesting. We took Connor Kobe, Josh, out of Iowa. So, he was definitely somebody that was interesting. And this is interesting from Brash right here. Connor Kobe, athletic comparison equals Nick Sakel, 89.9%, right? Crazy. Cerebral. And this is interesting. Flores says guard or center. And with the cerebral way that he plays, he could play center in the NFL. I think you'd have enough anchor for that. Athleticism, he should have enough. Yeah, so I mean that's not bad. I don't hate that idea, and we're starting to see some good ideas come in. The 49ers pick is in. We are so close to concluding this draft, as John Williams went offensive tackle to Cincinnati. The Patriots, I didn't get to see their pick. It didn't update yet, but the 49ers are on their pick is in. So they made their last pick. And so we're almost 6.5 hours into this stream. And I got people in chat calling out for Kobe Bryant. And that would be a lot of fun if they went Kobe Bryant, and they could. And, we got to 200 likes. Thanks, everyone, for helping me get to 200 likes. You guys are absolutely fantastic. That's fantastic. Thanks, Josh, for bringing that up. Everyone gets into it. And the 49ers are going to have a pick here. Yeah, more film to watch is exactly right, Brash. We're going to have more film to watch. I watched Connor Kobe because I got asked a question about him in the process, and I think I broke him down on John Chapman's show. And so I'm very familiar with Connor Kobe's game, and this is kind of the range I thought that he was going to go. I just thought they were going to go offensive line earlier. But, yeah, I mean, he's a fun one. You should watch him. He's good. He's a solid player. The question will be, like it got brought up in chat, can he move to center? That would be entertaining. So Julian Ashby, interior offensive line, Vandy, he went to the Patriots because the Patriots traded. So we're waiting to see what the 49ers did with this pick. Miami Dolphins are on the clock right now. And, thanks, this GC says, thanks, Ant, for your coverage. Ant, you're a marathon man. I appreciate the love. I appreciate all the support all day long. It was fantastic. Freddie McDray says, hey, Logan Brown? I hope so. Chris Lockwood says, thanks, Ant. Yeah, I appreciate all you guys that were in chat as well. You guys are the best. Jason, thanks again for all you do, Ant. These are real faithful on day 3, round 7. Shout out to the rest of the faithful. Absolutely. And the 49er selection is about to be announced. And it's Junior Bergen, wide receiver, Montana. So I'm not familiar with Junior Bergen. I'm not going to sit here and blow smoke up anyone's behind. I don't know anything really about Junior Bergen. So I'm going to try to look him up a little bit because this is a guy that I'm going to have to watch. He wasn't a guy that I broke down. And so I did not come across him in my extensive work. He was not on my bingo card. So if you had Junior Bergen on your bingo card, congratulations. That is phenomenal. And this is crazy, the fact that I'm looking through and I can't even find him on this list that I had. So I'm going to have to actually search him. Let's look him up. Let's see what's up with Junior Bergen from Montana. So his pro day. So he's 5'9", 184 pounds. He ran a 4.56, and he is a 17 reps at 225. He's a quick guy, pretty good 3-cone drill, under 7. I mean, nothing elite. This is interesting. It's an interesting pick overall. He's a guy that a lot of people like. I'm reading some of the breakdowns of him, and he's been like a third team player. He's an all-purpose guy. He returned kicks and punts. This sounds very Jacob Cowing, just not quite as fast. Small and slow, like Josh said. Interesting pick here. I was expecting them to go completely different direction. And, this is not a guy that I looked at. I'm just going to keep it real. I did not look at this guy, so I don't know much about him. But I'm curious to get into the film and who he is. So David Morazzo says, and these guys got some information on him, and I appreciate this. Originally a quarterback who moves to a wide receiver. Football players are underrated sometimes. And JL, he says special teams. Yeah, this could be, right? He could be another really good kick returner and punt returner for their football team. I've been, trying to look up as much as I can about him because he was not on my bingo card and not someone that I broke down. And Austin says this, I would have took Nick Nash. And, I did take Nick Nash in my other mock. And, this is the first player that I knew nothing about. So it's just how it happens. Bobby says, great show, Ant. Appreciate you. I appreciate all you guys as well. Thanks, Ant. Great marathon effort. Just so you guys know, I'm going to try to put out as much content as I can about these players. Fadil Diggs, by the way, just goes 254 to the New Orleans Saints. So be on the lookout for that. Come in, let me know what you guys think about all the content. And I'm going to go ahead and check out as well. I'd like to thank all of you guys for joining me for this episode. I had a lot of fun. You guys are really the best. And I'll catch you guys in the next one. Until then, stay safe. And remember, the right way is always the 49ers way.